acknowledge the presence of Chairpersons Biron, Chairperson Inverga of Agriculture and Food, Chairperson Vergara, Ria Vergara of Social Services, and Chairperson Quaresma for Food Security. May I call on the COMSEC to please recognize all the other members of Congress who are here present.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we have Representative Wilter Palma, Representative Juan Carlos Arjo Ataide, Representative Nicanor Briones, Representative Ray Reyes, and Representative Solomon Siungalao. We also have Representative Stella Luz Kimbo, Representative Diche Tina Pancho, Representative Eulogio Rodriguez, and Representative Erwin Tulfo, Mr. Chair.
May I ask the COMSEC to also recognize our resource persons?
Yes, sir, Your Honors. From the Department of Agriculture, we have USEC Asis Perez and ASEC Carlos Carag. We also have Director Gerald Glenn Panganiban from the DA Bureau of Plant Industry, Deputy Director Glenn Estrada from the DA National Rice Program, Ms. Sonia Luisa Sanchez from DA BIFAR. From the Department of Finance, we have Ms. Jem Kiflor Sakar, Ms. Ana Isabel Lejano, Ms. Althea Marie Fiel Rojas. From the Bureau of Customs, we have ASCOM Vincent Philip Maronilla. Also from the Bureau of Customs, we have Acting Director Isabelo Tibayan III, Colonel Ronnie Principe, Attorney Maria Lisa Sebastian. From the DSWD, we have ASEC Baldri Bringas and also Mr. Ferdinand Paredes. We also have Attorney April Ann Dizon from DSWD. From the Philippine Statistics Authority, we have Assistant National Statistician Rachel Laksa and also Mr. Grish Lucien Cortel. From the Development Academy of the Philippines, we have Director Gilbert Lumantao. From the Malusog at Matalinong Bata Coalition, we have Mr. Lionel Tacangco. From NFA, we have Administrator Larry Lacson himself. From the Philippine Rice Institute, we have Dr. John De Leon. From UN World Food Program Philippines, we have Ms. Dipayan Batak Charia. From the Foundation for Economic Freedom, we have Attorney Reyna Valdez. Sir, Your Honors. And we also have Che Carbonell from the Department of Trade and Industry, sir, Your Honors.
Thank you. Each of the chairpersons will give their opening remarks. So good morning. The House of Representatives under the leadership of Speaker Romualdez has mandated the Committee on Ways and Means, Trade and Industry, Agri and Food, Social Services, and Special Committee on Food Security to pursue a joint inquiry. So we are on an inquiry in aid of legislation. So all your testimonies will be under oath. So under adopted House Resolution number 254 to address the smuggling and cartel as the principal combinations underpinning hunger through the of both basic goods and essential commodities through the price mechanism in the market dysfunction, with the end view, of course, of our national goal of a zero hunger and promoting food security along with social protection. We are given once again an enormous responsibility. The Committee on Ways and Means has some experience. We don't we acknowledge with the equal experience of the Committee of Agriculture with respect to this subject matter. And we will definitely refer to a lot of times to the output. They spent 8 months on onions. They spent how many months on, especially on the processing of the legislation that became Republic Act 12 whatever, with respect to agri-smuggling. The Committee on Waste, actually, this is the second time that the committee is being asked to spearhead the joint committee. In our rules, an ad hoc committee composed mainly of the chairpersons of, especially in this case, of 5 major committees. We were able to produce the military pension bill and the remedial legislation on senior citizens and persons with disability. Laws are in place to guarantee that every Filipino has food on their table. Yet this is still an aspiration for many. We want to uncover the gaps that we need to plug to achieve this goal, and if needed, the personalities that should be made accountable for making this goal difficult to achieve. We want to thank our partner committees in the joint inquiry for working with us, as well as our resource persons for accepting our invitation. We apologize for the rescheduling of this meeting as we had to prioritize the recovery in Bicol after 5 consecutive typhoons. But still, thank you for accepting our invitation. I would like now, I think just to summarize, this is probably the most serious attempt by Congress to address the twin evils of smuggling and cartels as the fundamental basis for high food prices. That actually summarizes essentially what the committee will seek to achieve. Smuggling leads to cartels, and smuggling plus cartel leads to not just loss of revenues, but to high food prices. So at this point, I would like to call on my co-chairpersons for the respective opening messages. May I now call on the Honorable Chairperson of Trade and Industry, Chair Biron.
Thank you, Chair Joey. To my colleagues in the House of Representatives, to our resource persons, guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po. The Committee on Trade and Industry is honored to join the Murang Pagkain Super Committee in its collective quest to find out the causes of the elevated prices of our essential goods. In my capacity as chairperson of the Committee on Trade and Industry and as a representative of the 4th District of Iloilo, I have relentlessly worked towards making quality food more affordable and accessible to the ordinary Filipino. Last August 2024, our committee approved the creation of the Clark National Food Hub, which aims to address issues on food prices, logistics, food safety, and storage, among others. In the 4th District of Iloilo, I have started changing how community public markets are operated by building market malls that are clean and efficient, with goods sold at lower prices because there are no middlemen. These projects bear witness to what we can do if only we're able to identify the problem and what we hope to replicate throughout the country. At the conclusion of this inquiry, I look forward to being able to impart my small but meaningful contribution in raising the standard of living for our kababayans. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Congressman Biron. But before I recognize my co-chair in Verga, may I recognize Congressman Robert Ace Barbers. I thought you would be the DILG Secretary. Congressman Christian S. Unavia of Misamis Oriental, and Congressman Edvic G. Yap of ACT-CIS Party List. Thank you, sir. At this point, may I recognize the very able, very energetic, and very industrious, one of the most productive committees of Congress, the Committee on Agriculture and Food, Congressman Inverga of Quezon.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Thank you so much, Chairperson Joey Salceda. And thank you also to the Honorable Chair Ferge Biron for giving the body enough guidance on what to expect in this inquiry. Allow me to say my very short statement. This inquiry will be a venue to better inform our kababayans of what the government has been doing to address smuggling and other acts of price manipulation, which have been affecting consumers as well as legitimate businesses, as stated by our good colleague, Chairperson Joey Salceda. Addressing these unfair business practices would lead us to a food and nutrition secure nation and eventually help mitigate hunger, which is the ultimate goal of our Honorable Speaker, Martin Romualdez, in House Resolution number 254. Allow me to inform the body of what Congress has done to help address unfair practices that harm our people. Just last September 26 of this year, the President signed Republic Act number 12022, or the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, which seeks to eliminate rampant agricultural smuggling, hoarding, profiteering, cartelizing, and other acts of market abuse. This law greatly enhanced Republic Act number 10845, the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016, by providing substantial fines and a maximum sentence of life imprisonment to those who will continue to violate the law. Also for signing, hopefully, of the President is the amendments to the Republic Act number 11203, also known as the Rice Tariffication Law. This law amends the Rice Tariffication Act of 2019 by strengthening the regulatory function of the Department of Agriculture and vesting them with powers on rice price stabilization and supply regulation. DA can call on local government units, the Philippine National Police, the National Bureau of Investigation, or other law enforcement agencies to provide prompt response and assistance in doing these functions. These laws manifest the desire of government to address unfair practices for the benefit of the consuming public, as well as for legitimate businesses to thrive. We are all here today in the same objective, and that is to inform as well as to be more informed to better serve our people. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. At this point, may I recognize one of the most intelligent members of Congress, representing Nueva Ecija, the chairperson of the Committee on Social Services, Chairperson Ria Vergara. Yung kapatid niya po mas matalino.
Mr. Chair, may I just make some statements not related to the quinta
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to make the following statements. During this time of geopolitical tensions, especially in our relations with China, with President Putin threatening to bring the war in Ukraine to a global scale, in our country, we have been hit not once, but more than 4 times of massive typhoons. So many of our fellow Filipinos have lost lives. The devastation to our agricultural and fishery sector are in the billions. All these disruptions happening are out of our control. But how we respond, this we can control. I was personally disheartened, disappointed, and frustrated watching our former president's press con last night, a man I respect for calling on the military to rethink their stand on supporting President Marcos, our commander-in-chief, because he claims our president is a drug addict. These are careless and unfounded, dangerous statements that are meant to destabilize and divert our country's attention from Congress' mandate to review and expect accountability, transparency from our fellow government colleagues. The confidential funds under the Vice President as Ed Secretary are no exception. So I appeal to our former president, a man I respect. I respect you and I recognize all you have done for me personally, and I am grateful as my family and the people I serve. But just as the previous late President Aquino stepped out of the public scene and out of delicadeza, didn't say anything to question the Duterte's policies on its direction on the drug war, President Aquino stood helplessly by as a full force of the Duterte administration accused, detained, and jailed then Senator Laila de Lima, who has now been exonerated by our courts. Former President Aquino kept his opinions to himself, even as our former President Duterte verbally attacked VP Lenny, wishing her death, mamatay ka na, referring to her as a colossal blunder, So many statements unbecoming of a duly elected president to an elected vice president. And that now you are no longer president, Mr. President Duterte, when you wielded great power during your 6 years, just as former presidents didn't interfere. I pray you do the same. And while you say it is every Filipino's right to speak freely, you, sir, are a former president, and your words bear weight because of the office you once held. And for the sake of our nation, please exercise your right to free speech with great care. I know VP Duterte is more than capable of handling the House investigation into the DepEd funds. She is your daughter. But who will benefit should your call for the military to rethink their support to our president materialize? Please rise above your interest. Ito po ang buhay na pinili natin. Please do not divide our country. Rise above personal political agendas. As a former president, one of those who has stepped down of office with the highest approval ratings, please give President Marcos a chance without being threatened. Please do unto others as others have done to you. This, Mr. Former President, is the golden rule. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We recognize the importance, the existential importance of the statement. And it does affect, certainly, volatility in our markets. But I think it is the decision of the chair to refer the omitting statement of the Honorable Vergara to a separate committee, the Quadcom committee. So at this point, we thank her for the honesty as well as, of course, the bravery for her statements. At this point, may I recognize my good friend, pag congressman niya, congressman ako. Pag governor niya, governor ako. Ngayon, congressman na naman kami. No other than Congresswoman Quaresma of Nueva Vizcaya, chairperson of the Committee on Food Security.
Thank you very much, Chair Joey Salcedo. Welcome, distinguished members of the Joint Committee, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow advocates for sustainable development and food security. It is my privilege to welcome you to this important organizational meeting where we come together to address one of the most fundamental and pressing issues of our time, food security. As we all know, food security is not just about having enough food. It is about ensuring that all people have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. Food that meets their dietary needs and respect their food preferences and cultural traditions, empowering them to lead healthy, active lives. We must remember that food security is a human right, a right that is enshrined in international law and guaranteed by the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The right to feed oneself in dignity, to be free from hunger, and to have access to the means of sustaining oneself. It is not merely a matter of charity or goodwill. It is a legal obligation, a fundamental pillar of justice that every government and international institution must uphold. As member of these joint priorities and map out for collective action. But let us always keep sight of the core principle that bring us here. Every person has the right to be free from hunger and to have access to the nourishment necessary for a healthy and fulfilling life. As we begin this meeting, let us remember that the right to food is not about governments feeding people directly on a constant basis. It is about ensuring that that individuals have the right to feed themselves in dignity by providing the resources, the freedom, and the opportunities to secure their own food. And it is in this spirit of empowerment and responsibility that we are gathered today to discuss on how we can ensure the right to food for everyone. I look forward for the fruitful discussion and collaboration that will emerge from our deliberation, and I'm confident that through our shared commitment, we can take meaningful steps towards realizing the vision of a food-secure Philippines. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Quaresma. Let us now proceed with the organizational meeting. COMSEC, please show the mandate, objectives, basis, as well as the proposed schedule of this joint committee. Next. 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 So it is really smuggling and cartels, basically, in order to mitigate hunger and promote food and nutrition security. Next. So the basis are House Resolution 254, privileges pages, and of course, under the House rules, this ad hoc committee is being given the power to do motu proprio inquiry. Thank you. Given the mandate of this joint committee, would like to present any comments? Hearing none. Given the mandate of this joint committee, would like to present our rules of procedure, which is virtually alike to most rules of procedure of most of the committees here. The rules are attached to the notices. Secretariat, please show the said rules on screen. Next. So yung dalawang batas mo, mako-cover namin. Hindi pa ba pirmado?
Yung IPL.
Hindi pa. Pero yung anti-smuggling.
Yes, okay. Saka yung effectiveness.
The anti-smuggling has no IRR requirement, no?
And it's ineffective.
So it's self-executing. Next. Can you, tanggalin mo nga yung mukha ko. Nakakagulo. Next. Next. So all members. Next. 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 So we still follow the 1/5 rule. And similarly, with respect to the vice chairperson of the entire committee, is also subject to the 1/5 rule. Anybody who has free time is free to approach anyone, and we can nominate you to become a vice chairperson of the ad hoc committee, of the joint committee. Actually, under the House rules, this joint committee or ad hoc committees are the most powerful instrument of Congress because essentially the members are the chairpersons. After 5 minutes, you can say that you have more to say. We will duly give you the forbearance to continue your presentation. Next. 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 Precedents and supplementary provisions. Next. So section 11 means, so this is an inquiry, so everything will be under oath, and therefore, since it's under oath, and therefore subject to a possible motion for contempt under the supplementary rules of the entire House rules. Fortunately for you, our detention centers are filled up. So we have only 8, but some of the rooms are reserved for those who cannot be together in one room. So we have no room for any contempt. But is there a motion to create new facilities for?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
are we done with the
Yes.
rules of the procedure?
Would you like
May,
to?
may I therefore move, Mr. Chair, for the approval of the rules of procedure of the Committees of Ways and Means, Trade and Industry, Agriculture and Food Services, and the Special Committee on Food Security. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, same is approved.
Okay.
So the rules of procedure of the joint committee is hereby approved.
Okay. Mr. Chair, in accordance with the rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation on the House of Representatives, may we also move that we extend this joint committee's period to conduct an inquiry? So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, same is approved. So, first deliberation of House Resolution number 254. Let us now proceed with the deliberation of House Resolution 254. Comsec, please read the title and show in the screen the title of the measure.
House Resolution Number 254 entitled Resolution Authorizing the Committees on Ways and Means, Trade and Industry, Agriculture and Food, Social Services, and the Special Committee on Food Security to conduct a joint inquiry in aid of legislation relative to House resolutions and privileged speeches referred to the mentioned committees, including motu proprio investigations on the implementation of government programs to address smuggling and price manipulation of basic goods and essential commodities, mitigate hunger, and promote food and nutrition security, authored by Speaker Ferdinand Martin J. Romualdez. Sir, Your Honors.
Thank you. So the period to conduct an inquiry in this joint committee on House resolution is hereby extended. Thank you, Representative Reyes. The resolution has been adopted. Nonetheless, may we call on the principal authors of the House Resolution 2036, the basis of the House Resolution 254, to share their thoughts or to sponsor the measure. may call on, of course, our Honorable Speaker Fernandez Romualdez, Congressman Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales, Yasser Alonto Balindong, Roberto V. Puno, Christine Singson Mihan, Representative Camille A. Vergara, yung mga heads of the parties to this Congress, Representative Raymond Democrito C. Mendoza, Representative David J. Suarez, Representative Vincent Franco Duque D. Frasco, Representative Tony Petit Albano, Representative Manuel Jose Manix, our Majority Leader, Dalipe, Representative Marcelino C. Libanan, our Minority Leader, Representative Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos, our Senior Deputy Majority Leader, Representative Ace Barbers, biglang umalis. May I recognize, of course, the presence of Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla of the 2nd District of Cavite and Representative Ana Victoria Veloso Tuason, my favorite, Veloso. So, and Representative Yeda Marie K. Romualdez and Representative Jude A. Asidre. So I think there being no sponsorship speech gives us more time to deliberate. And at any point in time, I think the sponsor, once they appear, they may choose to be recognized. At the outset, let us prioritize the prices of basic commodities. Let's start where it hurts, because this is what affects our people the most. So let me present the groundwork for this inquiry. Next. The background is, of course, based on the latest, controlling food prices remains at 69%, a far first to the next, as the most urgent national concern. Next, across all socioeconomic class. The lowest being the ABC class with 57%. Next, percent of family expenditure. Asan yung food? Oh, food is 41% in 2023. 3.3 lang ba we spend on education? So we spend as much on education as on health. Something's wrong. Next. Average family income by decile. Next. How did the average Filipino income and spending of a Filipino family? Alam mo, mas maganda numbers kaysa may mga ganito. Nakakalito. We'll just distribute the copies of this premise. Next. So we need to demystify inflation. A low current rate of inflation does not mean prices are low. What people feel is the cumulative inflation, which is why Donald Trump won. Because during the period of Biden, actually the cumulative inflation is 25. It's the magnitude that matters. By definition, inflation is the rate of change, not the real price. So a low positive inflation after a period of high positive inflation means prices are still high. So it must go negative. Next. Food inflation has only decelerated recently. It decelerated in August at 3.8 to 1.4, but easily went back to 2.9 in October. Next. People feel food prices are still high. They are at elevated levels from July 2023, end of the COVID emergency. Post-COVID cumulative inflation is 6.36, higher than almost all other major food groups except education. So that's something for the members of the Committee on Higher Education. So mas mabilis na po tumaas ay ang presyo ng tuition kaysa sa pagkain. Next. The average national retail prices for selected agricultural products. This is based on what? This is from DA. Rice special 64, rice well milled 56, rice well milled 50, beef 347, meat pure meat 422, liempo at 350, pork meat with bones 298, dressed chicken 203, chicken egg 9 pesos, bangus at 209. So wala na pala mas mura kaysa 200 ano. Next. Average national retail price for selected agricultural products, ampalaya 104, gano'n na ba kamahal to? Cabbage 93, carrots 137, eggplants 91, petchay 107. Mas mahal pa ang petchay kaysa tomatoes 92, onions, 127. Akala ko pa 700 yan. Garlic at 172, cooking oil at 161, brown sugar at 74, refined sugar at 84. But if you look at the global comparatives for sugar, the Philippines is actually number 2 most expensive sugar in the world. Next. Rice is the number 1 concern as the largest share of the household basket of goods. Naduduling ako. Next. So the problem is the food that we eat affordable, accessible, and safe? So what role do agricultural practices and food production system play in contributing to food insecurity in the Philippines? Naduduling ako. Next. So the problem is the food that we eat affordable, accessible, and safe? So what role do agricultural practices and food production system play in contributing to food insecurity in the Philippines? And how do seasonal fluctuations in food impact food security and nutritional intake among low-income families? Next. Our weakness in food chain value are actually structural. If you look at this chart, if you disaggregate what goes into the cost of food, the Philippines has the highest post-harvest cost. So basically, it's logistical. If you look at the disaggregation, 32.7 ang post-harvest natin compared to only 10% for Thailand. So where is the difference? The basic difference is in inventory carrying, that's cold storage, and warehousing. So pag kinompare mo naman yung transportation, kasi archipelagic tayo, we're 14% versus 9% for Indonesia. In simple language, this would have been just a technological and technocratic solution. You must go into cold storage as well as, of course. So yun ang pinakamaraming kulang. And probably, finally, end the rule of cabotage, which we have. Kasi archipelagic din ng Indonesia. Pero since time immemorial, ang na-change natin yung cabotage rule sa Pilipinas only when foreign shipping lines carry foreign goods but not domestic goods. So, kitang-kita dito na structurally, it is the lack of cold storage that makes food prices really high. So, at least, I don't know how much of the budget of DA is in cold storage. Do you know ASIS?
Sir Chair, it's improving now. Not just cold storage, but post-harvest in general, sir.
Yes. When you say cold storage, what else?
Processing facilities, silos for
Yes.
grains.
So how much?
Um,
10% of your budget?
it's still very small. We actually requested for a higher budget for post-harvest, but unfortunately, the NEP did not give us that much.
Who, DBM?
There is a different opinion, but we understand, sir, that the lack of fiscal space is the reason for that.
So will you, for example, support if we go after the cabotage law?
That has been previously identified in so many hearings, Mr. Chair. And we agree that one of the reasons for these high prices is the price of logistics. The department is also embarking on the development of agricultural ports to also facilitate the transport of agricultural goods. Because
Anyway,
right-
nag-segue lang ako. So may I
Yes, sir.
recognize Congressman Lawrence Defensor, our Deputy Majority Leader. Representative Milagros Aquino Magsaysay. Bakit ang... Kayo ba may-ari ng Magsaysay Lines? Baka pwede kayong pakiusapan. Representative Emilio Bernardino Yulo, 5th District of Negros Occidental. Ano ba siya? Representative Felito Alfel M. Bascug, my God, my favorite, for PWDs, no? Representative Ramon Rodrigo L. Gutierrez, you would have been a vice chairman of this entire committee, kaso it was rejected because your opposition daw. Representative Florida Rida P. Robles, cause sa malayo pa lang, maganda na, of the Lone District of San Jose del Monte City. And Representative Eddie Bong G. Plaza, of course, my good friend from way back. So let's finish. Tapos na ba yun? Next. Let's go. Let's
Mr.
go.
Chair?
Yes.
I just like to add, you're talking about cold storage, right?
Yes, that's right.
So, fortunately, in my district, the DA allocated enough funds for cold storage. So we
Sure,
have
mo.
2 cold storages now in Bungabon, that's the onion capital of the Philippines. But what's happening is the implementation, the mayor there is also an owner of cold storage, of a cold storage. So he was able to come up with a joint agreement with private traders to use the government cold storages that we supplied for his own personal gain. And now the DA is having a hard time to reclaim it because of some legal technicalities. So I was wondering, can this committee pass resolutions so that they can immediately take back
The
those cold
COMSEC is
storages?
hereby instructed to ask for the name of that mayor and
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
shall be asked at the appropriate time. Can we finish the presentation? Ilang pages pa ba? Let's skip na lang. Next. Palay cost in focus. A road to 30 is possible if intermediary costs and losses can be reduced. So this is my own. I studied it very well. And not because I want to pander to the president, but theoretically, there is a way of going to at least, at best, 29 pesos. But no way to 20 pesos. Next. Expensive prices killed. More people die because of malnutrition than in our regional peers. In the Philippines, 5.75% of all deaths are due to malnutrition compared to 0.22 in Vietnam, 0.02 in Vietnam, 0.28 in Malaysia, 0.64 in Thailand. This is immorally shameful. Next. Farmers are hungrier than non-farmers. This is something that really surprised me. So agriculture households are experiencing income loss and food access, probably because of climate change impacts, and probably because of lack of DA support. Next. Next. Impact of high food prices and malnutrition. Some 23.9% of respondents lack protein in their diet as a share of local energy. Some 47.7% of respondents lack carbohydrates. So mas madali pala dahil sa isda. Ganito ba yun? Is this because we have more fish? Therefore, we have less protein deficiency than carbo deficiency. Next. Low self-sufficiency for key sources of calories is below 100%. Ang liit kasi ng mga nandito tuloy. Next. So nasaan ba ang mapula? Oh, it's in southern Mindanao. Basically, bakit orange ang ang Isabela at Cagayan? Anong source nito? This is from PIDS. That's surprising. Why is the food granary of the Philippines, the rice granary, the grains granary of the Philippines? So it's barm. Then, can you just distribute copies of this? So there will be a base. You have it. Okay, next. So I don't have to discuss this. Meanwhile, our neighbors develop surpluses enabling exports. Asa ng Pilipinas? Dun. Next. Agri is the laggard of the Philippine economy. Nag-negative 2.2 pa yata tayo. Next. With a declining share in the economy. Next. And low output per worker. That's the green one, which is why they're poor. Next. Resulting in high poverty rates among farmers. Some farmers have 47.5% poverty versus non-agri of only 11.1. So, alisin na lang natin yung mga farmers. So, we will have lower poverty rate. No, joke. Next. DA's 4-year plan para sa masaganang bagong Pilipinas to optimize cost in the value chain, develop improved post-harvest facilities. Puro na logistics ngayon, value chain, post-harvest system, logistics, transportation, and distribution. So nawala na bigla yung mga dating nakikita natin dyan. Yung masaganang GMA Rice, GMA HBCC, GMA. So that's a very nice policy shift in the DA. We wish to recognize our new secretary, Kiko. And then, of course, health food, small farmers and fisher folks. Next. High value crops development programs. Next. Kayo na lang magbasa. AMAS, binalik nyo yung AMAS? Di ba dito nangyari kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng onion problem? Nakipag G2G2 sa FTI para bumili ng mga onions sa mahal. So, tanggalan kaya natin to ng authority ng G2G.
Sa Gipsaka Act, boss.
Sa Gipsaka Act ba yun? Okay.
Baka we have to review.
So, wag na. We just have to put good people. Kulang ba ang good people sa DA? We have enough good people to make this work? So, there will be no more onion scandal? How much did you spend to buy all those onions at 700 pesos? Remember, you started the high prices by buying, using government money to support prices of onions. Were you there?
The administration of Secretary Kiko was not yet there yet, sir, at that time.
So you're just here to deny it. Okay. Kadiwa ng Pangulo, Food Lane Project, next. Matatapos na ba to? Parang nakakaano. Ba't may legislators dyan? Pagbibintangan na naman kami nito. Enables palay farmers to maximize their income. Assist the legislators and the LGUs in sourcing their palay requirements intended for their constituents. Do I need to discuss that? Let's discuss that at the appropriate time. NFA Modernization Program supports the NFA's buffer stocking mandate by achieving efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of services to NFA's stakeholders. Next. Masagana Rice Industry Development Program. As a roadmap, so matatag. Di ba may kulay ang word na matatag? Buti naman ginamit. So it is on resilience, basically against what? Calamities. Sama-sama means economies of scale. Asis, what do you mean by sama-sama? Clustering, farmers and fisher folk clustering, and what?
Yes, sir.
And consolidation.
For consolidation for the economies of scale, sir.
Kailan na kayo na-consolidate?
We're still in the process of finalizing.
Na-condone na yung mga ano. So
Opo.
there's no more ano, there's greater flexibility for you to consolidate.
Yes, sir.
Not the farms. Consolidate the farmers.
The farmers, yes. Sir.
Anyway, next. Let's go back. I want to finish this. Ganado. What does ganado means? Emphasizes modernization. What is the, ano meaning ng ganado? So, ano nakaka-inspire? You buy at high prices? What?
So we buy at right prices, not high prices. The same time,
And sell at low prices.
and also be able to sell at the right price, fair price.
Ang gaganda ng mga bago niyong ano ha, napapanahon. Encourages digital integration in agriculture. Can you give me one example?
Sir, a good example of this will be our effort now to change the timing of our planting season.
How many farmers have iPhone?
I don't have an idea, but many of them does have iPhone, sir.
So in short, you can come up with an apps where every day the latest rice price transacted can be posted,
That's part of the plan, sir.
or where there is a demand and supply prospects.
Yes, sir. It requires a lot of
In a continuum of 1 to 100, where 100 it is implemented and 0 is nothing. Where are we right now in ganado? 0.
offhand, sir. I think we're
0.
at around 20 to 30%.
Okay. Next, let's finish this na. Ganadong-ganado na si Stella magtanong. Next. Minamadali ko to dahil kay Stella eh. Bantay presyo. Ayan. Finally. Register your mobile number. Daily price updates of various agriculture commodities in major markets nationwide. Ano to? Pang NCR lang?
Sir, the idea is to deploy this system throughout the country.
Okay, next. Philippine Food Fortification Act of 2000. Next. Sorry if I have to bore you with all these things, but apparently we went through the entire gamut of legislation as well as programs. Next. Agri-Economic Sabotage Law, of course. Republic Act 12022. Anti-Agri Smuggling Act. So ano yan? Is that bailable? So non-bailable na. Ang from. Next. Customs Modernization and Tariff Act 10863. The Price Act 7581. Next. Basic commodities under the Price Act: rice, corn, bread, fresh and dried and canned fish, fresh pork, beef, and poultry. So pag may bagyo, may declaration of calamity, all of this is put on hold, no? Bakit langis hindi? Langis, petroleum products, fresh eggs, fresh and processed milk, fresh vegetables, root crops, coffee, sugar, cooking oil, salt. Next, laundry soap, detergents, firewood, charcoal. May gumagamit pa ba ng charcoal? Okay, so you cause climate change. Candles, drugs classified as essential by the Department of Health. We will ask for that list later on. ComSec, you are hereby instructed. So these are the basic incentives under DTI DA DOE JAO number 24. Andyan ba yung kerosene? O, ayan yung kerosene. Finally, LPG. So, wala pa rin yung diesel tsaka gasoline. Paano ko ito gagawin? When I already recognize you as a house. Okay, next, let's finish this. So, end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. But actually, the bricks and mortars of this is stopping smuggling and stopping cartels and improving DA. Tama po ba, sir? Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree totally with the statement of the chair.
Thank you. So at this point, the chair, together with my other co-chairs, is nominating Congressman Wilbur Chama as being nominated as vice chair of the overall committee. You are hereby nominated as a vice chair of this overall committee. So we now have 3 overall vice chair. So I beg the indulgence of our members. Let me ask a few questions. Puro na lang ako. First, let us call on the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before anything else, may I move that our resource persons should take their oath before we proceed with the...
Kaya naman pala
So
kita
move.
ni-nominate dahil mas maalam ka. So, upon the motion of Congressman Palma, may I ask everyone who are here, who are not members of the House, who will be asked later on to please stand up, and may I ask the ComSec to render the oath.
Yes, sir. Please stand up and raise your right hand. I, please state your name. Do solemnly swear that the testimony I will give before the Joint Committee
Of the
or Murang Pagkain Super Committee of the House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you, Chair.
Is the oath here?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, may I be
Yes,
recognized?
Congressman Tulfo.
Yes, sir. Napansin ko po na halos lahat ng government agencies ay narito na. Pero yung mga like farmers, traders, vendors, transportation, wala po dito. Sila po kasi ang makakasagot what is happening on the ground. Yung mga yung nagtatanim ng palay, bakit mahal ang palay, bakit mahal ang gulay pagdating sa palengke. Kasi basing po in our investigations, in our research, ang farm gate po ng mga vegetables mura. Pagdating po sa palengke, nagmamahal. Now, we have a problem here, sir, na trabaho dapat ng ilang ahensya yan, meron hong malaking disparity eh. Sa farm gate, napakamura. Pagdating sa Metro Manila, napakalaki. Ang problema ba sa transportation? Sasabihin naman transport, hindi. Konti lang pinapatong namin. Nasa retail din. Sabihin ng retail, hindi. Pagdating sa amin, mahal na. So, somebody is making money here, Mr. Chair. At ito po ang kailangan nating marinig. Itong mga tao na ito, yung mga farmers po natin, yung mga traders natin, vendors association, transportation, etc., etc., kailangan po nating marinig. Therefore, Mr. Chair, may I respectfully move that representatives from this private business sector be invited to attend the committee hearing in order to hear their inputs, insights, and valuable information that might be helpful for these proceedings, Mr. Chair. So moved.
Second the motion. Mr.
Are there
Chair.
any objection? Hearing none, the COMSEC is hereby, and please get a list from Congressman Tulfo as well as from DA who would know their stakeholders. So, are there any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. May I recognize, of course, the intelligent mayor of Marikina.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, I noticed that the Philippine Competition Commission is not present.
They were invited.
Oh, okay.
Yep, there's a link. With your indulgence, Chair Joey. Yes, we
Just to read, the Philippine Competition Commission, November 26, Honorable Wilfredo M. Imbarrigan. The PCC remains term, however, due to short notice, and with the commission meetings set for November 26, I'm unable to personally attend the same, and our senior personnel cannot attend the deliberation due to prior commitments which can no longer be moved. To reiterate, PCC recognized the integral role of the agricultural sector, blah, blah, blah. As such, the Commission commits to providing technical assistance and participating in any subsequent hearings to be conducted by the committee. Is there any motion to summon all documents pertaining to the hearings of the PCC with respect to its investigation into I keep reading that they've been doing investigating cartels in rice and other agricultural products.
Mr. Chair, there is an ongoing investigation on the onion cartel, and I believe it is on adjudication at the moment. So malapit na po matapos yung case. So
But
yes,
with
I agree
respect
with
to
you.
rice,
With respect to rice, parang wala yata.
so the chair moves. Can you support me?
yes, I second, Mr. Chair.
So the COMSEC, please summon all documents pertaining to all investigations and all other deliberations made at Philippine Competition Commission with respect to rice cartels. So at least we did something with their absence. So at this point, may I now call on PSA to put us in the proper perspective or where we are with respect to food prices. You have a presentation?
I don't have a presentation, Mr. Chair. But
Okay, we will listen to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the food prices, both from the farm gate, wholesale, and retail are available in the PSA. And as also mentioned earlier in the presentation, we have increasing prices for some. I would like to mention our farm gate prices for palay. We have 20.51 pesos per kilo for October 2024. And from that 51 pesos per kilo palay price, we have actually 44.71 pesos per kilo regular milled rice at wholesale, meaning there's a gap between the farm gate price and the wholesale price. And then when we go to the retail price, we have 50.22 pesos per kilo for the regular milled rice, still for October 2024. So I agree, Mr. Chair, with your earlier connotation that there's a gap between the farm gate, wholesale, and retail prices, particularly with respect to rice. As to the inflation for the rice inflation has been increasing from March. The rice inflation has been decelerating rather from March 2024 to September 2024, or for 7 consecutive months, but it increased in October 2024 at 9.6%, but that is also because of what is mentioned earlier, that the inflation is based on the growth rate or year-on-year growth rate of the consumer price index for the current period in comparison with the consumer price index in the same period of the previous year. The reason of the increase of inflation, particularly for rice at 9.6% in October 2024, is due to the increase or to the higher or to the lower inflation in the same period of the previous year, October 2023. As you may remember, the President has imposed a price cap in September 2023 last year, so it reflected with lower inflation in October 2023, which in effect increased the inflation due to base effect in October 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wish others can ask this question. Despite the decrease of tariffs from 35 to 15, you had a 9% increase in rice prices.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you have, I'm sure that PSA subsume what, SRTC? Did you subsume the SRTC or all the other, like NSCB?
The PSA is composed of the 4 statistical agency,
Yes.
the NSCB, the BAS, Bureau of Agriculture.
So kayo sa
Statistics.
numero lang, pero yung mga analytics, where does it lie within the new PSA?
Come again, Mr. Chair.
I'm sure you are in charge of doing the periodicity as well as, of course, the basket, etc., and where to take all the samples. So
Yes,
where
Mr.
does the analytics come in? Where in the entire PSA? Who can explain to me, despite the decrease in tariffs from 35 to 15, still you had a 9.6% increase in rice prices? That's impossible. Harvest season pa.
As mentioned earlier, Mr.
Na-
Chair,
Sino ba dun sa loob ninyo makakasagot sa akin? Kasi mukhang ikaw PSA ka lang, no? Sino
Yes.
ba yung NSCB na dun yun?
the NSCB is now under PSA,
I
Mr.
know,
Chair.
but who is handling the task of NSCB before? The guys who do all these studies, whenever there is, how they call it, PES, you make presentations in the BSP, all those sorts of things. So, can you answer my question na lang?
Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, the increase in the inflation of rice is because of base effect. As mentioned,
What is the base last year? It went down in November last year.
it went down in October last year because of the price cap set by the President in September 2023. Therefore, due to the lower denominator, the inflation is higher in October 2024.
So, price cap.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I wish you can present it here. That's the problem if you don't have a presentation. So what was the price cap? 24? 36?
Price cap was 40. 45, Mr. Chair, last year.
Oh,
September
45. Eh, 44 naman yung sinabi mo ah. Parang layo yata, ma'am. Because there was a 35% decrease in tariffs. And therefore, if it's 44 versus 21, and the price cap last year was 45, so how can there be 9.6%?
Mr. Chair, if I may, the prices of rice month on month is decreasing, though lower rates.
Yes,
It's
between pre-tariffs, post-tariffs. Ano yung...
The price of, for example, regular milled rice in July 2024, when we started, started the implementation of the reduced tariff rate is 50.90 per kilogram. 50.90 pesos per kilogram. And now we have 50.22 centavos. So it decreased by minimal around 70 centavos.
Ano nangyari? So is that a proof of cartel? So all the benefits of reduced tariff just went down the drain? Just mio, perdon. Pwede ba ako mag-resign dito?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized right here, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Congressman Tulfo, then Congressman Briones, who is from the Agri.
Basing on our investigation, my office, yung tariff po, parang instead of magkakaroon po ng savings, hindi ho napupunta lamang po doon sa importers natin. We're talking about tariff doon sa import. Hindi po nababawasan because umiikot po yung mga tao ko every week, yung rice prices sa import po ay nasa 50, 60 pa rin. So the question is, saan napupunta yung tariff reduction natin at 20%? Dahil sa sobrang laki nun. Hanggang ngayon, Mr. Chair, ganun pa rin yung presyo. Pre-tariff, tapos post-tariff, hindi po gumagalaw. Merong iilan-ilan. Pero pag bumili ka na sinasabi ng PSA na 44, 45 pesos per kilo, bibigyan ka lamang ng 3 kilo. Pero pag 60 pesos o 50 pesos binili mo, kahit ilang sako, bibigyan ka ng retailer. So we really have a problem na ma-manipulate na ang presyo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that input. May I recognize Congressman Briones of the Agri sector?
Good morning, Mr.
But
Chair.
of course, you are with respect to livestock, ha?
No. Yung pong executive order na ibinaba ang tariff from 35 to
15.
15, hindi lang po ng July. Panahon pa po ni President Duterte, Executive Order 171 or 170, matagal nang ibinaba yung tariff. So, yun, nung July, ito yung extension na ginawa ni Presidente BBM na Executive Order 62. But in spite of that reduction na ng 20%, ang presyo ng bigas ngayon nagre-range from 55 to 63 pesos. Mukhang mas mataas pa nung dati. So, at nawalan tayo ng revenue na 16.3 billion. So, sinong nakinabang? Mukhang ang nakinabang dito, yun lang mga importer or yung nagkakartel ng bigas. Ito yung sinasabi natin na dapat meron tayong suggested retail price na binibigay ang NEDA or ang DA na makompute magkano ba ang landed price ng imported na bigas. Magkano ba ang tariff, magkano ang lahat ng gastos. And then malalaman natin kung ano talaga ang dapat tubuhin ng importer at malaman natin yung pwedeng ilagay na suggested retail price. Para at least namomonitor natin kung masyado bang malaki ang kinikita ng ating mga importer. Even sa pork, ganun din ang nangyari. Continuously binaba yung tariff from 35-40, naging 15 to 25 yung based sa minimum access volume at saka yung in quota and out quota. Pero mapapansin natin, even sa pork, yun pa rin or mas tumaas pa ang presyo ng pork ngayon. Na kung tutusin yung presyo based sa aming farm gate price ay 300 pesos lang. Pero sila nagbebenta rin ng mas mahal pa doon sa presyo ng lokal. So, talagang dapat talaga magkaroon, matagal ko na ito sinasabi, na magkaroon ng suggested retail price na pinag-aralan ng NEDA at pinag-aralan ng DA based doon sa dapat na mapapatong doon sa farm gate price sa local at imported price,
From PSA, we'll go to Lionel.
landed cost na imported products para
Pero meron
malaman
dalawa.
natin yung dapat na suggested retail price. Yung price cap, hindi pwede yun. Talagang lalong masisira ang merkado kung price cap ang ating gagamitin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. May I call on Congresswoman Ditse Tina Pancho? Ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kasi dito po nadidiscuss yung climate change, high quality seeds, even the machineries and irrigation systems. Pero yung regular activities ng mga smugglers, hindi po yata ninyo na-mention. Kasi like in our committee hearing po in agriculture, ang dami po dong naging meeting and discussions with smuggling activities. Siguro naman by this time, alam nyo na yung short list ng mga smuggler. Meron po ba kayong ginawa dong legal activities man lang o legal case against these smugglers? Sino pwede tanong?
May I know kung kanina mo, of course, it cannot be PSA. It has to be ASIS or NFA. Who would be?
Department of Agriculture, USEC, Perez.
May I call on anybody who is in enforcement at BPI? Is BPI around? Glenn,
Mr.
are
Chair,
you here? Can you answer? Of course, BPI. All rice goes through the SPSIC through the BPI. Yes, Asis, you want to answer?
Mr. Chair, we have the head of our Inspectorate and Enforcement, Asik Karag, who is in charge of this matter. May we request him to respond?
Where is he?
He's present, Mr. Chair.
May please give him a seat and please take your oath. Sir, you can even hear. Comsec, please administer the oath. Sir, please stand up.
Sir, I stood up and took the oath a while ago, sir.
Oh, okay, that's good. So you have taken your oath. So what is your answer to Congresswoman Ditse Pancho? Number one, sir, the question was, do you have a short list of smugglers?
Your Honor, we have a long list of smugglers.
All right. So
The-
do you want it now?
Kahit yung short list lang po.
Ma'am,
May long
the-
Any legal case against these smugglers? Hindi. Yung nga short list, baka wala kayong ginawa eh.
Ma'am, may I just reiterate a few other things prior to actually answering the question. Our problem, ma'am, is the Inspectorate and Enforcement of the DA has no mandate for actually law enforcement. See, we are only under the office of the Secretary. We have no law
Mr. Chair.
enforcement powers.
Excuse me, Mr. J. Kung di po sila in charge, so is in charge.
No,
Kasi kung,
I'm in charge of the Inspectorate and Enforcement Office, ma'am.
so
But
inspection
that-
lang po kayo, pero wala kayong
we have-
police power
We have
na-
no mandate for law enforcement.
Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, sino yung involved? Kasi kung mag-explain lang siya ng mga legalities and all,
When we do operations, ma'am, we have to coordinate with the NBI, Coast Guard, Customs, and other law enforcement agencies, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, do you have any representative from this group?
Are you not in the first border?
We are in the first border as regulatory agencies, sir. Either BPI, BFAR, BAI, and MIS.
You just ensure that biosafety.
Yes, sir. Food safety.
So-
We have no powers for law enforcement.
Siguro,
That's not
Mr.
under
Chair,
our mandate.
Would
kung
you
sino
like-
yung may mandate. Kasi useless lang po kung mag-explain po kayo eh. Ang gusto po natin makita ko ano naging action against these smuggling activities. Kasi ang dami po namin committee meeting under Chairman Envergad, pero wala naman po yatang ginawa. So, kahit mag-create po tayo ng multiple committees, I think it's useless.
Anyway, at this point, before you answer, the chair hereby, how do you call that? Ask for the submission of your long list of suspected smugglers. Do you have it?
Sir, these are only the cases of the people that
It's okay. We will not.
that we have caught.
We might go into how do you call that? A closed hearing. So we just have. But anyway, if you don't submit that, but our rooms are full, so you're safe with me. So can you just submit to the committee secretary? We will just take that upon advisement, meaning to say it's not something like it's a finite or it's a definite list of smugglers. So at least give us a lead, give them a time to defend themselves.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do so.
May I now command the COMSEC to please get the list, but don't publish until we give them a chance to taste our detention centers.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
One-
Before you go there, ma'am, global rice prices went down from 574 per metric ton to 496 per metric ton. So that's a 14% decline during the same period that Madam PSA is talking about. So how, and even if the peso went down from 58 to 59, so how the hell are we in 55 pesos per kilo of rice? So anyway, you can proceed. I just wanted you to add more to the compelling that something's very wrong and it cannot. It's something wrong with the markets. Anyway, Congresswoman Diche, it takes a woman to ask. I don't know how to ask that question, but since you asked that question, thank you very much. Then
Opo,
you can
Mr.
proceed.
Chair. And another thing, Mr. Chair, if we have any representative from LGUs, kasi ang concern natin is the whole country, yung Philippines.
Kunin mo na.
Maybe we should narrow down the budget dun sa region or maybe sa
Ang
province,
aga naman ng ano na.
city or municipalities that is really interested in agriculture. Kasi kung makita natin, Mr. Chair, ang LGUs ngayon, ang concern is land conversion. So how come nako-convert yung land na yan? Aggregated agricultural land po yan. Di ba? How come? Tapos maghihingi sila ng budget for road widening. Tapos magugulat ka lang, may kinikrate doon na housing, commercial, industrial, warehouse. Pero that is intended for the farmers. Accessibility to road, di ba? So any representative from who can answer my question, bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng land conversion? Kasi kahit magbigay tayo ng budget, kung ang concern ng LGUs is land conversion, there's something wrong with us. Mr.
I
Chair.
think in the next hearing, we will ask the DAR because that's properly within their jurisdiction under our laws.
So we have no resource person from there, Mr. Chair?
As far as we're concerned, the LGUs have 10% flexibility in declaring lands from agriculture to non-agricultural. So right now, I don't think we have the proper resource person. But we are duly noting your question and we will look for somebody who can answer your question.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Next is, may I recognize Congressman Saldi S. Villa, the Lone District of Siquijor, who is now very famous tourist spot. So, PSA, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So that's only rice, huh?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, when we speak of hunger, what does this mean? May I now ask FNRI, are you around? Food and Nutrition. Kasi baka naguhula-hula lang kami kung talagang ano. May call on Dr. Mildred Girindola, Supervising Science Research Specialist. Are you here? Ma'am? You're recognized. You can sit beside Bong Plaza. You're safe there. You don't have a presentation. Next time, ComSec, every time we ask for the evidence-based, database, I think our resource person, especially scientists, should have their presentation. So ngayon, ma'am, may we be enlightened of the latest nutrition stat and Philippine food nutrient model?
Yeah. So good morning, everyone.
Alam mo ba kayo ang Biblia ko nung nandun ako lagi sa tabi ni Gloria?
Yeah.
I never start a policy without looking at the FNRI studies because that leads to all the other policies.
So based on our recent data, based on the 2018-2019 expanded National Nutrition Survey, 56% of our Filipinos are food insecure. So it means that 6 out of 10 of Filipino households are food insecure. So we asked this based on self-reported questionnaire. In the past 30 days, these questions were experienced from being food insecure in terms of being afraid to be out of food until it becomes hunger in a sense. And this food insecurity, we know, has direct effect on malnutrition. And for the past 20 years, we can see that stunting among our under 5 children remains for 20 years. So we are one of the country in the world, the top 10 in the top 10 with the highest stunting rate. And we can just imagine what's the effect.
Ano yung stunting rate namin?
Stunting is around from 33%. Now it's about 27%.
So nag-improve
So it's
naman.
decreasing, but still, we're talking of 3 out of 10 under 5 children who are stunted. And it's very high compared to our neighboring countries because they are into declining their stunting rate.
How many food groups are there?
Food groups,
Yes.
maybe my colleague here can explain further.
Carbo, grow, and go.
Yeah. So we have a lot
So
of...
where are we deficient?
We are, in general, deficient in most of our foods. While I'm listening, you say that Filipinos have good adequacy for protein. It's because basically the staple food rice is also high in protein, and we're getting our protein from our staple food rice. So that's why. But when we talk of the healthy foods, about 80% of Filipinos cannot afford healthy foods. That's based on the FAO data. 80%. Because we know that fruits, vegetables, fish, meat are very expensive, and our poor Filipinos cannot afford.
So you're
except
accusing
for rice.
Congress of doing nothing?
It's a whole of society approach, so all of us have a role to play, and yeah.
So,
So it's
Ma'am, you have something there. Can we have a copy of that?
actually we have hard copies of presentation.
You have USB?
Yeah. USB. Yeah.
The FNRI is under what? DOH, DOST?
We are under the Department of Science and Technology, so we are the research arm of the government specific for food and nutrition research.
So you're more likely to tell the truth.
So we're the one,
You're not under the NNC.
we're not under the NNC, so we're a research agency.
You're not under the National Nutrition Council.
We are a member, governing board, the DOST is a member of the National Nutrition Council.
But not FNRI itself.
DOS, so we sit in the technical committees of the National Nutrition Council.
Ano ba to? Pwede ba natin tong pa-Xerox? Dapat,
may-
dapat para to ma-Xerox para lahat
Actually, we have,
makapag-comment dito. Mukhang there's more to this than what you're saying.
Maybe my colleague,
Can I ask,
Mr. Chair,
did you take your oath?
I haven't.
Can you stand up and your colleague to please take your oath? Comsec? Okay lang.
Good morning, ma'am.
Don't worry, our detention centers are full. My goodness.
Please stand
Please
up.
stand up, ma'am.
Please stand up and raise your right hand. Yeah. I, please state your name,
I, Mildred Ogirindola,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that the testimony I will give
that the testimony I will give
before the Joint Committee
before the Joint Committee
on Murang Pagkain Super Committee
on Murang Pagkain Super Committee
of the House of Representatives
of the House of Representatives
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
So
Thank
help
you.
me God.
So, sino yung tinawag mo kanina?
She has the
Asan na siya?
discorded.
So may presentation ka?
Nasa pa. Laptop.
I'd rather that we go through this because this is where it hurts. When you don't have food, you get malnutrition, you get stunting, you get wasting, you get everything, especially compared to other countries. May comparison ba dito sa ibang countries?
But I think,
Wala.
well, hindi ko po nalagay.
Kahit yun, hindi nyo malagay.
Based on the ASEAN, I think we're the second, and in the world, we are in the 10th for stunting.
We're 10th in the world
Yes.
out of 183.
So
Mr. Chair,
So Ethiopia is better than us.
we are comparable to other more lower income countries. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, can we now, ma'am, you can please sit down there so we can listen to you. ASEC, Carlo, no. There. Can you just go through the proper pages?
Ayan.
Yeah, please sit down. Ilang pages ba to?
So maybe I will just
Go through the right
go
page.
through the. So this is based on the expanded National Nutrition Survey.
Next.
Yeah. Next. Yeah. So the National Nutrition Survey, actually we changed our methodology for the conduct of National Nutrition Survey. Before, it's just to represent the national data, the national situation. But in 2018, 2019, and 2022, we have this called Expanded National Nutrition Survey to cater to the needs, particularly of the local government units, because they say that at the national level, they cannot do
It's okay.
something because they cannot see where is my province, where is my locality. So we cater to that, and the PSA approved a new methodology for the conduct of expanded national nutrition survey, wherein the sampling size of this survey quadruples, so it's 4 times more, just to make sure that the 82 provinces and the 33 highly urbanized cities and 3 special areas will have their own survey, their own results that they can use for their
It's okay, ma'am.
program implementation.
I think your
Next.
methodology is better than before. So can
Yes,
you
po.
now go to the prevalence of food insecurity in 2018, 20...
Next.
Next. Kasi the next questioner is...
So this food insecurity among households is based on the Household Food Insecurity Access Scale, or the HPS. It is a self-reported experience in the past 30 days.
Okay, next.
So we can see here the national level data. So 56.3 at the national level ang food insecure. And we have this here, the regional results. So we can find sino po yung region na mas mataas yung food insecurity compared po doon sa mas mababa. So yung above doon sa red line na 56.3, so makikita natin, ito yung mga regions na mataas yung food insecurity. So yung nakabilog nga dyan na 81.1, so yun yung region, nakikita natin, yung region ng BARM. At ang may mas pinakamababang food insecurity, so lower than the national level of 56.3, so ito yung NCR, Cordillera, Central Luzon, Cagayan. So nakita natin, ito yung mga nasa Luzon area. So sila yung mga mas food secure based dito sa survey natin. Next. So at the individual level, so nakita, ito na po yung food, nutritional status.
Next.
At the different food groups. So children under 5. So ito na po yung pinapakita ko. So dito nga po nag-start tayo ng 2003 hanggang 2021. So nakita natin from 33.8 noong 2003, may pagbaba naman yung stunting, yung nasa taas po, pero napaka-slow, no? So 26.7. That's what I'm telling na still 3 out of 10 Filipino children under 5 are stunted. So yung malnutrition yung sinasabi ko dyan pertaining to stunting. So pag sinabi po nating stunting, ito yung pagkabansot, no? So mababa yung taas niya para sa edad niya. So yung wasting naman po, yung pagkapayat. So mababa yung timbang sa height niya. Samantalang yung blue line, so ito yung overweight for height. So parang hindi pa natin masyadong problema sa ating mga kabataan yung overweight. So ang problema talaga natin stunting and yung wasting na 5.5, ang classification pa rin yan ay poor in terms of severity. Next slide. Ayan, so ito yung details no ng stunting among our 0 to 5. Next. So at the national level, no? So sabi natin about 28%. At ano yung region na may mas mataas na stunting kumpara doon po sa national level at sino yung mas mababa yung stunting kumpara sa national level? So ito naman po yung mga areas na nakikita natin. So we have Western Visayas, so 4 out of 10. Yung BARM, 36%, Zamboanga, Mimaropa, Bicol Region, and so on. So ito yung mas mataas sa national. Puntahan naman po natin yung mas mababa. So consistent, no? So yung Central Luzon, Northern Ilocos Region, Calabarzon, NCR, Cordillera.
Okay.
Next po.
I think we have what you have. We will provide copies. I
Yes.
think basically we already have
Yes,
established that stunting has not gone
Yes,
down.
yes po. So,
And based on regions, we will provide copies.
mm.
So now, please just stay there.
Okay po.
Let me ask also our... Asa ba dito si ano? Sino? Oh.
Can I answer the question?
No, later na lang. May I ask somebody I know, a very bright person? Lionel, do you have a presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a
He's
presentation.
actually advising the SWD on matalino at malusog na bata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ba't wala? Asan yung kay Lionel?
Ang next na magtatanong si Ma'am
Stella. Oh,
o si Ma'am Robes.
okay. Please proceed.
Good morning, distinguished chairpersons and members of the Murang Pagkain Super Committee. I am Lionel Tanganco, representing the Malusog at Matalinong Bata Coalition. We're a policy advocacy group against malnutrition, and I have a short presentation, just 11, 12 slides, to highlight malnutrition and to add a bit to what our scientists from the DOST FNR have already presented. Next slide, please. So as many of us know, 1 in 3 to 4 Filipino children under 5 years old is stunted or too short for their age. More than just genetics, it's really a sign of chronic undernutrition. And it impacts not only physical growth, but also cognitive development, and which is why we care so much about it, because it's something that affects the future of our people. Next slide, please. Our performance in reducing stunting has been relatively flat compared to our ASEAN neighbors. And this is quite unfortunate that we've been overtaken by countries that have been in worse off positions than ourselves before, such as Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar. These are countries that 2 decades ago had stunting rates of higher than 40%, even 50%, and they've overtaken us. And we're second worst in the region, next to Indonesia. Next slide, please. As mentioned also earlier, the Philippines is among the top 10 countries globally with the highest number of stunted children. This is in terms of the absolute number of children, not just the stunting rate. If we try to estimate using rates, we're talking about 3 to 4 million children at any point in time whose economic futures are limited because of undernutrition. So it's something we really have to address po. The reason why, next slide please. The reason why we care about undernutrition so much is because the impact of stunting goes far beyond just height. It results in underdeveloped brains, as 90% of a child's brain develops before the age of 5. So you see on the screen po the differences in brain scans of children at 3 years old after the critical window of the first 1,000 days from conception to 2 years old. And the effect of this is lifelong. Yeah. Next slide, please. Paano po siya lifelong? It's because undernutrition in the first 1,000 days from conception causes irreversible physical and mental damage that create lifelong disadvantages for the people who are stunted. Children suffering from stunting have underdeveloped brains and have diminished mental ability and learning capacity. And when they grow up, when they're in school, there's proof that malnutrition increases the chance of grade repetition and lowers the chance of completing school. So they lack qualifications and skills. And the result when they grow up is that there's reduced earnings in adulthood and contribution to society, because from childhood until school age, there's little human accumulation. So it really limits the job prospects of individuals and their ability to escape poverty. Next slide, please. Furthermore, undernutrition traps people across generations. So it might be actually one of the ways through which poverty is intergenerational, and it's not just through education, but also nutrition. You'll see po on the figure on the left, an illustration of the medical evidence that stunted children, when they grow up to be mothers, they're more likely to have stunted kids of their own as well, because they are malnourished. But there's also evidence, and there's hope, that addressing undernutrition promotes upward social mobility. Children who are well nourished during their early years have 5 to 50% higher incomes as adults and are 33% more likely to escape poverty. So now we go to what drives stunting and undernutrition and how does it relate to food. A World Bank study based on our 2015 National Nutrition Survey data grouped the drivers of stunting into the following 5 categories. So I'll go through them quickly lang po. The first is lack of household food security and food diversity. So 2 things po yun, busog tsaka nutritious po yung pagkain. So the questions here are the questions na nakakain po ba ng food rich in protein, food rich in iron, vitamin A, and other macro and micronutrients. Second would be the poor prenatal environment, including the mother's nutrition status, no, as measured by the mother's body mass index, the mother's height, among others. A third po would be poor home care and feeding practices. So halimbawa, nakakapag-breastfeed po ba? Tama po ba yung timing of complementary breastfeeding, yung introduction of semi-solid food and then solid food? Fourth would be healthcare-related things, especially postnatal, so vaccinations. And fifth would be yung household water, sanitation, and hygiene situation. And we'll see po that the major drivers of stunting, the three of the five major drivers of stunting are actually related to food. So it's something that really has to be addressed. Next slide, please. As a snapshot of our food diversity situation, you'll see po that our people consume much less protein and other nutritious food necessary for brain and body development, leading to the prevalence of stunting. So flash on the screen is the consumption of different food types, yun po yung mga orange. It's by the bottom 40% of households by income, compared to the dark green line, which is 100%, na recommended amounts po ng DOST FNRI. So the orange bars is from 2015 FICE, or Family Income and Expenditure Survey data. So our poorer households are only consuming 18% of the vegetables that they're supposed to be consuming, 12% of the eggs they're supposed to be consuming, 52% of the meat and pulses or nuts that they're supposed to be consuming, 18% of the milk and milk products. Di na po namin nasama, Mr. Chair, but our people are actually over-consuming rice at 167% of the recommended amounts. But it's hard to blame them when food prices are very high. And there's a documented economic phenomenon that when food prices soar, households try to maintain their consumption level of staple foods, so in our case, it's rice, at the expense of more nutrition-dense foods. So dahil po mataas yung presyo ng bilihin, kanin na lang or instant noodles on rice yung kinakain para busog. Pero hindi po yun masustansya. So, yun. Next slide, please. What can we learn from countries that have rapidly reduced stunting? There are 4 countries that a lot of international observers usually talk about. Peru, Vietnam, Brazil, and Thailand. They've really quickly reduced their stunting rate. And next slide, please. Among other things, on the food side, these countries made sure that a balanced meal is affordable. And it's especially important that we look at the whole meal, not just our staple. And if we focus first on the blue dots here on the graph, we'll see the cross-country relationship between food prices and stunting. On the vertical axis, we see the share of population that are unable to afford a healthy meal. And on the horizontal axis, it's the stunting rate, and we see a positive relationship. So that means that the more people are unable to afford a healthy meal, the higher the stunting rate. The Philippines is the yellow box there po. We're above the average, which is the red line, with 48% of people unable to afford a balanced meal. And so yeah, we're above the global average po of 35.4%. Next slide. And this is why we strongly support the objectives of the Super Committee to lower food prices, and we offer our technical support, Mr. Chair, for policies to make food cheap and to eradicate malnutrition. Thank you very much po.
Lionel, isa lang tanong ko. May comparative analysis ka ba yung parang in dollar terms, what is the price of a balanced meal per country?
We'll check, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, because you just said that sinabi mo na yung balanced meal is expensive in the Philippines. So how do we compare to others? Anyway, at this point, may I recognize my good friend, my clubmate, Congresswoman Janet L. Garin of the 1st District of Iloilo, where I'm always absent, you're always absent. Representative Arnan C. Panaligan, the 1st District of Oriental Mindoro. Now, for the questions, may I now recognize Congresswoman, the star of all seasons, Stella Kimbo. Well, that's because of your name, Stella, not because of any other thing.
Salamat, Mr.
After you, it would be Rita Robes.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is an interagency body on inflation, the IMO, which is co-chaired by DOF and NEDA. So may I know if we have representatives from either DOF or NEDA?
We have from DOF. Okay. DOF?
The
NEDA. Oo nga eh.
Are they here?
Diba, sabi mo may NEDA. Sabi mo may DOF. Observe.
So
Sino? Sinong taga DOF? Sino?
Representative from DOF.
We have three. Director Cheryl Carbonell, are you here?
Good morning, sir. I am from
Ah,
the
DTI
DTI,
pala
sir.
yan. Jemki Flor Sakar. Dr. Emmy Macabales. Here. Ah,
Highlights.
Ana Isabel Leahano. Natakot yata sa detention. Wala na tayong makukuha nito. ASCOM. Pero but ASCOM is with BOC. May I ask if anybody here is with DOF? Punta ka na dito.
Interjection lang daw si Contour po kanina. Tatanong daw siya.
Yeah, okay. So, after Robes, it will be Janet. After Janet, it will be Erwin Tulfo. Because kanina, interjection lang naman yun. Yes, okay. Stella, shoot.
yes, so obviously, Mr. Chair, gusto natin malaman kung ano nangyari sa presyo matapos ang tariff reduction to 15%. And obviously, ang DOF at NEDA ang nagrekomenda ng tariff reduction. So may we know at this point kung magkano na ang landed cost ng imported rice before tariffs? I suppose nagmo-monitor kayo.
Mr. Chair, as much as I want to answer it now, we're yet to finalize the data. So actually, I'm in charge with only the enforcement side. So I was actually expecting the other representative to be the one to answer since this is the question pertains to the pricing.
Don't worry, this is just our first meeting. So
Yes, no, but okay, but do you monitor?
Of course, we can
Okay,
provide.
so you confirm that you recommended, DOF recommended the tariff reduction?
I will have to check on that.
Ang hindi mo alam. Alam mo naman na nag-reduce ang tariff.
Yes po, but but with the specifics,
Hindi mo alam ang role ng DOF,
I know po.
which is
As explained po,
with respect to the tariff reduction.
yep, but as explained, my part lang po is on the monitoring po on the enforcement side. That's why I cannot officially answer po. But I will provide the answer po. I will just have
Okay
to
lang, may listahan tayo na.
confirm with the official.
Okay, but can you confirm, kasi I have some data here, but it's a little bit outdated. Well, the latest that I have here is like March. Landed cost is about 33.38. And I wanted to compare that with farm gate price, which is about 24.52 for the same month. So I wanted to know if it's the same trend today. In other words, mas mababa ba ang presyo ng imported sa local?
Ma'am, may I most respectfully request for the data because I'm not actually privy of the data that is being discussed right now.
Hindi, kasi di ba, bilang chair itong interagency on inflation, at alam naman natin na ang dahilan kung bakit nireduce natin ang tariff is precisely to address inflation. 'di ba? At kayo ang nagmo-monitor, kaya ang tanong is, naging effective ba ang policy na to? Kaya, yan ang kailangan natin tignan, di ba? So, ang tanong is, pag dumadating ba ang imported rice dito, at since mas mababa na ang tariffs, dapat mas mura ang imported rice, di ba? Tama? Pero bakit, katulad ng tanong kanina ni Chair, bakit hindi bumababa ng bongga ang presyo ng bigas sa merkado? Yun ang tanong, right? So can you confirm also that when the tariff reduction was proposed, the forecasted price of rice would be somewhere between 41 to 44 pesos. And that would be at a 20% tariff rate. So dapat at 15%, mas mababa pa dapat ang presyo ng bigas. So sabihin natin, what, 38 pesos? So yun ang, meron kasi akong document dito, but it's from NEDA. So I suppose, since you co-chair this interagency, I'm sure you have seen this document as well. So yun ang tanong ko. Well, you should be, right? The fact that you're here to represent the agency that co-chairs this interagency on inflation, it is your duty to at least know what is happening with respect to rice inflation, hindi po ba? So, yun ang tanong. Bakit hindi natin na-achieve kung ano yung na-forecast na presyo ng bigas matapos ang tariff reduction? Kasi syempre, ang laki ng foregone tariff revenues as a result of the tariff reduction. So bakit hindi natin na-achieve ito? So yun ang tanong for DOF.
I will just have to verify, ma'am, and I'll give the answer, but because as
I'm already telling you that that's a situation. You don't need to verify. I'm already telling you na yun na nga mas mababa naman talagang landed cost, right? Compared to the farm gate price. Plus. Kasi pinakita na nga ni Chair Joey kanina dun sa kanyang presentation, farm gate price, 23 pesos, plus all the add-ons, retail price is about 55.6, di ba? So, if landed cost is 33.38, more or less, and you add the 15% tariff, di dapat 38 pesos lang ang imported. So, hindi ba with that, edi dapat magkaroon ng downward pressure on the market price. So ang tanong is, bakit hindi pa natin na-achieve yung forecasted lowering of price as a result of the substantial reduction in tariffs?
again, ma'am,
You can interject.
I will have to verify that as much as I want to answer, but it's just that I'm not actually privy to the document that is being presented right now. We were not provided with the document as well. That's why we cannot disclose,
I am asking you, di ba sinabi nyo kanina, ang unit ninyo is tasked with monitoring, tama?
Yes po.
So ano ang namomonitor ninyo sa merkado? Alam naman natin na more or less yon ang sitwasyon. I'm sure you agree with me na bumaba ang presyo ng imported rice after tariffs. Yes?
Yes po.
Oh, okay. So, ano ang namomonitor ninyo sa merkado as a result of the tariff reduction?
Stella,
Chair, if
can
I
we, apparently she is not in a position to answer you without going to the detention center.
No,
Do you have anyone with you who can answer that? Yeah, apat ho kayo na taga-DOF.
I think the other one po kasi is from the
So ano pong position ninyo sa DOF?
actually, as explained earlier, I'm from the revenue operations group, but my task actually is on the enforcement
Okay,
side.
Revenue Operations Group.
Yeah,
How, ano po yung foregone revenues natin as a result of the tariff reduction?
I would have to
You also don't know.
yes po.
But you're with the
again,
Revenue Operations Group.
yes po, but again, my the role my role po is on the
Enforcement.
on the checking po on the enforcement side lang po muna.
Okay, so
As far because this one is just an initial I believe this is just an initial presentation po for it as far as the subject is concerned po. So but I could definitely provide you the specifics
So,
po.
what information can you readily provide with respect to enforcement?
Yes po, in terms of checking po with the seized commodities po sa sa
Seeds?
smuggling, yes po.
Seeds?
Seized po, seized.
Seized
Yeah.
commodities.
But it's insofar as what the Bureau of Customs has submitted also to the office, because the Revenue Operations Group is tasked to monitor also the performance of the Bureau of Customs.
So, okay, can you at least ask your unit kung magkano ang foregone rice tariff revenues from the time that we reduced tariffs to 15% up to today? Is that something that you can compute?
We
You
can
right?
provide po within the day, but if I may po, respectfully request for a few
Sorry?
few leniency po on the time that I can
Yes.
actually confirm muna with the team.
Yes, I'm respectfully requesting that information from you.
I will give within the day po, madam.
Yes, okay. So,
Mr. Chair.
for now.
Kong Stella. Kong Stella.
Yes.
Actually, I wanted to ask a question in relation to your question, but not to DOF or NEDA. But because DA gave a pronouncement that we will realize yung the effects of the tariff by January. So my concern is on what basis? So I don't know if it's the same question. Baka we could
Yes.
also hear
yes,
from
I was
DA.
about to. Yes.
Sorry. Thank
yes,
you.
either DA or if not, well, Neda's still not here. Yes, DA. Is DA here? Siguro naman. Oh, he left. Pagbalik na lang niya. Meanwhile, can we ask BOC? May we know the increase in import volumes as a result of the reduction in tariff? Dumami naman siguro, tama?
I'll verify that, Your Honor. My team is verifying that. But initial reports, I believe, yes. And to answer the query of the chair a while ago, per the records of the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor, the foregone revenue is about 12 billion pesos from the time the law was implemented. Landed cost, as of now, Your Honor, again, I will verify this. It should range between, if it's coming from Vietnam at 5% broken, it should be about between 38 and 39 pesos. I'm sorry, 39 to 40 pesos coming from Vietnam. If it's Myanmar, it should be between 38 to 39 pesos, Your Honor, at 5% broken.
So that's before the tariff.
This is at the 15% tariff rate already.
O sige,
Your
so
Honor.
pareha pala tayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, okay. So in short, wait, ikaw pala may alam eh. So in short, Mr. Chair, it really doesn't make sense, right? Kasi 55 pesos yung local, tapos ang imported is 39. Nag-increase naman ang volume. So bakit?
We believe so, Your Honor. I think there's an increase in the volume because of the lowering of the tariff. There's more incentive to import.
So, okay. If I may show a graph, Mr. Chair, just quickly. Sa RTL experience natin,
Did you give it to us already?
I asked the may I ask the ComSec to load the
Because
graph?
after you, Congressman Tulfo and Congressman Brones would like to make some interjections.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, ito ang rice inflation rate mula 2015 hanggang 2024. Makikita po natin yung mabilis na pagbagsak ng inflation rate matapos natin na pinasa ang rice tariffication law in 2019. Kasi ang ginawa po ng RTL was that, of course, ang naging effect ng RTL was dumami yung imports. So nung dumami yung imports, nakita natin, dahil of course, mas murang imports, ang naging effect is ang laki ng binagsak ng inflation rate and immediate yung bagsak ng inflation rate. So, and so yun ang gusto natin malaman, right? Of course, 2024, if you look at the orange dot, that was the point in time na bumagsak yung tariff rate natin to 15%. Makita naman natin na since mataas ang inflation rate right before we did that, which was about 23.13%, makita naman natin, in fairness, bumagsak din naman ang inflation rate after that to about 8.83%. However, if we look at the prices itself, ang liit ng binagsak, which is it went from only 51 pesos per kilo to about an average of 50.68. So, yun ang tanong natin, di ba? Bakit hindi masyadong malaki yung effect on the levels? So, baka nga merong pagsasabuatan. Okay, so I go back to BOC. Sir, sino ang top importers of rice?
Ma'am, we can provide you the list within the
Can you just give us the 5 names? Top importers of rice?
Companies. Ma'am, to be accurate, can you give us a little bit of time? We'll just ask our
Okay, and
revenue
while
collection
you're
monitoring.
pulling up the list, may I also ask, Mr. Chair, DA, BPI, I believe nandito si Director Glenn. May we ask about the SPC6? Kung pagdating sa rice, ano ba ang patakaran sa issue ng SPC6? Pareho rin ba yan sa onions? It's exactly the same? May we know ilan ang issuances ng SPC6 for rice? Ilan ang utilized? And may we know kung ano yung may listahan ba kayo ng company na may biggest volumes? Yes. O if you have your list with you, kung sino ang
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Yes, po.
Yes, Glenn.
Yes, po, ma'am. We do have the list here with us on the SPSICs in 2024 for SPICs issued, it's 5,688 with utilization of 62%, 62.20, and the actual volume arrived of 4.162 million metric tons.
Grabe Akala ko ba 3.9 million lang tayo this year?
4.1. 4.1 na sir, actual
Ang ba
arrivals
dumating?
as of November 21st.
compared to last year?
Compared to last year, we were at
4.1.
3.606 million.
So malaki ang in-increase. Obviously as a result of the
According
tariff.
to the data pa.
May I ask the ComSec to please secure a copy of the document of Director Glenn Panganiban?
Do you have the list of the companies,
Meron po tayo dito, sir, yung ma'am, top 10.
the top 10?
But we can provide you with the...
Can you
May,
just read into
may
the
I
records?
just, can you just bring it here and I'll
Yes,
read it? No, from
Sige,
Asis.
no,
Asis, you have it in your laptop eh.
We also have it in the hard copy that we will submit to you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Glenn? Para hindi na makabalik yan sa'yo. Thank you. So in lieu of Congresswoman Ria Vergara, may I recognize Congresswoman Rida Robes, who is the Senior Vice Chair. Okay. So ito. Pakuha na lang ng USB. BLY Agriventure Trading, 280,000 metric tons. Atara Marketing, 204,000 metric tons. Horizon Free Enterprise, 187. Macman Rice, 159. RBS Universal, 141. King Bee Company, 135. River Valley Distribution, 131. Lucky, I'll give you a copy. You have a copy already? Can we have it Xerox? My suspicion is they're the same people.
I was same here. So may we know,
No,
if
we'll do,
the JIS.
we'll do then. This is an inquiry, so we will, the due diligence, yes.
Yes, so if we can also ask the SEC to attend the next
So,
hearing and
the COMSEC is hereby, ang dami mo nang gagawin. Is hereby-
to secure the JISs of all
secure
of
the
these.
GIS, the general information sheet of these companies from the Securities and Exchange.
Yes, and then may we go back, Mr. Chair, to BOC? And can you just read
Can
into
it
the
be your
records?
last question?
Sorry, just one, before we go to BOC, maybe ask Director Glenn, anong dahilan kung bakit 62% lang ang utilization ng
Ma'am, I'm here. Hello.
yes. Oh,
Yes po.
Pinalapit ko na sa iyo.
Awa. Ma'am, actually yung kanila pong reasons pagka po amin silang pinapag-explain is it's because of logistics po. Halimbawa po kasi may certain period po na baka ma-delay yung kanilang shipment. So number 1 po yon. And number 2, pagka po yung, yun nga po, for any unforeseen circumstances po, they have an extra para meron po silang i-present to their suppliers para ma-issuehan po sila ng phytosanitary certification.
Can you go to your
yes.
last question?
And then just BOC, may we hear from you, BOC, sining top importers?
Mr. Chairman, the top importers as of November 7, 2024 is Bly Agri Venture Trading, Atara
Ganda.
Marketing Incorporated,
It's almost the same.
Horizon Free Enterprise, Macman Rice and Corn Trading, and BS Universal Grains and Traders.
One owner.
But we'll try to provide you with an updated list as of last week, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. This is just the same data as DA because we agreed on a cutoff for November 7.
Yes, but actually they're not exactly the same, Mr. Chair.
Almost the same. Almost the same.
Pero may,
We will get,
Yes.
ASCOM, just give and we will make comparison. Pero they're almost the
yes,
same.
can you just please submit?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pwedeng for last year and for this year,
We'll do, ma'am.
same with BPI. Right, thank you. Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Pasensya ka na. Pero mga ano na kasi ito senior citizen. So, the priority rights based on law. So, Overtaking Janet Garin, may I now call on Congressman Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address my next question to, or my question to the BPI. Mr. BPI, Mr. Chair, tanong ko lamang po, nabanggit niyo ho yung utilization na tinanong po ni Congresswoman Kimbo, bakit yung utilization mababa? So, may explanation ho kayo na sobra kasi nga baka unforeseen reasons, so hino-hold nila. Isn't that aren't you considering that na hoarding, sir? Isn't it hoarding already? Kasi, for example, nag-import siya ng 100,000 metric tons. Ang kanyang utilization lang is 20,000. Saan napunta yung 80,000? That's a very poor excuse, Mr. BPI, by saying na wala pong kailangan unforeseen. Unforeseen what? Talagang gano'n ho, pag nag-business ka, may mga unforeseen things na kailangan mong tugunan o kailangan mong, it's a part of your business. Don't you see that as hoarding? Yung holding back yung 80,000 example lang? You comment on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Apo.
please.
Thank you po. Sir, actually po, yung pong paggamit po nila, pag-utilize, kasi nga po may duration po yung SPS IC natin. So, with regards to hoarding, I cannot comment po kung yun po ay I can consider it hoarding. Pero pinapag-explain po nga namin sila about their utilization. Actually, sir, ang amin po kasing concern is on the sanitary and phytosanitary condition of the shipments. Kung may pest and disease. So yung pong kanilang utilization, actually sir, ay tumaas na nga rin po yan. Before po ay nasa 50% lang po. And sir, with regards po dun sa quantity na ini-apply po nila, hindi po kasi tayo pwedeng mag-limit ng applications nila because of the RTL din po. Open po siya for application. Apa.
Maho yun. Naintindihan ko yung sinasabi ninyo. Pinupunto ko lamang po, the mere fact na hindi kaagad nila inilalabas yung kanilang inimport na napakarami, ay sinasabi ko as part of hoarding. Sir, we have a problem with rice ngayon. The more you hide, kukonti ang ika nga dun sa economics po natin. Pag marami kang stock, mura dapat. Kaya nagmamahal dahil kukonti eh. Okay, they're holding it back. Alam nyo, tanungin kita, Mr. BPI, sino po ang nakikinabang sa tariff reduction? Dahil sabi nyo kanina, tumaas po ang importation, correct? Sino ay nakikinabang sa tariff reduction na binawasan? Is it the importer or is it the consumer ang mas nakikinabang? Kasi wala po paggalaw ng presyo. Let me ask you that. Sino ang nakikinabang sa tariff reduction?
Sir, what?
I'm asking you, kayo ho nagbibigay ng permit, di ba, import. So, sino ang mas nakikinabang, binabaan ng Pangulo yung taripa, less 20% na ngayon, 15 na lamang po, pero ang presyo hindi gumagalaw, mataas pa rin. Sino ang nakikinabang? Yung importer o yung consumer?
Sir, kung ganun po nga yung premise, malamang po yung pong mga nag-i-import po ang nag-benefit, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I now direct my question to the Department of Agriculture. ASEC Asis Perez, ano po ang ginagawa ho ng Department of Agriculture? Alam nyo nga pala, meron po mga nagtatago ng ika nga ay yung kanilang mga import na bigas. Ano po ang ginagawa ninyo? Ano ho, nakita ninyo hindi gumagalaw ang presyo? May ginagawa na po ba ang DA, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Honorable Chair, ang nangyayari po, hindi naman po, wala pa po dito yung bigas. Kasi ang hindi po na-utilize yung permit to import. Ibig sabihin po nung ni Director Glenn kanina, yung 61% utilization, yun lang po yung dumating na actual ng bigas. Pero yung pong 39% doon, hindi pa po dumadating yung bigas doon.
Then, Mr. Chair, ang tanong lang ho natin, bakit ka magbibigay ng excess? Di po ba? Parang naniniguro ka na, bigyan mo ako ng 100,000 at tapos ipaparating mo lang 20. Anong reason? You tell me what is the reason. Why will you do that?
Yung pong pag-i-issue ng BPI ng permit na SPSIC, hindi po siya pwedeng tumanggi pag nag-apply kasi po online po yon. Bawat isa po ay pwedeng mag-apply. Kaya nga po ang nangyayari, pagka po hindi sila nakapagpadating ng bigas, pinatanong po sila anong rason. Nakikita po namin na may problema yon dahil bagit nga po ninyo, pagka kukunti po yung dumating na bigas, mamahal po yung presyo. Kaya po pinag-i-explain po ng BPI yung mga importer, bakit hindi nila pinaparating kagad.
All right, let's granting ho yung sinasabi ninyo, hindi mo na pinaparating kaagad. Ang sunod ko pong katanungan, Mr. Chair, ay ito hong, minomonitor niyo ho ba kung magkano yung presyo ng bigas sa origin? For example, galing sa Vietnam, galing sa Taiwan, or galing sa Myanmar? Minomonitor po ba ng DA?
Yung pong presyo ng bigas na dumarating ay namomonitor on a monthly basis. At nakita po namin talaga na mumura po dapat yung, hindi lang po yung taripa, Mr. Chair, pati po yung presyo ng bigas sa international market ay bumaba nitong mga nagdaang buwan. At ang nakita rin po namin na tama po yung conclusion ng committee na ito na mukhang hindi po gumagalaw, hindi po nagre-reflect yung pagbaba ng bigas sa international market. At the same time, yung pong ating taripa kumpara po doon sa presyo ng bilihan ng bigas.
Mr. Chair, kung bumaba na yung presyo sa international market, bumaba pa yung taripa natin, sobra-sobra na, Mr. Chair. Ang pagbaba dapat ng presyo. Kung sinasabi mong mura na ang bigas sa international market, binabaan pa ng Pangulo ng 20% yung taripa, set. Sa computations namin, dapat ang mga pinakamahal na bigas na broken na imported rice ay dapat nasa 30 na lang, Mr. Chair. Broken po yun na broken, hindi po well-milled yun. Otherwise, nasa 30 na pa yun to 35. Bakit po nasa 50 pa rin, Mr. Chair? Ang tanong ko sa inyo, what are you doing, Department of Agriculture? Kaya nga binabaan ng taripa ng Pangulo para makabili ang mga Pilipino ng bigas, si Juan, si Maria. Bakit hindi pa rin siya makabili? Bakit 50 pa rin ang bigas? You tell me that. You tell that to the people.
Maraming salamat po sa katanungan. Mr. Chair, ang Department of Agriculture po ay walang karapatan na magdikta o magbigay ng presyo ng bigas. Subalit, nito pong mga nagdaang araw, pinatawag po ng Department of Agriculture yung pong mga retailers sa palengke. In fact, nadyaryo po ito at tinatanong po namin sila, bakit mataas pa rin? Kahit po kasi kami, nakikita namin na tama po yung sinasabi ninyo na looking at the international prices plus the reduced tariff, dapat po hindi na 44 yung presyo po ng pinakamurang bigas ngayon. Dapat po malapit na tayo sa 30. Pero hindi nga po ito nangyayari. And we understand and we are very thankful to this committee na binibigyan po natin ng pansin so that we can resolve this once and for all. Medyo kulang po kami ng kakayanan kung kami lang, pero I think our colleagues in the government, particularly DTI and other sectors, can help us ensure that the prices will go down.
Sir, November na ho tayo. July po bumaba yung taripa. So you have July, you have August, you have September, you have October. 3 buwan, hindi pa kayo nag-uusap-usap ng DTI, ng Bureau of Customs, kung sino man yan. Hindi pa ho kayo nag-meeting, paano natin bababain? Araw-araw nilang tinutuligsa yung gobyerno natin. Araw-araw binabanata ng Pangulo. Araw-araw tinitira nasaan na yung 20. Sabihin na natin granting, hindi na natin maabot yung 20, pero sana kung bumaba at kaya nang bumili yung 100 piso na kinikita ng isang ordinaryong mama ay makabili ng 2 kilo, masaya ho siguro. 3 months na ho bumaba ang taripa. July, August, September, October. It's already November. Wala pa rin ginagawa. At sasabihin nyo, pasalamat sa committee na ito. Hindi ho namin trabaho yun. Trabaho ho ninyo, magsama-sama kayo, We don't care kung sama nyo yung DTI, isama nyo yung Customs, PNP, NBI, lahat na kayo magsama-sama. Ang importante, makabili si Juan Maria ng murang bigas. Ikaw na rin may sabi, mura na sa international market, bumaba na yung taripa, dapat ho, malapit-lapit na sa 30 per kilo. Pero bakit wala pa rin po? Now, bakit nga ho pala, Yusek Perez?
Sir, siguro po kailangang linawin natin na yung Department of Agriculture has no power to control prices.
Naintindihan ho namin yon, Mr. Chair. O sige, kung wala kayong power, kaninong power ngayon na magsabihin yung suggested retail price? Dapat to, kasi kung hindi yung sa inyo, kaninong trabaho yon? So, ibig sabihin, yung retailer, pwede niyang gawing 100 piso ang 1 kilo? Then you can't do anything. Walang magawa ang DTI, walang magawa ang DA, ang BOC, walang magawa. Wala tayong magawa pag ginawa ng retail kasi wala kayong power. Then whose power is it to say na ito ang suggested retail price?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond. Base po sa Price Act, kung meron pong existence ng spike in prices by 10% of what is the previous month's prices, then the government can do something. Sa ngayon po, ang nangyayari, bumababa po yung presyo. Kaya lang, hindi pa po natin tinatamaan doon sa palagay namin na tamang presyo. In fact, sir, if I may just make a may I inform you that kasabay po ng pagbaba ng presyo ng imported rice, bumababa rin po yung presyo ng local rice. In fact, mga 2 piso po ang ibinaba ng presyo ng local rice. At ito naman, ang effect po nito ay yung pong presyo naman ng bilihan ng palay sa ating mga farmers. Pagdating po sa Department of Agriculture, we really have to do a balancing act. Mahalaga po ang pagbaba ng presyo ng bigas, pero kailangan din po namin balansehin yung presyo po ng palay sapagkat baka po naman yung ating magsasaka ay hindi magtanim kung sobrang bababa po yung palay. So, for us po, it's a balancing act. At ngayon, kung ang tanong po ay anong gagawin namin, pag nagkaroon po ng extraordinary spike, according to Price Act, 10%, then that's the time that government can do something.
So ngayon, Mr. Chair, are you telling me wala tayong gagawin, bumaba na yung taripa, bumaba sa international market? It's not a concern yet? Hindi pa rin concern sa gobyerno. Ang bigas, sir, ay nasa 50. Meron pong 45. Umikot po kami ng speaker 3 months ago. 44. Bakit ganon? Pero limitado yung benta ng bigas, Mr. Chair. 2-3 kilo lang ang pwede mong bilhin. Whereas kung merong 50 pesos, 60 pesos, pwede hanggang 10 sakong bigas. Pero yung mumurahin na 45, parang kinokontrol ika nga, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga po sinasabi natin, and we're not talking here of yung local production, sir. Alam natin talagang medyo mas mataas. Mas mura po ang imported. Kaya nga po ang tanong natin, wag mo na muna natin isama yung mga local production. At pinag-uusapan natin imported kasi dapat mas mura sila. Pero hindi nga po bumababa eh. Mahal pa rin ho eh, nasa 50 pa rin. Sino ho ang nakikinabang? Tanungin ko yung tinanong ko sa BPI. Sino ngayon, Yusek Perez, sa tingin mo ang nakinabang sa pagbaba ng taripa na dapat savings po yan at dapat napupunta sa taong bayan? Sino sa palagay mo ang nakikinabang sa pagbaba ng taripa? Is it the importer or is it Juan and Maria nakikinabang, sir?
Dito po sa senaryong ito, malinaw na hindi po si Juan at si Maria. Malamang po at sigurado tayo na yung pong nag-i-import ang mas nakinabang. Hindi po talaga si Juan at si Maria.
Well, let me, because I would let my other colleagues to ask you a question. Then, sir, let me ask you this. May saysay pa ba na itong taripa ay mababa pa rin? O sa palagay mo, panahon na ibalik na lamang that we are losing money, the national government is losing money, billions of pesos dahil sa pagbaba ng taripa na ito. Problema ho natin yan ngayon, nawawalan tayo, pero ang bigas hindi bumababa. Will you at DA recommend to the President na ibalik na lamang sa 35% ang taripa?
Base po sa mga, if I may be, because I'm under oath, Mr. Chair, I cannot lie. I have to be very, very honest with my answer to you. Kahit po yung NEDA, nire-recommend nila na yung taripa ay hanggang Pebrero na lang. Ang maganda po kasi nito, doon po sa executive order ng Presidente, nagbigay po siya ng periodic review for rice every 4 months. Kaya po, pagdating po ngayon pong Nobyembre, ay meron pong meeting, pag-uusapan po ito ng committee ng NEDA with DA this time po. Magmi-meeting po kami, in fact, bukas, Wednesday, magmi-meeting po kami sa Wednesday ng NEDA. Kasi po, ang lumalabas po sa mga news reports po ngayon, plano nila na by February ay hanggang doon na lang po yung 15%. Dahil tama po naman, Marso po kasi ay panahon po ng anihan. Kaya po, yun po yung scenario po ngayon, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, before I give way to my other colleagues, my last question and point, sir, is i-address ko lang po sa DA. Sir, sana yung pag-meeting ninyo ng NEDA, pag-meetingan ninyo kung paano bababa ang bigas sa 40 na kakayanin po ng tao. Huwag ho kayo mag-meeting ng mga statistics at huwag mo akong bibigyan ng statistics. Walang pakialam ang sambayan ng statistics ninyo. Yung mga bilang lang yan, mga graph na yan, pataas, pababa, kung ano man yan, walang pakialam ang tao. Ang gusto marinig ng tao na ang bigas bukas o next week ay po pwede na sa 40 at 1 to sawa ang pagbili nila. Ayoko po ng statistics. Sa susunod po nating hearing, ayoko nang marinig. Ang gusto ko pong naming marinig dito, ang bigas ay bababa po na hanggang 40 at makakabili na sila na hindi limitado. Can we do that? Yan po ang dapat pag-usapan ninyo ng NEDA, Yusek Perez.
If I may respond po, gusto ko rin pong ipaalam sa committee na ang Department of Agriculture po, meron kaming effort to reach out first to the vulnerable sector. Naintindihan po namin na mahalaga ang access sa bigas. Kaya po naman, meron po tayong bigas na binebenta natin at 29 pesos. Ito po ay 10 kilo ang binibigay natin. Kaya lang po, we have to admit po, Mr. Chair, na limited pa po ito. Pero bababa po tayo hanggang sa mga munisipyo, maglalagay po tayo to our Kadiwa Center para maging accessible po yung murang bigas para po sa ating vulnerable sector. But we are also mindful of the 40 pesos. We will work on that po, sir, as you mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just reserve my other questions for later. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair,
Ang daming gusto mag-intervene. Ikaw muna o sino? Yung...
Converge? Yes. Yes, in line, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir,
with the
please.
indulgence of the Honorable Tina Pancho. In line dun sa question kanina ni Kong Erwin, meron kasi may article kayo na lumabas na you confirmed wholesale price is at 38 pesos. You are selling in Kadiwa at 43, 42. Can you confirm that news report?
It's 42 po.
Okay, selling. Sino po nagsusupply sa inyo?
It's FTI po.
Imported.
Opo.
So, ibig sabihin, kaya.
Kaya po.
Kaya yung 42 pesos.
42 po.
So, what's going on? Ano yun ang problema natin eh?
That's the Rice for All program po ng Department of Agriculture.
I know, pero it's supplied, imported rice, di ba? By a supplier. Tama?
By FTI po, which is also a government-owned and controlled corporation.
So, subsidized siya.
Hindi po naman.
Hindi eh. It's not subsidized. It's
Hindi po.
impossible.
Kaya nga po, alam namin, pwede po
So,
na...
pwede. So, napakalayo ng disparity ng
Yes.
presyo.
True.
Malinaw na malinaw tayo dito. May kumikita talaga, ano? Tama si Kong Erwin. Ano? Mahalaga talaga na... And who is in charge of that? I'm sure si Inspectorate of DA should be on top of this. Para may idea yung... Is there any study or investigation going on? May I ask ASEC Carlos?
Can we have a quick answer, sir? So many hands are raised.
Yes, sir. Is there any ongoing investigation by the division?
Sir, it's not under my mandate regarding the pricing.
Kanino po, sir?
Um,
Yes, ASEC.
Mr. Chair,
Ayusek Asis.
Mr. Chair, as we mentioned,
We have
the
no
Department of Agriculture has no investigatory and enforcement powers.
I think
And
we
so-
can take that. Hindi namin matatanggap yung sa ganun eh. Kasi-
Apo, pero investigation po in a sense na
Yes, so kasi you have
invest-
the access, sorry, you have the access kay BPI. Sino ba yung mga importers? They're required to register, di ba? Ngayon. So, kayo yung you have the data, di ba? You can start an investigation. You can visit these warehouses, di ba? So, ideally,
Sir, may I just
yes, ASEC.
have a short background, sir, in relation also to Congressman Tulfo's questioning a while ago, sir. Under my office, sir, which is the Inspectorate and Enforcement, sir, we have noticed that yung tanong nga kanina, sir, is may pumapasok at a certain price, binebenta at a certain price, pero pagdating sa end user na, sir, sobrang laki na yung presyo na difference. Now, under my office, we are in trying to figure out what the problems have been, if in my opinion, the past 30 years with the DA, no, since we only sat down November 3 last year, sir. We have found a lot of shortcomings within the DA. We are fixing a lot of the problems. We cannot fix a lot of the other problems because it will be under your department, sir, which is law already, sir. Even within the
Sir,
1202.
enforcement po kayo.
Oh, sir,
Oo.
because we have regulatory powers only, sir.
So, sir, if ever you refer to law enforcement, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Meron na po ba kayong
When we
na-refer?
get information, sir, as the office, na meron mga from BPI, sir, they have what they call the SPSIC. It puts there the volume, etc., what kind of rice is coming in, 5%, 25% broken, or whatever, sir. And it actually says there, sir, where it's supposed to go, what cold storage, which is the final destination. Ang problema, sir, it's supposed to be under oath kung sino yung mag-import nyon, sir. Majority of our SPSICs we have found out, have no signatory on the under oath. So, wala kang makakasuhan. That's one, sir. Second,
So, sir, sorry to cut you, but if ever the stock comes in dun sa SPSIC,
it does come in, sir, pero wala nga yung
So, walang
under
claimant.
oath na yun.
There's
Because
no one claim-
supposed to be under oath, sir. Pero it's online.
I know, but BPI has 7 days to act on this, di ba? Tama ako, Director Glenn, di ba?
So when it comes in naman, sir, ang problema, sir, by law, it's supposed to go to where its last destination is supposed to be, or final destination, sir. The cold storage kung frozen, chilled, or dry storage kung bigas, sir. Again, majority of it, well, I can't say majority, but a large sum of it, sir, does not actually go to where it's supposed to go.
So meaning, sir, that it's
Again, sir,
diverted somewhere else, tama ba? Naliligaw yung Tama po
that's
ba?
one of the problems, sir.
Okay.
Second, more than anything, sir, is a lot of cold and dry storage facilities are not registered with the DA. See?
Yes, Director Glenn, I think we've resolved this issue noon.
I think the new law, the Anti-Smuggling and Anti-Economic Sabotage Act, or law, will actually address some of this. And we're in talks with the Secretary and the DILG, sir. Because as of practice today, sir, all cold and dry storages are supposed to be registered with the DA. It is not.
Yes,
SOP,
I
sir.
know there's an existing AO, no?
Yes, sir.
Na 3 years ago pa na
Yes, sir.
it
So
will be
what
questioned.
happens is, supposedly when we first sat last year, sir, 50 to 70% are not registered. So kasi ang nangyayari, sir, it's local government muna kailangan ng BPLO, yung Business Process Licensing Office. So usually ang practice, sir, once whoever, businessman, gets the local government unit na licensing permits for a cold or dry storage, tuloy na business niya, may permit na siya, sir. But that's why we're trying to change the system, sir, wherein the LGU requires them to get a DA certification first prior to the local government. Kasi their business is supposed to be cold or
Is it
dry,
about
which is
him?
agri or fishery.
Yeah.
Pardon,
Yes.
pardon. May I just, I have to keep the gates. So, are you okay, Mike?
Yes, sige, I will reserve my other points
Anytime.
later, Mr.
I'll
Chair.
just ask Congressman Briones, and then after that, Congresswoman Stella, then after that, Janet, then after that, Congresswoman Mercado Revilla. Yes, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So malinaw na meron talagang profiteering or hoarding or cartel na nangyayari. Kasi bumaba yung taripa, bumaba yung international market price, pero yung presyo hindi nagbabago. Nawala ng mga magsasaka ng 16 billion na supposed to be, yun ay may tutulong sa mga subsidy at kung anong kailangan ng rice farmer. So, may nakalagay naman talaga na every 4 months, dapat reviewin itong EO62 na inano ng presidente. So, dapat talaga ma-review at ibalik dahil mukhang useless yung pagbaba ng tariff. Ang nitong EO62 na ito ay NEDA, anang una. So, dapat ang NEDA at yung lahat ng economic components na gumawa ng EU na ito, na nag-recommend kay Presidente, immediately ay mag-convene at ibalik yung taripa. Hindi lang sa rice, kundi pati sa pork and corn. Dahil mukhang useless. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, itong hindi talaga ma-enforce at ang nakikita natin talaga yung batas na ating bagong papirma kay Presidente, yung Republic Act 12022, which is Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. Doon may enforcement group, NBI, PNP, Coast Guard. So, kailangan kaagad maayos yung enforcement group na nakalagay dito sa batas na Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act at magkaroon ng investigation kung sino yung involved sa hoarding or profiteering nitong rice. Pangalawa, Mr. Chair, merong nabasa ko kahapon sa Inquirer, merong na-confiscate na frozen mackerel worth 178 million, 580 metric tons. Sino ba ang nakakonfiscate nito? Ang DA or ang custom?
ASCOM?
Sir, kami po. Dumating po siya sa pier nang wala pong kaukulang permit galing sa Department of Agriculture.
Ano yung walang yung
Opo,
SPSIC?
wala pong permit galing sa BFAR, SPSIC, sir.
So, smuggled to.
Yes, sir.
Kailan dumating ito at kailan nahuli? Kailan nahuli ito?
Sir, alamin lang po namin sa enforcement namin yung details. But roughly, sir, I think about mga October po ang dumating siya at nahuli namin. So about 3 to 4 weeks ago, sir.
Sir, if
So,
I'm not, Mr. Chair, if I'm not mistaken, it was October 17.
October 17.
Yes, sir.
Kung pagbabasihan natin yung batas na pinirmahan ni Presidente na September 26, after 15 days, siguro October 11 yon. So, pasok ito doon sa Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. Dapat ito maimbestigahan at pumasok dito sa batas na ito dahil ito yung non-bailable, 10 million lang ang threshold, sobra-sobra ito, kaya at masampulan natin.
Magkano yun?
178 million
Pesos?
Mr. Chair. Ang worth. Tama ba yun?
Yes, sir. Around that figure, sir. Ano na rin po, case build up na rin po at mag-file na rin kami ng kaso laban po sa mga perpetrators ng importation na yan. Chair,
Anong
Mr. Chair.
pangalan ng company?
Anong pangalan ng company? Well, sorry ang haba ng listahan ko.
Kung Mr. Chair, mukhang
Hindi. I think the public deserves to know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, pahingi lang ko ng konting oras. I-verify lang po namin sa enforcement namin yung pangalan ng mga ng kumpanya.
Mr. Chair,
No more question.
may I answer the question, sir? It's Pacific Seafood, sir.
yeah. Pacific Ceyland Foods Corporation, yun ang nakalagay sa Inquirer kahapon. Tama ba yun?
One moment, sir.
Sino may-ari? Wala na. Nasa panahon na ho tayo, papangalanan muna natin. Sino may-ari? Hindi na nga. Sino tunay na may-ari? Anyway, I'll give you more time.
Yes, sir. Kasi pinadala rin lang sa amin, sir. So,
So, Mr. Chair, baka pwede kuhanin na rin yung GIS, General Information Sheet sa
Okay,
SEC.
so,
May-ari
grabe na.
nung
Taga-SEC ka na ngayon.
company.
ComSec. Yung SEC doon, SEC. So, are you okay?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, last question, ang pinagmumula ng malaking smuggling, ito para sa Bureau of Custom, saka sa DA, yung technical smuggling, yung under valuation or misdeclaration. Kung mapapansin natin, yung importation ng opals at mechanically deboned meat is more than 50% ng ini-import na chicken and pork meat. Ibig sabihin, dito mukhang pinadadaan yung smuggling, technical smuggling. Kasi ang tariff ng MDM or mechanically deboned meat,
0.
5% or 0 lang. While yung chicken, nasa 40%, ang pork ay 15 and 25%. So, dapat ito ilagay lahat sa red lane. Kasi at yung top 10, Mr. Chair, na nag-i-import ng opals at mechanically deboned meat na hindi naman meat processors, pwede ba i-submit, kuhanin yung top 10, ibigay sa ating committee, and then hanapin natin yung mga may-ari ng mga importers na yan. Dahil naniniwala tayo na isa yan sa pinagmumulan ng malaking smuggling ng pork and chicken importation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Asis, sino nag-i-issue ng SPSIC para sa LPDC? Livestock, poultry, and
It's the Bureau of Animal Industry.
BAI.
Yes, sir.
Is the BIA around?
Yeah, we have a representative from the BAI, sir.
I want the director.
So the director is not present today,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So anyway, at least we know. So any further questions, sir? We will come back.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
promise to come back.
Thank you,
The
Mr. Chair.
speaker is giving us all the time, unless it is the quad who wants to use them. May I now recognize Congresswoman Green, then after that Robes, then Revilla, then Kimbo. I'm sorry, Kimbo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, dun po sa inyong opening statement, nasabi niyo po na controlling food prices remains the urgent national concern for the Filipino public. Tama po. May I suggest, Mr. Chair, that while I agree with the word controlling, I believe it's time to change that to humanizing food prices dahil hindi na po makatarungan ang presyo ng ating pagkain. So, Mr. Chair, allow me to continue where some of our colleagues took off. So, unahin po natin sa bigas. Hindi po ba meron tayong producers? Kasi ito ay naimbestiga na ng ating pinakapoging co-chair ngayon sa harap, si Congressman Mark Enverga. Hindi, pangalawa si Kong Biron. Pareho. So, Mr. Chair, dun po sa ating investigasyon, kung maalala nyo, producers, yung ating mga farmers, or the importers, and then yung ating traders, and we actually divided them into two, the wholesalers and the retailers, and the consumers. At dito na-establish na ang isang malaking problema ay tila hindi nagkakaintindihan sa definition ng farmer. Dahil karamihan na nagsasabing farmer sila ay farmer kunyari, pero ang katotohanan sila ay traders. And this was actually the biggest problem because the biggest price manipulation was apparently happening in that niche of the chain of rice production. So may I ask, Mr. Chair, kasi ito po, nung tinanong sa DA, I believe Kong Mark Enverga would recall na hindi na ibibigyan ng tamang definition. So may we inquire from the Department of Agriculture, how do you define a rice farmer? In that case, we were asking them, how do you define an onion farmer?
We have the registry system for the basic farmers and fisher folks.
RSBSA.
RSBSA po. At ngayon po, ginagawa namin na improvement dito ay hindi lang po yung pangalan ng farmer, kundi pati po yung lupa na sinasaka. Ibig sabihin, kailangan meron siyang aktual na sinasakang lupa para matawag siya na farmer at makonsider po na siya ay isang magsasaka.
Naka-GIS ba siya?
Naka-geotag po siya at ganoon din po ang ating mga mangingisda. Hindi lang po siya basta nakarehistro bilang mangingisda, kundi nakalagay din po doon kung meron ba siyang bangka o wala at ano po ang gear na kanyang ginagamit. So that is how we define farmers now, both conceptually and operationally.
Yeah, thank you for that, Yusek Asis, Yusek Perez. So, Mr. Chair, kaya ko ito tinanong, balikan lang natin yung usapin ng sibuyas. And of course, we thank the leadership of the House and Speaker Romualdez when he really had the balls and the political will to investigate it, kaya nga bumaba ang presyo. And of course, our salute also to Congressman Erwin Tulfo, who was very active in that advocacy. Mr. Chair, kung tibabalikan po natin ang usapin ng sibuyas, nakita po natin na tila yung ibang nagclaim na farmer ay hindi naman talagang farmer, but they were actually traders. But you can find them in the official list of DA. Bakit? Ang sasabihin kasi nila, sila ang nagkakapital, sila ang nagbibigay ng nagbibigay ng cold chain, ng warehouse, cold storage, at kaya lumalabas na farmer sila. But if you really look at the real picture, they were actually the local traders and malalaking traders. So you were asking kanina, Mr. Chair, I was monitoring while I was traveling here, nasabi niyo po yung kwentong binenta sa FTI at I believe that was 500 plus ba yun? 520. but it was sold at the Kadiwa stores for 260, 250. Kaya ang ibig sabihin no, nagpalugi ng ilang milyon ang gobyerno. And mind you, kung pinamigay na lang yon na assistance sa farmers, that could have been better. Dahil karamihan ng sibuyas na ito ay nabulok at hindi na ibenta dahil wala namang cold storage. Pangalawa, pinilit ibenta yung hindi pa, kumbaga, pinilit i-harvest. That was actually what we saw. Pinilit i-harvest kasi nagkaroon nga ng shortage at sa pag-aakala nung mga naging utak ng programang ito sa DA, pinilit i-harvest. So hindi naman maibebenta at hindi rin nagamit kaya marami ang nabulok and that was documented by a lot of pictures. What we are pointing at is the fact na nakadagdag pa ito sa problema. Dahil nung kapanahonan na dapat aanihin na yung sibuyas ay hindi na maani, inani sa panahon na hindi mo naman mapapakain or mapapagamit sa tao and contributed more to shortage of onions. So I believe this is a similar problem, Mr. Chair, dun sa iba pa nating mga kino-consume. Can the DA confirm that, Mr. Chair?
Asis.
Yes, we confirm, Mr. Chair, that this happened in the past, and we're learning from it, and we have institutionalized measures to prevent it from happening again. We cannot deny what happened before.
So may I ask if the G2G was between AMAS and FTI again on rice?
In the case of G2G between FTI and Kadiwa and AMAS, this is fully supervised by the secretary, and we conduct meetings almost weekly to make sure that the problem that happened in the past will not happen again. That's why, sir, at least in the case for rice, nakakabenta po tayo sa Kadiwa ng 42 ngayon when the prevailing price is around 50. And so that's a very different story from our previous experience.
From the previous onion.
And this applies also to other commodities. In fact, Mr. Chair, in the case of Kadiwa, lahat po ng presyo ng commodities doon mas mura ng 20 hanggang 30 pesos kaysa ordinaryong palengke.
Tanong ka pa.
So, Mr. Chair, sa usaping bigas, magkano po ba ang kilo ng bigas ngayon?
55.
Are we going to consider it that, so if DA, Mr. Chair, has the price?
We are
More or less.
monitoring prices, Mr. Chair.
More or less, if you can give us a figure para meron tayong gamitin sa
We
discussion.
will submit the actual price, but it's a range. Meron ho kaming monitoring on a weekly basis.
Just give us the range.
The range now, the lowest po sa imported po is, ang imported po ngayong week na to, ang pinakamura po ay 44 sa imported regular milled. Pero doon po sa local commercial rice po natin, ang pinakamura po ay 43 pesos.
So
mas
it's the
mura po
range of
yung-
44 to what and 43 to what? So we can have the average.
Opo. Pag 44 to 59 po sa imported and 43 po to 59 yung local.
Okay, sabihin na natin for purposes of discussion, Mr. Chair, that the average price of rice now per kilo is 50 pesos. Pwede ba yon? That's the average.
That appears to be correct.
Okay. So kung 50 pesos ang average price per kilo of rice, how much was it? Magkano po yun nung hindi pa binawasan ang taripa?
I can give you the data in September, ma'am. Kasi halos pareho po yung
Yes,
presyo.
please.
No? So nung hindi pa po bumaba, nung September po kasi hindi pa nag-i-effect yung taripa po, halos 47 to 60 po yon sa imported based on our price monitoring. And pagka po naman sa local, 47 to 60 0.19. So mas mura pa rin po yung local ng konti.
No, what I meant was, nung wala pa yung taripa, yung andyan dyan yung taripa, magkano ang naging presyo ng bigas?
Around 48 to 61 po. Before the tariff reduction, you mean?
Yes.
And pag sa local po, between 48, ang pinaka-lowest po to 62.
Okay,
Before
let's talk
effect
about
of
the imported kasi doon yung taripa, di ba?
Yes.
Okay, before the reduction of tariff, before binabaan, magkano po ang range na presyo ng bigas?
So yung imported po is around, I'd say 48, yung lowest, and
The
then
range is 48 to what?
to about 61 po.
To 61. So masasabi mo na ang average niya is nasa mga 54.5.
Yeah, it's around that figure po.
Because in the data that was presented earlier by Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, what was shown was 51.12 and a reduction to 50.68. Do you confirm this?
Our data is limited to those of Metro Manila data. As
Okay.
for the national average, I think PSA was able to provide the number.
So ang pinapakita po, Mr. Chair, ng PSA ay nung hindi pa binawasan ang taripa or kung ang buwis na pinapatong natin sa bigas na ini-import, ang presyo ng bigas ay 51.12. Nung binawasan na ito ng 20% yung reduction no, sa tariff. The reduction in tariff was 20%. From 35%, naging 15% na lang. So ang expected nun, kaya nga binawasan ang buwis ng imported rice is para bumaba ang presyo. That's the intention of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dahil foremost in his advocacy is to reduce the rise of prices and the cost of food in our country. Subalit, sa pinapakita ng PSA, the reduction is only 0.44 cents, Mr. Chair.
Yes, to support you, I produced the chart.
Oh, thank you very
So
much,
the
Mr.
retail
Chair.
price based on PSA is the topmost. The red one is the imported, and the world price is the blue one. So it's apparent that the differential between the retail price and the imported price has widened. That can only happen if there's a cartel.
So the orange line is
Imported, right?
imported, and the blue one is
The blue
world
one,
price.
The world price, it went down.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, kung babalikan po natin, maybe people from DOF can orient us with the reduction. Punta natin yung reduction ng taripa. Nung binawasan ng 20% ang buwis na ibabayad sa bigas, magkano ang dapat na expected na pagbaba ng presyo ng bigas per kilo? Let's laymanize it para maintindihan ng tao. From our DOF representative, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I don't have the
Please
available
speak
official
closely to the mic. please.
available data as of now, but the team only provided the percentage or the average.
Hindi,
value
ganito
in
na
the
lang.
past.
Alam nyo o hindi?
We also base it on the.
Okay,
from
do you
the
have
data.
the figure or you don't have? And if you don't have, Mr. Chair,
So we'll send
pwede po bang metawagan ka sa opisina nyo para matumbok natin ang problema? Ang tanong is, nung hindi pa binawasan ang taripa, ikumpara sa pagbawas ng buwis na pinapatong sa bigas, binawasan ang buwis ng 20%. How much was the expected reduction on the price of rice per kilo? Para malinaw. Ibig sabihin, nung ginawa ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ang political will, bawasan ang buwis ng bigas para hindi mahirapan ang taong bayan. This was expected to reduce the price of rice on how much per kilo?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair. Yes, a
Yes.
brief interjection. The indulgence of Congresswoman Garin. For the guidance of DOF, you only need to ascertain the CIF price multiplied by 20%. That is the expected savings. Actually, that's the loss of the Philippine government. So just give us the CIF multiplied by 20%. That's the expected reduction in the cost of rice. So that's your guide, Madam DOF. Thank you.
497. Stella, pahingin nung chart mo. It's very powerful. You have that? That the one you
Mr.
showed?
Chair, perhaps we can ask
But anyway,
Director Glenn, what is the prevailing CIF price of broken, of well-milled? And then you multiply by 20%. That is the expected reduction on the retail market.
Sir, sorry, sir. I don't have that data with me, sir.
No, but I think with the special with the import permit, or even customs, we can ask customs, ASCOM. Ano yung CIF price from Vietnam? Because the bulk of the importation comes from Vietnam.
Sir, I think most of the importers are follow naman po yung valuation sa live rice. So right now it should
Just
be
give us a figure. Just give us a figure.
sir, estimated siguro sir mga per kilo mga in dollars should be about 0.510. In CIF na sir. Kasi ang presyo ngayon sir. is
CIF na yon.
CIF na po yun.
USD
About
$5. CIF.
Yes, sir. Let me
Okay.
let me double check, sir, with the data that I got, sir. About 525, sir, or from Myanmar, and
5.25 times 59 times
0.525 per ton, sir, for Myanmar, and then 0.556.
How do you equate that in kilos? How many pesos per kilo? And then you multiply by 20%. That is the savings that Congresswoman Garin wants to know. Multiply lang natin sa 20%.
Mr. Chair.
That's the loss of the Philippine government.
Sir, meron kaming estimated revenue loss, sir, since
No,
the-
per kilo, per kilo.
per kilo.
Multiply mo sa 20% lang kasi 35% was the usual rate. Now you reduce it by 15%, you lose 20%. But Congresswoman Garin wants to know the peso value per
So,
kilo.
Mr. Chair, if I may, no, with due
Yes.
courtesy to Kong Biron, yung term na ginamit ni Kong Biron na savings, just to laymanize, my very good friend, ang ibig sabihin ni Congressman Biron dun sa savings, actually, sinakripisyo yung buwis na mapupunta sa gobyerno dahil ito ang expected na ibababa ng presyo ng bigas. Tama po, Kong Ferge, right? Yes.
Yung savings na yan, na 20%, should go to the consumer, not into the pocket of the importer. Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, Mr. Chairman, yung savings na yan that deprives the Philippine government of the revenues that it deserves goes to the importer, it doesn't go to the consumer. Kasi yung 20% reduction na yon should go to the consumer, hindi sa negosyante. So that's why we want to exactly quantify how much is the peso value of the 20% reduction. From the cost, insurance, and freight, you only multiply 20% and you can get that peso value that should be the savings of every Filipino household per kilo of rice. So,
So, Mr.
Customs should have that data, ASCOM.
Sir, I'm verifying it, but rough computation, sir, it should be around 5 to 6 pesos per kilo.
So 5 to 6 pesos from the 20% reduction based on CIF.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, yeah,
Yeah.
Congresswoman Garin, yun ang savings na dapat ma-reduce ang presyo sa retail side. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Fridge, no? Sana mahiram ko yung konting talino at So, Mr. Chair, balikan lang po natin, ba't po natin ito tinatanong? Dahil kailangang malaman ng sambayan ng Pilipino na yung buwis na binabayad ng mga negosyante ay kailangan dapat ng gobyerno. Pero sinakripisyo ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos yung buwis na ito para hindi na magbayad ng buwis ang negosyante, kontian, babaan ang buwis kasi ibabawas yon sa binabayad ng taong bayan dahil pagkain, bigas ang pinag-uusapan. So as we are getting the information, yung pagbaba ng taripa o pagbaba ng buwis ng 20%, ang expected na pagbaba ng presyo ng bigas ay 5 to 6 pesos per kilo. Tanong, bakit Mr. Chair, sang-ayon sa PSA, ang binaba ay 0.44 cents lamang po. Tila, pinaglalaruan tayo ng mga kamay na hindi pa nakikita. Mr. Chair, I come from the health sector, no? At para lang malaman din ng taong bayan, ilang presidente ang narinig kong nagsabi, dadagdagan namin ang benepisyo sa PhilHealth. So example, kung ang benepisyo mo dati ay 5,000, mag-a-announce ang PhilHealth, okay, for medicines, we are giving you a medicine benefit of 7,000 pesos. So akala ng mga tao sa gobyerno na yung benepisyo ay napupunta sa mga pasyente. But actually, Mr. Chair, hindi. Bakit? Ang ginagawa kaagad, hindi naman lahat. Pero yung ibang hospital owners, ang gagawin nila ay tataasan nila ang presyo ng gamot kapag charged to PhilHealth. Example, kung itong antibiotic na ito, ang presyo pag bibilhin mo sa pharmacy ng hospital mismo ay 100 pesos. Kapag charged to PhilHealth, ginawa nilang 125 or 130 pesos kasi nag-increase ang benepisyo. Ganito rin ang tila nangyayari na senaryo. Ibig sabihin, ginagawa ng gobyerno ang lahat, subalit dun sa gitna ay merong mga negosyanteng kinakamkam ang dapat ay napupunta kay Juan at kay Maria. And this, Mr. Chair, should be pinpointed because it is actually vandalizing the intention of the government. So, Mr. Chair, with that, baka pwede nating tingnan kung saan napunta ang reduction ng buwis, sino ang nagbenepisyo dito, at sino ang dapat managot. Mr. Chair, my second topic was, I heard before, somebody mentioned, I'm not sure, it was Mr. Lionel, na napakamahal ng balanced diet sa Pilipinas. Tama?
That's right po, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, will Mr. Lionel Tangangco agree with me when I say, kung babaan natin at damihan ang supply ng itlog, this will actually solve one of our biggest problems on stunting, malnutrition, and a balanced diet.
It would help po, Your Honor, as yung egg is a good source of protein and also a lot of other micronutrients that are needed by growing children and pregnant mothers po.
Will you agree with me, Mr. Chair, when I say na kapag ang tao ay kumakain ng 2 itlog araw-araw, hahaba ang buhay niya at mas magiging matalino siya?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, hindi po ako doctor, but I might defer to the FNRI, ma'am, or to yourself po. Yeah. I'm an economist po by training, but
But Mr. Chair, because that is the case, pinag-iisipan natin, baboy, karne, okay naman ang mga baboy, okay ang isda, okay ang karne. But if we talk about affordability, as of the current moment, one of the biggest sources of the Philippines for protein is actually egg or itlog. So may I ask, Mr. Chair, the Department of Agriculture, where are we in terms of egg sufficiency? Yung itlog na may protina, hindi po yung ibang klaseng... Not the egg that produces 100% protein.
Uh, Mr. Chair, if I may, first let me agree with with the chair that egg is indeed probably the most affordable source of protein, and we have various sources of eggs, but we are yet to hit the right number because right now we only produce, if I'm not mistaken, less than 10 million eggs a day.
Sorry, less than
10 million eggs a day.
10 million eggs per day. How many Filipinos? So we are 110 million Filipinos.
Yes.
Sabihin na natin, let's say, ilan ang pwede nang kumain ng itlog? Kasi bata pwede nang kumain ng itlog. Sabihin mo, 80 million.
Of course, we're very far from the ideal number of at least 7 eggs a day.
So, Mr. Chair, what are the problems besetting the egg production industry in the Philippines?
Well, the chair mentioned that a big part of it is structural, and I tend to agree with that. The other reason is the efficiency level is yet to be achieved. And the department and Congress is working on that because we're in the process of putting together a new law, the Animal Industry Development Act, which is intended to, number one, develop the livestock industry so that it will be able to support and provide the necessary protein for our people. You mentioned egg, but let me also emphasize about the milk. The Philippines only supplies less than 1% of the milk requirement of our people. And so that is included in the plan of DA to increase the number of our dairy animal para po dumami rin yung ating gatas. So dalawa po yun. Isa po yung gatas at isa po yung ang itlog. And I think both of these nutrients are, sorry to mention, were never a priority before. And this is now a priority of the Department of Agriculture.
There it goes, Mr. Chair. Okay. Very quickly lang and to wrap up. Meron tayong dalawang yaman na dapat nga lang ay talagang bilisan ng Department of Agriculture ang pagtulong sa sektor na ito, gatas at saka itlog. We are producing 10 million eggs per day, but our demand is roughly around
70.
100. No, 70 is 1 egg per day, but the requirement is 2 eggs, kaya nga ginawang 2 itlog ng Diyos. Dahil 2 itlog ang kailangan ng bawat tao araw-araw. I mean, to delay dementia, to delay other illnesses. So it's 2 eggs per day. So we need 140 million eggs per day. And if we have milk, mababawasan yan. So Mr. Chair, to wrap up, yung nasabi ng ating butihing colleague na si Kong Briones, he mentioned about, ano nga ba yun? Mechanically deboned meat. Ang ibig po sabihin nun, yung mga buto ay kinikis-kis at minamash para yung mga tira-tira na yon ay ibenta na parang karne dito sa Pilipinas. We are importing that, but actually that is not really good protein. At supposedly, halos kapareho lang, mas mura pa nga ang itlog compared to the products of mechanically deboned meat, which are the sausages, itong mga the processed foods. In other words, Mr. Chair, kailangan na talagang tutukan. Example, sinabi yung structural efficiency. Dahil kung yung mga farmers natin na nagproduce ng itlog ay hindi tutulungan, madaling mabasag yung kanilang mga itlog. At kung madaling mabasag yan, madaling mabulok, malulugi sila. Then we need to subsidize and help them. So Mr. Chair, una, itlog at gatas, ano ang plano natin dyan? Pangalawa, sino-sino ang walang puso at hindi makatarungan na ang layunin ng Pangulong Bongbong Marcos na bawasan ng 5 hanggang 6 na piso ang bawat kilo ng bigas. Ang nangyari ay nabawasan ng 44 cents per kilo at yung 5 piso ay napunta sa bulsa ng iilang tao. So Mr. Chair, in the subsequent hearings that we will be conducting, may I appeal to our 5 good chairperson that we also give focus on the accountability of those people who paved way for that, so that we set an example that government is serious in bringing down the cost of food, and at the same time we focus on more egg and better egg production. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yan ako lang yung tukol sa...
She's not referring to your eggs.
May correction lang tayo gusto.
Okay.
Kasi yung production ng eggs, doon lang sa aming bayan, sa San Jose, Batangas, ang tawag egg basket of the Philippines. We are producing 12 million eggs a day. So, yung 10 million na production na nationwide, mukhang dapat check dahil sa amin lang 12 million eggs a day. At nagpapasalamat ako kay
Can you check that?
kung Garin at na-promote ang egg, which is very true. Pinakamurang protein na pwedeng kainin ng ating mamamayan. Ang 2 eggs a day talagang hindi makakabuti, hindi makakasama. Ay, doktor yung nagsabi, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I call on the next, so thank you for waiting. Congresswoman Revilla.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa lahat po ng resource persons natin. Kanina nung pinakita po ng ating mahal na chairperson, yung graph na mas mababa ang presyo ng bigas sa world market at mas mataas ang presyo ng bigas dito sa Pilipinas. At sinabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo na gusto niyang pababain ang presyo ng bigas dito sa ating bansa for the several months ago. Ano ang pumipigil sa ahensya ng gobyerno na nasa harapan natin ngayon na hindi sundin ang sinasabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo at ayaw sundin ang presyo ng world market?
Paying to me.
I would like to address that question to Yusek Asis Perez.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. We would like to intervene in the market prices. And the way that we can legally do it is to set up kadiwa centers all over the country para meron pong panlaban yung gobyerno sa mga matataas na presyo. Halimbawa po, if we can set one kadiwa in every municipality, nagbebenta ng 40 pesos na bigas, ang theory po doon, susunod po yung mga katabi. Kasi otherwise po, sa amin bibili lahat. So that's one way to more or less cushion the impact of what we would like to refer to as manipulative pricing. No? It's not my word, naririnig ko po yon. Pangalawa po, syempre, kailangan ang department step up pa namin yung effort to make our farmers more efficient in producing food. Siyempre po, pagka po mas mura yung production cost nila, pwede po nilang ibenta rin ng mas mura yung kanilang produce. Pangatlo po, na ginagawa po natin ngayon, isave po natin yung nasasayang. Dahil sa ngayon po sa ating mga pag-aaral, between 10 to 35% of whatever we produce, we lost because of post-harvest inefficiencies. Kaya po pag mapapansin po natin, Mr. Chair and Madam Congresswoman, medyo binago po natin yung ating budget. Hindi po tayo nakatutok sa isang commodity lang, kundi nakatutok tayo after the commodity is produced. Ang pang-apat po na ginagawa natin, we somehow has to intervene in the market in a way na hindi naman po mag-violate din ng batas na because government is not supposed to to engage in trade. But we can support MSMEs, padamihin po natin sila. Kaya po yung programa natin nakatutok sa value chain. Hindi lang po yung production, kundi hanggang makarating po yung ating pagkain sa ating mga consumers. And so the Secretary po has a 9-point program that we would like to implement in the next 3 years. Inaprubahan na po ito ni Pangulo, na yun po yung pamamaraan natin para ma-address po natin yung problema na ito na long term. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, nakakailang kadiwa centers na ho kayo na regular na bukas? Kasi I understand may mga kadiwa centers ho kayo na weekend lang or isang araw lang, 2 araw lang. Ano ho yung mga, ilan na ho ang permanenteng kadiwa centers nationwide?
Sa ngayon po, meron pa lang tayong 118 regular centers, but we also are working on yung mga weekend centers. And eventually, our goal po is to cover the entire country.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May statement po kayo sa report nyo that, actually report ito ng ating mahal na chairperson. Farmers are hungrier than non-farmers. Napakasakit po nito sa mga magsasaka ho natin dahil sila naman ho talaga ang dapat nating pangalagaan. Actually, alam ko DA is encouraging our young farmers to continue the trade that their forefathers have started. Dahil marami na ho ngayong young farmers ang ayaw nang maging magsasaka dahil palugi ang merkado. Ano ang ginagawa ninyo ng DA to encourage more farmers to last in this trade at mas dumami pa sila sa mga susunod na taon? Dahil nakakalungkot man sabihin, marami ho sa ating mga magsasaka ang binebenta na ho ang kanilang mga lupain sa mga developers dahil ayaw na nilang magsaka. Pinapatayan sila ng tubig, pinapatayan sila ng kuryente para hindi may pagpatuloy ang kanilang trabaho dahil gustong magkaroon ng mas maraming subdivisions. Anong masasabi niyo po dito, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, I share your views. The department is cognizant of this problem. Kaya po ang tutok namin ay magkaroon ng tamang presyo ng produkto, hindi po murang presyo. Magkaiba po kasi yung tamang presyo kaysa murang presyo eh. Prices should not be cheap. It should be fair. So, each time we look at prices, we have to look at it at 2 levels. One is from the producer's perspective, and the other one from the consumer's perspective. When we talk about right pricing, the right pricing should happen at the level of the farm. Para po, hindi po yung mura nga po yung presyo sa farm, pero mahal naman po yung presyo sa palengke. Kasi lalabas po nun, may kumikita po sa gitna, hindi po yung farm. That is our aspiration right now. The department is making sure that our investments are geared towards efficiency and prevention of losses so that the farmers and the entire value chain will benefit equitably in the chain. Hindi po namin pwedeng sabihin na mawala po yung trader. Pero kailangan po, yung benepisyo po ng pagkain na ito, yung processing ng chain na ito, dapat equitable yung distribution. And we view that we can only increase the number of our farmers if and only if we can make sure that they justly benefit from the value of whatever they produce. So it's conceptual, pero sa operations po, ginagawa na po namin ito.
Mr. Chair, ano na ho ang ideal price? Therefore, na dapat natin bilhin o dapat bilhin ng gobyerno o ng trader sa isang magsasaka sa ngayon para ma-maintain natin yung fair value price ng bigas na binibili po ng isang consumer. Nang hindi nalulugi naman ang farmer, hindi rin ho nalulugi ang merkado.
Opo. Base po sa aming karanasan at aming pag-aaral, kung halimbawa po ang magsasaka ay mabibili yung kanyang palay between 19 to 20 pesos na fresh. Fresh po, yung fresh. O kaya naman between 23 to 25 po na dry. Dapat po ang presyo ng ating bigas ay mga 40 pesos. So yun na po yung, kasi ang markup na po doon mga around 4 to 5 pesos. Mga 4 to 5 pesos po dapat yung markup. So yun po yung aming computation sa ngayon, more or less ganun po dapat.
Salamat po para at least more or less hindi na ho nag-aspire ang Pilipino na maging 20 pesos ang bigas. At least galing na ho sa inyo mismo na ang pinaka-ideal na presyo umabot ng 40 pesos para hindi palugi ang farmer, para hindi rin malugi ang merkado. Tama po ba ako, Mr. Chair?
Ang binagabanggit po namin ay base po sa karanasan ngayon na sa tingin po namin kung masyado pong bababa naman ang presyo, hindi po natin ma-achieve yung balanse na ang farmer po naman natin ay magtatanim. Kagaya po ngayon pong panahon na ito, ang ating pong mga magsasaka ay, ang mga presyo po ngayon ay naglalaro mula 15 hanggang 18 piso po ang presyo ng palay. So pag bababa pa po siya doon, malamang po maapektuhan yung planting intentions ng ating mga magsasaka. And so we are balancing it po, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, isang concern po, yung batas natin sa supply and demand. Panay-panay po ang bagyo sa ating bansa. Nakadiskubre na ho ba ang DA ng tamang palay na dapat nating itanim sa tamang season para hindi po rin tayo nauubusan ng bigas at nag-i-import po tayo kung saan-saan?
Unfortunately, we are yet. But we are doing something about it. Ang una po na ginagawa namin ngayon ay binabago po natin yung planting calendar. Dapat po talaga yung ating pong bagyo, base po sa ating karanasan at sa datos po na accumulate natin in the last 50 years, yung pong bagyo ay nangyayari towards the last quarter of each year. More or less, ganun po yung trend nun. So dapat po, walang masyadong harvest sa ganung panahon. Dapat ma-timing po natin yung ating harvest. Unfortunately, we're yet to irrigate most of our land. And that's the only way that we can schedule our planting period. In that regard po, we need at least 1 trillion to irrigate the remaining 1.5 million of irrigable land. Kasi meron po tayong pwede pang i-irrigate sana na 1.5 million hectares of possible irrigable land. So pag gano'n na po, tapos magagawa na po natin yung tinatawag nating proper planting period dahil may irrigation po tayo, then ma-achieve po natin yung pare-pareho nating pangarap. Right now, yun po ay option natin. Pangalawa po yung mechanization na ginagawa po natin. Kasi alam po natin, malaki po kasi yung labor component ng ating rice production. So, yun din po halimbawang pag-mechanize po ng pag-harvest, napakalaking tulong po noon dahil pagka nga po masama yung panahon, kailangan po mabilisan yung harvest. Kung manual po yun, hindi po talaga natin ma-harvest. So, madami po tayong masasayang. So, the mechanization of harvesting is something that DA is pushing forward to save po yung ating mga palay para kung dadating nga po yung bagyo, madali po nating ma-harvest kaagad. So, those are some of the ideas that we have. And of course, yung post-harvest facility, yung rice mill po natin ngayon, hindi po optimal yung kanyang paggiling ng palay. So, ang sabi po ng PSA dati, 65% po yung recovery. But now, I think they are recalculating 62% na lang po. 63. Ibig sabihin, mas maliit talaga yung recovery. Pero kung malalagay ho natin lahat, mamamodernize lang po natin yung rice mill natin, so aabot po siguro between 65 to 67% po yung recovery natin. By investing in better rice mills, then we can already increase efficiency and therefore bring down prices. So those are some of the ideas po. And of course, planting intensity, yung binabanggit niyo po kanina, wala pa po tayong nadidiscovery na kayang lumaban sa bagyo. Pero ang gagawin po natin, mas shorter po dapat yung planting period. Na sa halip po na 2 beses ka lang mag-ani, hanggang maari po 2.5 times ka mag-ani. And that is a combination of technology and advancement in the seeds. And that is what we are working on po ngayon. Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just one question na lang
It's
po,
okay.
Mr. Chair. I would like to direct, I don't know which agency should answer this. Kasi alam ko ginagawa ng trabaho ng DA ang pagsalakay sa mga smugglers, pagpunta sa mga factories kung saan nag-hoard at kung saan may overpricing na nangyayari. But are there cases being filed against these hoarders, these smugglers? Kasi maganda ang balita minsan pumupunta kayo kasama ang law enforcement agencies, pero meron na ba tayong napakulong, na nabigyan ng proper legal judgment on these smugglers?
Carlos?
Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, Mr. Chair, ma'am, meron na yung isa sa malaki earlier this year, no? Nakakulong na actually ngayon, ma'am. It was also a big time onion importer. Meron madami hong mga nasa rice naman na nahuhuli ang DA, but again, it's up to the regulatory agencies and the law enforcement agencies to file the case, ma'am.
Do we have any representatives here coming from the Department of Justice or the PNP who you say should be the ones filing cases?
May I direct the COMSEC to please include the members of the enforcement, because the DA is not part of the enforcement. The BOC is not part of the enforcement. I don't know why. I was not part of this law. So it's NBI, PNP, Philippine Coast Guard, and DOF. So for some reason, the guys who should be responsible are not part of the enforcement. So, but they're part of the council. So the COMSEC is hereby directed to invite the NBI, PNP, Philippine Coast Guard, because they are responsible for the enforcement of this law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that.
But DA is not.
Okay.
What a law.
Marami pong salamat. So definitely we should include them in this law, and of course to shed light on the implementation of this law. Kasi kailangan po talaga natin ay ngipin kahit anong kagustuhan nating pababain ang presyo ng bigas at kung ano-ano pang mga bilihin. Kung walang enforcement at wala pong nakukulong at wala pong nahahatulan, baliwala po itong ginagawa natin. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the
Mr.
time.
Chair?
Who is that? You? Okay. Our co-chair, Congresswoman Quaresma.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So, earlier, you presented about the 29 pesos per kilo of rice. But the implementing agency, I think, is the NIA. I know that because in the Lone District of Nueva Vizcaya, nagtitinda na po sila. They're going around our municipalities. And one municipality was allocated of 1,000 bags, depende po sa population. Something like that. Maganda yun na programa. Can we not expand para hindi bitin? Imagine that 10 kilos bag of rice is only 290 pesos. But the problem is, ang inyong binebentahan are only the vulnerable sector. like yung sa purpose, senior citizen, at PWDs, something like that. Pwede bang dagdagan ng gobyerno itong 29 pesos para malapit na dun sa 20 pesos na sinasabi natin? Ang dami pong natuwa, Mr. Chair. Alam ko, even in your
Yes.
district, ganyan.
Before Asis will answer, may I recognize Congressman Boy Cruz and Congressman Arco, and of course, Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Dong Gonzales. Asis, can you answer that? Can we universalize the NIA scheme?
It's both NIA and Kadiwa program po. May convergence po ang NIA at saka yung Kadiwa natin program. Of course, putting 29 peso for everybody's plate would require tremendous resources on the part of government. And the fiscal space is limited for us. And so, we have to prioritize kung sino po yung tatanggap ng murang bigas na yon. Kaya po, naka-focus tayo dun sa vulnerable sector. I still recall that dati po may 25 peso rice. If the fiscal space is not limited, that would be ideal. But considering that that will require probably 50 billion pesos or even more than that annually, medyo mahirap po siyang gawin sa ngayon. But for the vulnerable sector po, Mr. Chair, we intend to reach out to as many as possible vulnerable sector for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that there. Are you okay?
No, Mr. Chair, can I
Yes,
add
please.
more? Maganda po yun, ano? At least, konting tulong coming, I think it's not so much of the amount being utilized in this particular program of the government. Pero kasi, I think what I heard about this
Wala ba yun?
scheme,
Ano? Dito?
sabi ng aming NIA, parang,
pwedeng-
di ba,
hindi
you are
pwedeng
giving
gamitin yan.
like
Except
support to the farmers. Then in
NFA.
return, binibili nyo yung produkto nila. Eh, nagbibigay naman talaga tayo ng, support to the farmers. Na kung pwedeng dagdagan ito, napakalaking bagay po. Lalo po sa vulnerable sector.
nawala.
And one last, Mr. Chairman, is all about that. I think it was stated earlier by Yusek Asis Perez about this timing of planting season. Kasi po sa amin, kasi kami po sa Nueva Vizcaya, ang dami pong mga high value crops na kung minsan yung mga kamatis, hindi na ho pinipitas dahil piso per kilo ang pambili po. Kaya hindi na po pinipitas, which is laging lugi po yung ating mga vegetable producers. Kaya, nung nakita ko po, or you stated, yung napapanahon ba na program ninyo na timing of planting season, dapat po talaga, ito ang gawin ng DA. Dahil lagi hong pagtatanungin ko sa ating mga vegetable producer, tumipak ka ba? Logi, ma'am. Lagi na lang logi. Kaya kung minsan, hindi na sila nagtatanim. So, what are we going to do with this? Tamang-tama, narinig ko, timing of planting season. Na, kasi kung kunyari, yung presyo ng kamatis ngayon is like 90 pesos or 120. Aba, mamaya, lahat na ng kanyang kapitbahay. Lahat magtatanim na yan. O pagka namunga itong mga ito, wala na. Tama nga, yung supply and demand, di ba? Kaya sana po, ang DA yan din ang pagtuunan ng pansin para hindi ho masasayang yung mga investment naman ng ating mga farmers. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Asis?
With us also, Mr. Chair, is Undersecretary Caballeros. She is in charge of our high-value crops. I think she's the best person to be able to respond to that last question po, if the Chair will allow. Thank you.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question, Honorable Quaresma. Yes, in terms of the high-value crops, because tomato falls under the platform of high-value crops, the Department of Agriculture is promoting the crop diversification strategy. Ito po ay to use in some areas yung optimize use of the land. And we look at the integration of other crops after rice. In the case of tomato, tama po yung nasabi ni Congresswoman Quaresma. We were monitoring a month ago, and oftentimes, ito po yung tinatapon madalas. When we check with the NVAT, Nueva Vizcaya Agricultural Terminal, there were two reasons. One is that the buyer did not show up, and that was a contracted purchase. So, tinapon nila dahil nabulok na rin because it has not been picked up for the past 2 days. That can be prevented if kasama na po ngayon yung konteksto nung integration po ng value addition, yung processing. Sinama po ito ng ating Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel para matugunan yung aspeto na hindi nagtutugma yung supply and demand. And kasama po ito doon sa
Are
pag-aaral.
we tomato deficient?
There are times that we are deficient, but there are times that we are oversupplying tomatoes.
Annually?
Onion.
No, annually. No.
Annually,
I'm talking
annually.
about
Yes, Mr. Chair.
tomato.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If we are to look on the industrial use, because for household consumption, we are meeting the requirement.
How much are we? What is the sufficiency rate?
The sufficiency rate for lowland vegetables, I have here in bulk po kasi, but I can disaggregate. The ending stock for the fourth quarter is around negative 63,202.
So we're importing.
We are importing, but not tomatoes for home consumption. We are importing for industrial use, Mr.
I mean
Chair.
to say for sardinas.
Sardinas, ito po yung sa spaghetti, ito po yung tomato sauce, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's not only tomatoes, hindi lang po kamatis, kung minsan pati broccoli. Lahat yan, repolyo, lahat. Kasi ang daming nagtanim, kaya nga maganda ito, timing of public planting season. Kailangan you have to educate our farmers and vegetable producers, Mr. Chairman.
We have here two people I always relied on. Siegfried, what is the answer?
Can you please repeat the question?
The question is about tomatoes and broccoli and the seasonality and of both demand and supply.
I recall, Mr. Chair, that we used to process tomatoes, but of a certain variety. In fact, DA has a corporation up north. I'm not sure whether it's still operating.
Is it operating? It was closed down by Cory?
No, Mr. Chair, it was closed down in the previous
By GCG.
administration. GCG.
Okay. Lionel. Lionel, you don't know Lionel. Lionel is the summa cum laude. He's a valedictorian of Ateneo de Manila in 2017. He has been advising me together my other staff. So there are 4 other people. These are 4 of them. Is the cobweb theorem still in effect for agriculture?
I'm not sure, sir.
Yeah,
I'll have to
because
check.
the good congresswoman says that if you plant corn, suddenly everybody plants, and therefore you go another cobweb. Basically, is there no counter measure against that?
I'm not so sure, sir. What I've seen, at least like parang sa literature, sir, recently on agri-econ,
Yes.
is that parang the choice of planting, a lot of it, aside from like what farmers have been used to, depends on the crops that the government supports. So kung saan po yung may support
So,
from
narinig
government,
mo
sir.
ba yun, Boy? This is
I heard
this
it.
is the valedictorian of Ateneo de Manila in 2017 as summa cum laude in management engineering, double with economics. So, the planting intentions are related to government support.
I heard it loud and clear.
Thank you. So therefore, I hope that science will guide you on what you are supporting also.
Yes, sir. That's why
Now,
we have a
let me
different
go to a
priority.
topic which I wanted to avoid. If only Carlos gave me the list in confidence. So let me go to documents that are available in public. Can you show? No, not the one. Okay. Increased private sector participation in importation there was already in 2016 and 2017, contrary to public statements by the NFA of wanting to limit importation to government. The blue ones are really NFA and the red ones are in private. So 2 years before RTL, 77% of importation was already private. Next, by 2018, most beginning stocks for rice were actually commercial. By 2018, 89% were actually commercial, not NFA. Only 11% was by NFA. Next, but the price spiked in 2018, despite mainly private sector participation. But this was the very reason why we wanted to do RTL. So before declining sharply in 2019, when we finally put the RTL in place. So you can see that in the chart in terms of the domestic retail price of rice. Questions? Since Carlos does not give me his confidential list. Who in the private sector were given rice importation permits by the NFA in the period between 2016 and 2018? This is under subpoena under Duces Tecum. 2. If private sector participation before rice tariffication was already high before rice tariffication, why did prices decline only after the supposedly cornered import permit requirement was abolished? 3. What happened to the supposed 2 billion bribery issue in the NFA in 2018, where certain NFA officials were named by Senator Ontiveros and Senator Poe as being involved in the cornering of the MAV and import permits, namely Marlon Barillo, Marigold Di Castro, Richie Carpio, Mercedes Yacapin, Rocky Valdez, Judy Carol Dansal, which was later named NFA administrator by the former president. Inaasan mo kasi ako eh. Kaya sarili ko na lang ang i-depends. But after this, I will still demand that you give me that list in an executive session. There is no way that we will not confront this because it's very clear that the people are being deprived of the benefits of a very good policy of the government. So what happened to the chain charges when then presidential spokesperson said government was to file in September 2018? 5. What has the DA done under this administration to ensure that price manipulation of this scale is prevented from happening again? Therefore, may I request the committee secretariat for the following: letters to the DOJ and the Ombudsman requesting whether there are any cases filed on the supposed government officials named in the 2016-2018 rice price manipulation allegations, including those named in the Senate investigation. Jason Aquino, former NFA Administrator Judy Carol Sal, Marlon Barillo, Marigold de Castro, Richie Carpio, Mercedes Yacapi, and Roddy Valdez. 2. Letter to the DOJ requesting for information on whether any investigation was formally ordered to be initiated by the DOJ on the former NFA administrator. 3. Letter to the NFA if they are still existing. Yes, but they admit they have been so decimated by your laws. They virtually are doing nothing now. If you read the new RTL law, virtually lahat ng pwedeng gawin ng NFA hindi na pinapagawa. Sayang ng institutional memory ng NFA, pero I'm okay. A list of all individuals and corporations given rice import permits from 2016 to 2018. 4. Letters to the Bureau of Customs requesting a list of all rice import arrivals from 2016 to 2018. So, I don't want to further invoke. I am invoking the subpoena powers of this committee, including those that are in the hands of Assistant Secretary Carlos Carag, because that's the only way to clear this matter. So, unless there are other comments or questions? Yes?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
gusto ko lang tanungin ng custom.
May I recognize Congressman Plato? Thank you very much. Yes, Congressman Briones.
Kung kailan yung last ng ginagawang basis ng pagbabalyo ng ini-import na reference value. Ano ang yung pinaka-latest na reference value na ginagamit ng custom?
They are being invited.
Sir, per anong commodity po, Mr. Chair?
Yung reference value, di ba? Supposed to be, dapat transaction value ang
Ay, hindi naman po namin ginagamit yung reference value in substitute dun sa transaction value. Ginagamit lang po namin siya as risk management tool. So kapag meron po kaming tinatawag na EVRIS or Electronic Value Reference Information System, available po yan sa lahat ng aming examiners at appraisers. Pag mababa po doon substantially mababa po doon yung value, usually po around mababa ng more than 30%, meron pong option ng aming examiner na questionin lang po yung value. No? Kumbaga, hihingi lang po ng additional documents proving na talagang yun ang transaction value. Otherwise, magkakaroon po ng valuation dispute at kinakailangan pong patunayan ng importer na talagang nabili niya sa mas mababang presyo yung produktong yun. Ito naman pong mga reference value namin, Mr. Chair, nagagaling po, usually pag agricultural products, we coordinate with the Department of Agriculture for latest valuation reference. Meron din po kaming subscription to price indexes available online. Like, for example, sa rice, may live rice po. Tapos, yung iba naman po, published values na internationally accepted na nakasubscribe po yung Bureau of Customs. Pero ang primary rule pa rin po namin is transaction value. Risk management tool lang po yung value reference system, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, anong hinihingi yung documents para masigurado nyo na ang ginagamit ng broker o ng importer ay yung talagang transaction value?
Usually po, Mr. Chair, ang hinihingi po ng aming examiners are contract of sale and then yung proof of payment po dun sa supplier, no? Either telegraphic transfers, kung meron pong, kung covered po yan ng ibang mode of payment, yung proof po na yun po yung pinapasubmit namin. Including, of course, yung primary po doon yung sales contract po. Yun po yung vine-verify namin.
Pero yung ang pinakamagandang para makita yung transaction value na may paper trail, dapat yung letter of credit. Normally, ang ginagamit ng mga broker at saka ng mga importer, telegraphic transfer kasi walang paper trail. So, paano ninyo ma-check kung talagang yun ang transaction value na ginagamit ng mga importer? Kasi ang malaking problema natin, undervaluation. At yan minsan, during our last hearing, mismo nga ating chairman, Joey Salceda, eh, tinanong yung 37 cents na presyo ng leg quarter ng chicken. So, paano natin masisigurado na matutulungan natin na hindi mawala ng revenue ang ating government at hindi naman mahirapan yung ating mga nasa livestock and poultry at even lahat ng nasa agri-sector.
Mr. Chair, ang problema ho kasi namin, ilan na rin lang ho yung gumagamit. Kung meron pong letter of credit, yun naman po yung ni-require namin. No? Ilan na rin lang ho kasi yung gumagamit based on transaction ng aming mga importers. Madalas ho, direct payment na sila. So, telegraphic transfer po yung pinapakita sa aming proof of payment. At any rate, Mr. Chair, even if makapagpakita po sila kung talagang below the reference prices talaga, sinasubject pa rin po yan to post-clearance audit. No? Yung buong 3 years po ng importation nila, maaari naming balikan at tingnan. Bubuksan po namin yung mga books of account nila at titingnan namin kung yun talaga yung nakadeklara doon.
Dapat talaga masigurado natin kasi ito kasama ito doon sa Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. Even yung mga government official or kung sino man, eh, ito non-bailable, lifetime imprisonment. Kaya nga nagtataka ako, ni pangalan ng company at saka pangalan ng may-ari ng Pacific Sealand Foods Corporation, hindi nyo alam. Dapat nakakulong na yan eh. Dahil outright smuggling, walang SPSIC. Paano nangyari na hanggang ngayon, parang under investigation pa lang itong kaso ng Pacific Sealand Corporation nito?
Mr. Chair, ano na po siya, case build-up na po siya. I identified na rin po namin yung responsible customs officer na nakalagay sa registration namin. At meron din pong nire-retrieve na rin po yung mga responsible officers at siguro ho, within the next few days or baka next week, ma-file na po itong kaso na to.
At saka yung fine dito,
Opo.
kikita ng ating government.
Aha.
5 times.
Yung
Kung 178 ito, 890 million ang fine dito.
Apo.
So, dapat ma-check natin. Mr. Chair.
Naka-FMN ba siya?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
What is his tariff rate? Mackerel.
Mackerel, that
5, 10?
alam namin, ang pagkakaalam ko po, 10%.
10.
10%.
So,
Mr. Chair, pwede ba natin matanong, Mr. Chair, si Doc Sigfrid Serrano, about naman to sa MDM and OPALS, kung bakit ang government natin pumayag na ibaba yung MDM and OPALS tariff to 5%.
May I remind Congressman Brones that he is a consultant of our committee, Segfried. So, but Segfried, you can answer. He's part of us. But I relied on him since 1992.
Can you please repeat the question, Mr. Chair?
Yung opals daw.
Alin po?
Yung opals. Yung chicken parts.
Kung bakit naging 5%. Parang naging ng government yan sa
tariffs.
Mayroon kang sinasabi na ngayon liberalize na, wala nang quantitative restriction. So paliwanag lang sa
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, you would recall that we were at that time negotiating for the extension of the rice QR. And the demandors in the negotiations, particularly the Americans, were demanding a reduction in the tariff of pork and poultry, which of course, upon consultation with our stakeholders in the sectors, were vehemently opposed to any such thing. So the compromise solution that was offered to the demandors was a reduction in the tariff of a commodity or a tariff line that was not at the time very popular, which is mechanically separated or mechanically deboned meat. As it so happened, the consequence, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, was that it became very cheap because of the tariff reductions that was part of the deal. And therefore, most of your siomai, most of your hot dogs, kaya hindi na firm yung hot dog ngayon was from mechanically separated meat. But we also had, we were hoping that...
So you protected inasal, in short.
But Your Honors, as the good congressman was saying, since we have already liberalized rice, wala na tayong QR, we are not under obligations anymore to maintain the tariffs. And I was discussing with Congressman Briones that in order to stave off any motivation to use the low tariffs of mechanically separated meat or mechanically deboned meat as a cover for smuggling in or technical smuggling of pork and poultry, maybe the tariffs can be equalized or be brought back as before. But Mr. Chairman, let me also alert you to a potential danger that in my studies of this particular product that I encountered. One, mechanically separated meat, as the Honorable Garin has said, kinukudkud po yan sa yung bones sa slaughter, ano? So it is rich in calcium. And we were hoping, when I was at DA, we were hoping that the DOH would help us study the impacts of using too much of this raw material in the manufacture or processed goods like hot dogs and siomai, etc. Because we have seen articles in the US and Europe that the maximum that they allow was 20% MSM, MDM because of the real danger of calcium toxicity to young infants and children. Dito po yata parang as much as 80% ang nagagamit. So that's just to plug that, Mr. Chairman, because nutrition, especially of children, is important to us, has already been emphasized by many of the presentations here. Thank you.
So anyway, it's a proposal, right? To equalize, just in case.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Chair.
you can fight
hopefully,
the TTRM.
Hopefully, Mr. Chair, yung DTI, Department of Finance,
Pero easily, they can use 8800. In fact, for rice, you can use 8800. Surge.
Actually, you can't.
Yes, you cannot.
It's not covered. If you look at the text of the RTL, Mr. Chairman, there is language there of a special safeguard on rice.
What part is that? The new one?
The current version.
So what
It also says that it forbids, it totally liberalizes and regulates rice. So our impression in looking at the text, Mr. Chairman, is if you
What
wish,
is the
you can...
effect of us saying that by February, we will actually lift, we will actually increase. So everybody now will speculate that there will be higher tariffs.
I think one of the important proposals,
Sikreto muna niya.
one of the important proposals, Mr. Chairman, so that this problem of toying with the applied rates is actually put rice under the ambit of 880. Because at 880, if you do some countervailing or some other action like anti-dumping, you can even do regular safeguards. And regular safeguards allow you to impose even a temporary QR. But I think under the text of the current RTL, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, that is not possible because rice is not under the ambit of
Tingin nga.
880.
Wait, which part of you keep naglagay kayo ng special safeguards? Hindi man lang kayo nagtanong? No, I don't know why. RA80 is a safeguard measure.
We stipulated that. We clarified that nga po. Diba?
That was the first law I passed.
Yun nga po. I know very well.
So anyway, para naman we can abbreviate everything, can I declare an executive session to allow, so I don't need to subpoena you anymore? Which of these people do you want to remain? Carlos?
Mr. Chair, very quick interjection in relation to what Dr. Serrano mentioned.
Yes,
He-
the calcium.
Yeah, he
Stronger
meant-
bones.
But aside from that, Mr. Chair, he mentioned that the possibility of the reduction of cost of MDM is to include it and add tariff. Ibig sabihin, lagyan ng buwis. We have to balance. Kasi pag linagyan mo ng buwis yun, ano man yung impact doon sa pagkain? Baka magmahal. Before, there were discussions on this in the two previous congresses. Patapos yung other congress. Kaya dumami ang MDM, which is of course, it's not really unhealthy, but the real meat is healthier than MDM. But I believe the problem here was the monopoly that was created within the Department of Agriculture. Nagkaroon kasi ng monopoly ng buffalo meat, which is the main component of many of these processed meats. I can see Dr. Serrano smiling. And that monopoly actually paved way for buffalo meat to be very expensive. Ulitin natin, dati may monopoly yan. Nasugpo ang monopoly, nagkaroon ng competition. Bumalik yung monopoliya, nag-shoot up ang prices ng buffalo meat, which is actually the one being used for all this processed food. With that, naghanap yung mga negosyante ng alternative way, and that is the mechanically deboned meat. Why are the producers resorting to that? Simply because the Department of Agriculture allowed monopoly in the importation of buffalo meat. Kaya, kung lalagyan ng taripa, well, it can be a solution, but I think we go back, open the market, so that the price of buffalo meat in the Philippines will go down. Competition is still the best protection of the Filipino people. Yan lang po. Now, yes, too much calcium is detrimental to babies, but of course, the kind of food that we are having out of MDM is not really being fed to babies. However, the detrimental health impact happens on the process, on the preservatives that are being incorporated in this food. Dun ang medyo malaki ang dagok sa kalusugan. Ang problema lang, if you have more on MDM, it is really not as nutritious as people are expecting it to be. So parang kumakain ka lang dyan na hindi naman talagang masustansya. Very low ang protein content.
Thank you for the enlightenment. Just one more question. Well, is there a monopoly on buffalo meat importation?
I would not know, but I think one of the issues there was the accreditation of the
Panganiban? Ay,
exporters.
si Panganiban is not Bai. Who is Bai?
It's actually a team of BAI and NMIS who go to these inspection missions, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Question.
Meron kasing, ang alam ko nun, dalawa lang sila na accredited, and then we had a deluge of applications for which nagkaroon ng controversies because, but this is probably better explained by the teams from NMIS and
They will be called next time.
BAI.
You just, ano, okay.
But I agree, Mr. Chairman, that the more players in the market, the more suppliers, the better. But the only thing that I advocate is that we follow the food safety and standards.
Yeah, bias.
And we're quite bothered, for example, that yung mga companies saka products na predominantly MDM ang materials like yung sa hot dogs, ang ginagamit pa ng mga kumpanya dyan na mag-advertise ay mga kabataan pa. Of course, you are familiar with the advertisements.
Okay. So,
So dapat lang talaga siguro.
okay, I'm okay. So may I now call on Congressman Pancho, and then after that, I think we have a representative from World Food Program. Where are you? Sir, sorry, I've been looking for you. We would like to be enlightened by your, ano. So,
Yes.
Congressman
Thank you
Pancho.
po, Mr. Chair. Kanina po na-mention ni Sir Glenn yung list po ng ating mga importer. So yung mga importer po natin, sino po nag-a-approve nun?
Siya.
These importers po are registered po with the Bureau of Plant Industry.
Okay, naka-registered
Apo.
po. Tapos, we cannot control the number of bags na papasok sa atin. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
Correct po, ma'am.
Correct.
Wala po tayong...
So, ibig sabihin, very free sila kung number of bags ang ipapasok nila. Now, yung list natin, na-mention kanina na parang the same list that we have before, na importer.
Hindi naman po. Yung list na sinabi ni Jet, the
Opo.
ask from BOC is the same as the one mentioned by...
Opo. So now, sino po ang gumagawa ng monitoring ng activities po ng ating mga importer? Let's say the number of bags na pumasok, ilang number of bags ang naka-hold para makita natin yung activities po ng ating mga importer.
Okay po. From when it was transferred po, yung pong regulation na yun
Opo.
sa aming opisina, monitoring, we started po registering their dry storage warehouses. So sa Bureau of Plant Industry po. For
So,
food
alam niyo-
safety.
So alam niyo po na may natitira pa, let's say na number of bags na hindi dumadating. Now we can consider as hoarding na po yun.
Ma'am, hindi ko lang po sigurado, ma'am, kung mako-consider na hoarding na yung hindi pa po nadating. Ang namomonitor po natin is yung pong actual na arrivals.
Pero sir,
po
the mere fact na parating naman eh. Hindi pa nga lang siya dumadating, pero parating pa siya.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, yun po ang hindi po natin masigurado. Kasi po ang amin po is although we issue the SPSICs for sanitary and phytosanitary reasons, yung pong actual na pagdating niya, malalaman po natin yon pag na-inspect na natin po sa first
So kaya nga po, kung ang nakalagay po is 100,000 bags at ang dumating lang is 60,000 bags, alam niyo po,
Opo, ma'am. Na ano naman po yun.
namomonitor
Na
niyo
Opo,
po.
tama po.
So yung 40,000, are you still waiting for that o hindi na darating o may possibility na dumating o hindi dumating?
Opo. Yun nga po, ma'am, ang aming ginagawa kapag ho sila ay nag-apply at ang actual na arrival ho ay hindi tama dun sa kanila o
Opo.
mababa yung kanilang utilization, sila po ay ating pinapaliwanag. And even po ngayon po, dahil nga po dun sa experience natin with the onion issue before, atin po nang tinitingnan yung even yung kanilang distribution channels. Yun po ay ating tinitingnan na, ma'am.
Ang tanong ko po, Sir Glenn, ginagawa ba nila yan every now and then o paminsan-minsan lang?
Alin po, ma'am, ang
Yung may
ginagawa?
natitira.
Ah, ang maibabase ko lang po sa utilization is kung ganun po is 62% nga po ang ating utilization ngayon. According
Ibig
to our
sabihin yung mga
data.
importer natin, they do that on a regular basis o paminsan-minsan lang talagang may nadidelay na 40 bags, 40,000 bags.
Ma'am, yung pong ganong situation ay hindi ko po masabi kung regular nilang ginagawa.
How
But yun
can
nga
you
po,
say na hindi nyo mamamonitor?
Hindi
Trabaho
po.
nyo yun.
Opo, opo. Kasi
Di
po
ba?
may,
Kasi pag sinabi nyo pong hindi na nyo namamonitor, na nagagawa po nila yung palagi, masakit man pong isipin, parang merong connivance sa importer at sa part po ng agency.
ma'am, unang-una po, sa pag-i-issue po ng ating clearances, ito po ay online. And even po pagdating, ito po ay online.
Kaya lang po, Mr. Chair, ba't ina-allow nyo yun? Kasi nakasisira po sila doon sa price sa market.
Yun nga po.
Kasi you can consider yung hoarders at saka yung mga smugglers na illegal activities po yan eh. So bakit na-allow po yun? Hindi po pwede pag na-monitor nyo ganun, i-blacklist nyo sila.
Apo, ma'am, meron naman po tayong mga nabablacklist for non-compliances. Yun nga po, ma'am, ang amin lang pong siguro limitation is on the quantitative side ho, ay hindi naman ho namin ito makontrol dahil nga po meron tayong rice tariffication law. But if sila po ay hindi mag-comply, for example, for food safety, or kung meron hong pest or disease na dala yung kanilang or may commingling na nangyayari, ito po ay ating nahuhuli, and yung non-compliance po na yon will result in their blacklisting or their suspension. Kaya po hindi na po sila makakapag-import.
So yun po ang naggagawa nyo na just in case na meron pong hoarding na nangyayari.
Opo, ma'am. Yung non-compliance po on food safety and
Pag
sanitary.
na-blacklist sila, hindi na sila pwedeng mag-import ulit.
Hindi na po. And we also communicated with the Bureau of Customs din naman po pagka meron kami mga non-compliance. They are same way. Pag meron pong non-compliant shipments, sila rin naman po ini-inform kami para ma-check natin yung mga consignments.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I call on Stella, may the committee would certainly benefit from your comments as well as observation from the United Nations World Food Program Philippines. Sir?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and other distinguished guests. Allow me to first give a broad statement, and
Yes.
then I would possibly, if you give me a couple of minutes more, I can talk about some of the specifics. What we believe as World Food Program is that for true development of a nation, human capital development is paramount and non-negotiable. But this cannot happen without addressing hunger, food insecurity, and nutrition-related concerns comprehensively. The global context has changed quite significantly over the last few years, including unrelenting onslaught of climate change-induced disasters, protracted conflict and war, and all of these are disrupting the food supply chain, and hence food security and nutrition of the people. All these factors call for revisiting the relevant legislations of the Philippines to bring about the necessary changes, including the bill, which is Republic Act number 11037, which basically mandates all the feeding programs of the government. And we would really recommend to reopen that bill and revisit it, because there are a lot of provisions that can be possibly addressed. An introduction of new policies and programs, including Walang which my colleague can definitely from DSWD can talk about in more detail, and thereby sustainably address food security and nutrition related challenges in the country. We as United Nations World Food Program fully support these proposed discussions and resolution that is being discussed today, and commit to work hand in hand with all relevant stakeholders for a food and nutrition secure and hunger-free Philippines. just to give you a bit of perspective of WFP's recent engagement with the government of Philippines over the past 2 to 3 years, we have been working with DSWD since the inception of Walang Gutom. We have done pilot in partnership with and under the leadership of DSWD, and we are now looking forward to the significant expansion of Walang Gutom program, which basically aims to reach out to 1 million food poor households, which would be mostly roughly about 6 million people. Now, apart from giving access to really diversified food basket through this program, which includes not just carbohydrates, but protein, fruits and vegetables, etc., this also provides an immense opportunity for local produce and supply chain to also benefit from it, because people, all these beneficiaries, will buy a number of fresh food from the local retailers, including Kadiwas. And we really would like to propose that let's also look into the supply chain aspects of this program to strengthen the supply chain and whereby benefiting the small farmers and fisher folks through this program. Also last year, as a result of El Nino and also forecast of La Nina, we conceptualized and proposed a program for DSWD to lead, but also with partnership with Department of Agriculture and other departments. It's called Project Lava at Binhi, which looks into community-based water security and food security interventions. Many municipalities are now implementing this Project Lava at Binhi at scale. 310 municipalities are basically doing this through cash for work and cash for training programs. And there are so many good examples that are coming up, which are basically showing opportunities of diversifying food production by really planting vegetables around water bodies, thereby putting off pressure from big irrigation programs, of the government, and really looking into community-based initiatives that can also improve access to nutritious food. We have been also working with the government in terms of, how we can scale up provision of fortified rice in the country. And this can also really be a game changer in terms of improving micronutrient deficiencies through different large-scale government programs in the country. We are also working with the Department of Education on school feeding program, and converting that school feeding program into what we call homegrown school feeding, whereby local farmers' fresh produce can be purchased by the schools to provide hot and nutritious meal to the school children, thereby not just as addressing their nutrition issues, but also improving their ability to learn and also promoting local economic development. So these are some of the interventions and activities that we have been strongly working and advocating with the government of Philippines and other key actors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's very encouraging. At this point, may I recognize a leading light of Committee on Ways and Means, Congresswoman Midi and Kua. And may I call on DSWD ASEC Ringas? Are you from Bicol?
My mother is from Bicol, Mr. Chair, from Camarines Sur.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I prepared a presentation regarding the Walang Gutom 2027, one of the flagship programs of the national government right now to address food insecurity, Mr. Chair. So if I may be allowed to present, if not, I can briefly discuss the program, Mr.
Ilang
Chair.
pages?
Just a few slides, Mr. Chair, around 5 to 10 slides.
All right. Do the 5.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Is it
Thank you,
here?
Mr. Chair. So we can proceed to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, Mr. Chair, pursuant to Executive Order number 44, the Walang Gutom 2027 or the food stamp program was declared as a flagship program of the national government. So what is the food stamp program? Well, basically, the ultimate objective of the program is to decrease the incidence of involuntary hunger being experienced by low-income households while helping them become a productive citizens of the country. Okay, next slide, please. So here are the objectives of the program. But before we discuss this, Mr. Chair, I would just like to emphasize that the food stamp program is not just about providing food. It's about opening doors. It's about opening opportunities to our beneficiaries for them to fully participate in society. It's about empowering them. And by giving them essential resources such as food, we help them gain the stability needed for them to pursue their dreams and, of course, to contribute to their communities. Perhaps we can skip this slide in the interest of time. Next slide, please. Okay, so our target beneficiaries for the program is 1 million food poor households, because according to when we were designing this program, Mr. Chair, no, back in 2023, the only available data back then was the 2021 Family and Income Expenditure Survey of the PSA. So according to the PSA, there are 1.04 million families who are food poor. So that's our target. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, but before we go to the concept, may I just mention, Mr. Chair, that the 1.04 million families are just statistical numbers. And in order to put face to these numbers, we utilize our database, which we call Listahanan 3. Now, to be eligible to the program, a household must belong to the bottom 1 million households of that database of the Listahanan 3. Okay, now we go to the concept. So, we will be providing what we call electronic benefit transfer cards. So this is similar to your regular ATM cards, no? Except that the amount or the grant provided to the beneficiaries cannot be withdrawn. And it can only be used to purchase a select list of food commodities from our registered retailers. So specifically, this is what we call the Pinggang Pinoy, no? And FNRI helped us develop this food basket. So out of the 3,000, 50% or 1,500 is allocated for carbohydrates or go foods. The 30% is allocated for grow foods or proteins, or that's 900 pesos. And the remaining 20% is allocated for glow foods or healthy fibers, which is 600 pesos. Next slide, please. So again, I just want to emphasize that we don't want to develop another ayuda program, Mr. Chair. So we ensured na we impose conditions that our beneficiaries need to comply. So the first condition is they have to attend the nutrition education session, which is conducted once a month. No, the aim or the objective of this nutrition education is to foster positive behavioral change by teaching our beneficiaries that they can prepare affordable and delicious and healthy food using with a limited budget. Okay, so the second condition is what we call the productivity enhancement session, and we facilitate this through the help of the DOLE and TESDA. So basically, we identify our beneficiaries and we endorse them to the appropriate government agencies such as DOLE for job matching and possible training through TESDA. Okay, next slide, please. So here is a scale-up implementation slide on the scale-up implementation. Well, we started the pilot implementation last December 2023, I mean. And we ended last July. We completed the pilot last July 2024 and was rolled out in a total of 22 provinces. So so we started the scale-up implementation in July, the first food redemption in July 18, and right now, Mr. Chair, it's around 170,000 households have already redeemed. And our target for this year is 300,000 households. Okay, and currently we have around 368 retailers, active retailers. Next slide, please. So here are some of the snippets of our food redemption. No, next slide. So here is the verification and registration activity that we conduct before we officially onboard our beneficiaries. Okay, next slide. Here is the nutrition education session. Next slide. Here's the productivity enhancement session. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. So for this year, 2024, our plan is to register 300,000 beneficiaries. And by next year, hopefully, we can onboard the additional 300,000 to reach our 600,000 target. And by 2026, we hope again to reach the 750,000. And by 2027, Mr. Chair, we hopefully we can reach our ultimate objective to reach 1 million beneficiaries. So that would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you for listening.
Hindi mo ginamit yung BNS for the education?
Yes, actually, Mr. Chair, we just issued a guidelines regarding this, no, and we will be tapping the BNS to facilitate the nutrition education sessions.
In Albay, every barangay has a BNS. It's mandatory. Actually.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. May I call now on FEF?
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. We prepared a very short statement. May I be allowed to
Yes,
read it?
please.
The Foundation for Economic Freedom commends the House of Representatives for its proactive efforts in addressing the looming food inflation crisis through House Resolution 254. This resolution, which includes motu proprio investigation in government programs aimed at combating smuggling and price manipulation of essential goods, underscores the government's strong commitment to reducing hunger and improving food and nutrition security in the country. While enforcing anti-smuggling and price manipulation laws is critical, complementary reforms are necessary to address the underlying causes of food insecurity and enhance food affordability. A crucial area of focus should be easing foreign investment restrictions in key agricultural sectors like corn, as this can bolster production and supply chains, ultimately lowering food prices across the board. The corn industry in particular requires urgent attention. High corn prices are a significant driver of food inflation in the Philippines, especially in the animal feed sector. The wholesale price of corn in the Philippines is 67% higher than in Thailand and 43% higher than in Vietnam, making corn feed more expensive. This drives up the cost of protein-rich foods like pork, poultry, and fish sourced from aquaculture. Consequently, Filipino consumers pay more than double for pork compared to Thailand and 73% more compared to Vietnam. Similarly, chicken prices in the Philippines are more than double than those in Thailand and 44% higher than in Vietnam. The importance of protein or ulam in nutritious diet is crucial for addressing malnutrition and ensuring the overall health of Filipino families, especially as rising food prices continue to strain household budgets. These disparities strain Filipino households, particularly those in the lowest income brackets. The poorest households spend around 60% of their income on food, and with food prices rising, they are increasingly unable to afford nutritious, protein-rich foods like meat, poultry, and fish. According to the World Food Program, who's actually here, a nutritious diet remains out of reach for Filipino households, even when they allocate 70% of their income to food. This trend contributes to the persistence of malnutrition and stunting, which remains a major public health challenge in the Philippines. Nearly 29% of children under 5 years old suffer from stunting, the highest rate in Southeast Asia, further exacerbating the country's malnutrition crisis. In closing, we wish to reiterate that protein plays a crucial role in a nutritious diet, and ensuring its affordability is key to addressing malnutrition and promoting overall health of Filipinos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, may I recognize Congresswoman Stella, who is dying to ask the questions. I'm really sorry. We invited so many people and they...
I'm dying of the cold, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay.
Malamig pala dito. Anyway, salamat, Mr. Chair. I want to ask PSA. I've seen data on onions. You compute, for example, sufficiency ratios for crops like onions. Do you do this for rice as well?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So may we know? May we know current sufficiency levels for rice? Ibig sabihin, sapat ba ang supply sa current demand pagdating sa bigas?
Ano? Bigas?
Yes, for rice. I mean, no, meaning local plus imports. I want to know,
Oh,
so local production plus imports, yes, relative to demand. Like, what's the change from 2023 to 2024 post-tariff reduction?
Mr. Chair, the self-sufficiency for rice is 77 to 78%.
So that is 2024. Para sa anong taon yan? 2023?
alam mo, mahirap ang tanong ni ano. Ganito, ma'am.
Hindi, meron kasi silang kinocompute na supply and demand.
Ma'am, ganito. Yung demand, may estimate ka ng demand, di ba? Tapos, mag-set
Mr.
aside
Chair.
ka ng 45 days for stock. Okay? Plus nung consumption, plus yung domestic supply, domestic production, plus importation
Yes.
equals your, ano,
Yes, meron silang,
that's your sufficiency.
oo, meron silang ganun.
Mr. Chair, our self-sufficiency ratio formula is actually production over production plus import minus exports times 100.
No stocks?
Based on FAO.
Walang
methodology.
beginning.
There has to be some
Yes,
stock.
beginning stock.
That is another method, Madam Chair. Mr.
Hindi,
Chair.
but mas gusto namin yung may beginning stock.
We also do that, but the self-sufficiency ratio that I mentioned is based on that formula. The production over production plus import
Hindi,
minus
mas gusto nga namin yung may beginning stock plus local production. Isa-isahin natin, beginning stock plus local production plus imports, less consumption.
I will just
And-
get the data, Mr.
Oo,
Chair.
tapos para sa 2023 and then for 2024. Basically, we want to see kung paano nagbago yan before and after the reduction in tariff. So, sige. Babalikan na lang kita. All right.
Next.
And then, Mr. Chair, tatanungin ko lang si Asek Karag. Actually, I wanted to interject earlier when you were asking him about enforcement powers. Nung sumagot kayo, Asek, na wala kayong enforcement powers, medyo naawa ko sa inyo. Dahil
Tinanggal nyo.
hindi natin tinanggal. We never gave them enforcement powers because when we passed the Philippine Competition Act, binigay natin ang enforcement powers para sa lahat ng sektor sa Philippine Competition Commission pagdating sa pag-enforce against cartels. Yun ang gusto ko sanang sabihin, and that's probably the reason for why we never thought of giving DA enforcement powers. Kasi meron ng batas na ganon. Kaya I wanted to say, pagdating sa cartel enforcement, wag natin i-expect na ang DA may ganon. Kasi nga, may batas tayo na Philippine Competition Act. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. From what I understand, yes, they're the ones who have the enforcement, and we've actually coordinated with them already.
Yes, so my next question is that. So do you have an MOA with the PCC?
No, ma'am, because under AO 23 at 20, ma'am, we had already coordinated with them prior. Pero
Yeah, so in other words kasi, Mr. Chair, dapat theoretically, ginagamit nila through an MOA ang enforcement powers ng PCC to go against the cartels, which is actually what had happened for the onion cartel.
Yes,
Kaya
ma'am.
nga nagpro-progress na para doon sa cartel na yun.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, when we had that I actually was the one who called for the meeting as the Secretary of Agriculture, put me as his permanent representative to that AO. When I called that meeting, in fact, the PCC mentioned they're very thankful because it's the first time the Department of Agriculture coordinated with them regarding enforcement.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so at least now that you're working together.
Yes.
Okay. Next question. Sa tingin niyo po ba meron bang cartel sa rice industry?
He wants executive session.
Hindi, tanangin lang natin yes or no.
Ma'am, pwedeng hindi yes or no?
Sige,
It
bahala
seems
po.
like there is, ma'am. And
okay.
not probably just with rice.
At ano ang iyong, sa iyong sagot, ano ang iyong definition ng cartel?
Pag-aralan ko po muna, ma'am.
Nakaka,
It seems like there are certain either sectors or individuals who are actually manipulating prices. So
no,
we,
kasi there are many ways to manipulate prices, di ba? Pwedeng, halimbawa,
Whether with the volume.
magkasundo tayo, sabihin natin, okay ha, wag kang bababa sa 50 per kilo. Pwedeng ganon. Or pwedeng, pareho tayong nagsto-store sa isang warehouse, pwede tayong mag-coordinate ng pag-hoard ng quantities. So, sa iyong palagay, ano ang modus ng rice cartel?
Ma'am, I can't answer the modus of the rights cartel because we're still in the process of studying it's a whole system because we have problems with logistics, we have problems with warehouses, cold and dry. We are archipelagic nation So, syempre, tataas yung presyo with the transport kasi may boat. Di lang tulad lang, people mention Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar. They're all landlocked
No, yes. Pero pag
we
sinasabi
have
kasi,
7,000 islands
Yes,
So,
pag
mas
sinasabi-
mataas talaga presyo natin. And I believe there also are socialist or communist.
yes, but Mr. Chair, pag sinasabi naman natin na cartel, ang pinag-uusapan natin yung abnormal
Yes,
na
I
pagtaas
believe
ng
there is
presyo
some. Though we
na
cannot-
hindi natin mapapaliwanag dahil landlocked, archipelagic. Ibig sabihin yun talagang walang paliwanag kung hindi nagmanipula. In short, artificial ang pagtaas ng presyo. At sinabi ninyo mukhang meron, kaya tanong ko is ano modus dyan?
That I cannot say yet, ma'am, because or answer yet, ma'am, because like I said, we're still in the process of studying all the information we can. There's policy, there's other departments we have to talk with, law enforcement departments also, ma'am, that we have to jive all the information, and eventually we will come up with the answer to that, ma'am.
So, sir, alam naman natin na rice is the biggest contributor to inflation. Tama po?
I think so, ma'am.
PSA, what is the contribution of rice to inflation? Tama ba? 50%?
Madam Chair, yes po, 48%.
48%. Di ba? So it's the biggest contributor to inflation. Sabi ninyo, at nagpapasalamat kami na ikaw na po ang nagko-coordinate with PCC. At alam niyo po na sila ang may original and primary jurisdiction over cartels. Hindi niyo po ba pinag-usapan with PCC na napaka-importanting commodity ang bigas? Sa tingin ko, may pagmanipula ng presyo dito. Bakit hindi natin once and for all tignan na ang problema ng rice cartel?
Ma'am, we are, like I mentioned, we are in the process of
Hindi, yes or no lang naman eh. Hindi process. Have you actually
No, ma'am.
already undertaken?
We had one meeting middle of this year, ma'am. Hindi pa natutuloy uli because other AOs have come into the picture. May AO 23 na rin. And then we also have the RA
No, but you don't need an AO. I came from the PCC. It's just a matter of you writing a letter to the commission and saying that
Hindi nagkatugma, ma'am, yung mga meeting thereafter.
no, yes, but
it
is this
doesn't
something
stop us
that
from-
is this something that
We will, ma'am, we will, definitely.
Okay, next question, sir. Kanina tinanong ko po kung sino ang biggest importers of rice. pagdating po sa traders, do you have a registry of rice traders? Do we know who the rice traders are? Kasi kanina pa po natin sinasabi na ang dahilan kung bakit mataas ang presyo ng bigas ay dahil sa middlemen. Di po ba?
Ma'am, from what I understand, we get the data of the importers, not necessarily the traders, ma'am.
So, in
Though
short,
some of the traders are the importers.
okay, so hindi natin alam, wala tayong registry ng rice traders. Meron tayong registry of importers. Tama po? Yes. Importers meron.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, may I pass on?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. So, ang ating pong nire-register is importers and then the dry storage warehouses. Yung food business operators po ay mostly on food safety, ma'am. Yun po, chinecheck natin. At ngayon po ay sinisimulan na ho nating iparehistro yung mga yon.
Alam din natin ang farmers.
Ang farmers po, ma'am, yung farmers registry system po siguro ng DA ang meron. Kasi nire-register po natin yung mga producers, mga farmers.
Okay, so ang hindi natin kilala ay ang traders. Hindi pa problema yon kasi ang sinasabi natin is ang dahilan kung bakit mataas ang presyo ng bigas ay ang dahil sa unscrupulous rice traders. Tama po? Pero bakit hanggat ngayon, hindi po natin ine-endeavor na alamin kung sino sila? Do you agree na problema po yun na hindi natin sila kilala? At dapat magkaroon na tayo ng isang registry of rice traders?
Opo, ma'am. Hanggang... sige po.
Patulog ka kay Asis.
Ma'am, if I may defer the answering to our USEC also about that.
It used to be part of the powers of NFA to register the millers, the wholesalers, and even the retailers. But that power was taken out. And just to correct the previous statement given to the chair, on the number of eggs, I'm very sorry. The actual number, there are two numbers on the eggs. That's wrong. The first number is 40 million a day. This is based on PSA. But based on our own estimate, using industry data, it's around 47 million, sir. Just to correct. Thank you.
So babalik lang ako dun sa... So hindi natin alam, Mr. Chair. So I think it's a problem and I think that's something that we should look into. Next question po. Nabanggit kanina na kahit paano tayo ay nag-i-inspect na ng warehouses ng importers. At nabanggit niyo rin po na at sa tingin namin, maraming importers ang traders din. Tama po? In other words, bumibili din sila ng local rice. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
So, doon po sa ini-inspect ninyo, nakikita nyo rin ang stocks na binibili nila from local farmers. Tama po?
Ma'am, before the BPI answers, may I make a statement? Ma'am, we can only inspect under the regulatory powers of the DA those that are registered.
Yes.
Majority nga are not registered, ma'am. So we cannot inspect those that are not
Well,
yet
okay,
registered.
that's a separate problem. Well, first of all, why are they not registered, di ba?
Kasi sa LGU nga ho muna magre-register, not necessarily.
Well, that's not how
DA na eh.
that's not what the AO, we've seen the AO many times, Chair Mark.
Yes, so in accordance to Administrative Order number 2 ba? Tama ba?
20.
Director
20,
Glenn?
20.
Yung former, the old AO. It was then Secretary Dar that issued that in 2021 that mandates BPI
Yes,
to register all local. Oh, even local kasi imported lang noon eh. And then it was included na all local produce.
Sir, it was also, from my understanding, it's in a Supreme Court now, may kaso yon. because I think what was only required then was cold storage warehouses, not dry storage.
Okay, but with the existing, with the new anti-agricultural economic sabotage law, they are now required to register and submit data on a
Regular
quarterly
basis,
basis.
Yes, sir.
Grabe ng bureaucracy.
Okay, so,
May-
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Director
Tama po.
Glenn.
Ma'am, yung pong ating pag-monitor ng mga dry storage warehouse kung saan nandun yung bigas. Unang-una po, yun nga, food safety and pest and disease. Yun po yung unang mandato ng opisina. And then, we have already initiated kahit po yung local ay i-monitor and yung imported. But gaya po ng nasabi ni Ase Karag, ma'am, kasi yung iba po kasi, hindi naman po siya talaga rehistradong warehouse. But we have made efforts po para ito ay marehistro. Actually from 2021 po na zero po yung nasa data eh. Pero from 2022 from 107 ngayon po ay nasa 626 na po yung na-registered nating dry storage warehouses. So from 2023, we had 224 registered, 2024, 295 registered. So nag-e-effort po talaga tayo, ma'am. Makita po itong mga ito at makita po kung ano yung laman niya.
Okay.
And with the law po, baka po nga, yun nga po, makompel po sila na ma-distribute po ito ng mas maayos.
So, alam natin ang laman ng mga warehouses na to, whether imported or local.
Yung pong mga naka-register po.
Yes. So doon na lang tayo mag-umpisa sa registered. Wala naman tayong magagawa doon sa unregistered sa ngayon. So nasaan po ang data na yon?
We can submit po yung aming reports no
So,
ginagawa nating monitoring.
Yes, so could you, para sa anong date, anong years?
We have it po naman na regularly nag-update po kami ng data na yan.
So doon sa latest count, which is over 600, meron ka for those 600 warehouses, nandun ang stocks both local and imported.
Yung 2023 and 2024, doon po tayo nag-start talaga mag-ramp
Sige
up.
po, so please submit
We will.
those. Okay. So,
Kong Stella, sorry. With your indulgence, just to inform the body that also in the proposed rice tariffication law, subject of course to the approval of the president. We will require the registration and maintain a national database of all grain warehouses by BPI and cold storages. So double, both from the anti-agri economic sabotage and the RTL.
siguro last question na lang, Chair, kay Ase Karag. Kayo po yung nasa enforcement, no? Kayo po ang nasa enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ano lang, I just want your thoughts. Bakit po hindi bumababa ang presyo ng bigas?
Ma'am, from my point of view,
From your
in
point
the
of view.
office I represent, there's too many problems, ma'am.
Give me the top three. Top three.
I would say smuggling.
And please explain
the
how,
mit-
because smuggling is the reverse, di ba? When you smuggle, you don't pay the 15% tariff. So it's supposed to lower the price, right? So why are you saying that it contributes to higher prices?
First of all, the way I see it, ma'am, is the smugglers anyway, though they do not
Are
pay,
the smugglers the cartels?
that I
Meaning
cannot say.
they manipulate the price and keep it.
Definitely there's price manipulation, ma'am, but I cannot
Yes, so
say
are
if
you saying that the
smugglers
smugglers are also the cartel operators?
I cannot say in definite terms, ma'am.
Yes, but you said
Probably,
that,
but-
that when I asked you what is the reason for why the price of rice is high, your number one reason is smuggling. But that's counterintuitive.
Yes, ma'am. I was
because
going-
smuggling means you don't pay the tax, which means you reduce the price.
Yes, ma'am.
So why is that supposed to be the reason for why the price is high?
Well, I think other people can be the ones to answer that, ma'am. From
I want
our
you,
finance.
I want you to respond as enforcer.
Yes. The way I see it, ma'am, is the smugglers smuggle, but yun nga yung problema natin ho, ma'am, eh. Hindi naman bumababa yung presyo, eh. So definitely someone is taking advantage, whether price manipulation or what, or cartel, as you have mentioned. Maybe that's what we call them. So definitely smuggling is one of the biggest problems of why prices are maintaining the high prices, ma'am. No? Number two would
Stella,
probably be
it's implied already.
number two. The way I see it, ma'am, is graft and corruption within so many departments itself.
Can I at this point just ask, Ascom, magkano na ba kinita natin ng ano, sa RTL? Kung 12 billion ang nawala, magkano ang collection? Sigurado ako wala ng RFFA. Ayan, meron na. Oh. Then Stella, for your last question.
Yes, I'm just gonna ask PSA because I asked her to report to us.
She wants her own definition.
If PSA is ready.
Mr. Chair, Madam Congressman, if we may just submit the
No,
data.
can you just give us a lowdown?
I have to verify the computation first.
Bigyan mo na.
Is it increasing over time? Is it decreasing over time? I mean, to give us a, just describe to us the
May
trend. Like,
sinusubinan na ako yung mga based dun sa
As this is not an official statistics by the PSA, we just compute this as
Pero yung
internal
atin,
for validation
Antayin
purposes. So I haven't really checked the computation yet.
pero tayo na.
But we will submit to you the computation once verified.
yeah, both formulas that you earlier
Yeah.
mentioned. All right, thank
Yes,
you,
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
So, magkano jet ang computation mo?
Mr. Chair, for if for 2024,
As of October 30.
as of October, October, Mr. Chair, should be around 20 billion pesos.
Oh, so that's 32 less 12.
Yes.
Okay. So meron pa, may pang-RFFA pa.
Actually, Ascom, baka you can double check, please, because
A little bit more, sir.
someone relayed to us before, mga it's already about 30.
Yeah. Sorry,
30
yes, sir.
billion,
I'm
di ba?
sorry, sir. I
Thank
read
you,
the wrong
Ascom.
data. It's 30 billion, yes. 30 billion point 38.
Despite the 15%.
There's a difference in volume, sir, if you compare it from last year kasi.
The USDA said that we will only import 3.6 and then they upgraded to 3.9. Then suddenly your importation is 4.1. So somebody's
As of October, Mr. Chair, the volume is about 3.9.
yeah, but by year end it's 4.1.
Yes.
So basically I don't want to make conclusions But it's very intriguing that you will be importing more than what the USDA already suggests, estimated to be a 3.9 million metric tons of well-milled rice. Anyway, may I call on our colleague? First, may I recognize the chairperson of our Committee on Ethics, Congressman Estares.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon.
Thank you. And may I recognize our Vice Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, Congresswoman Midi Kua.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I just have a very short question. Actually, it's very easy, not as hard as Kong Stella's question. So I'm just wondering regarding the list. My question is for ASEC Bringas. Yes. I'm just wondering, for the DSWD, you mentioned you had a list already for the beneficiaries. How do you choose your beneficiaries?
Again, thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. Again, we for targeting purposes, we use the FIES, the Family and Income Expenditure Survey. So according to the FIES, it's in the 2021 FIES, there are 1.04 million families. So that's our target. Now, to put face to these numbers, we have our database called the Listahanan. So basically, it's a database of all the poor households nationwide. And we utilize that list to identify the bottom 1 million, or basically to be eligible to the program, you must belong to the bottom 1 million of that database, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so I'd like to ask again. So how do you get that master list? How do you get included in the list?
This listahanan, Mr. Chair, was so back in 2019. There was a data collection that was done. Our social workers went house to house, to do the survey, to get their demographic data, their current status. And from there, they go through what we call the proxy means test, PMT. And from there, we determine the estimated household income of our beneficiaries. So from there, Mr. Chair, we just get the list of the bottom 1 million based on the estimated household income of the beneficiaries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ASEC. But Mr. Chair, may I suggest also, because it's already 2024, and the list that ASEC mentioned was made 2019, if it's possible for them to update and validate the list. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think there are probably a lot more people who might be included in the list.
Yes, in just in relation. Are you using stratified sampling?
That I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, but I will confirm.
The FIES, is that stratified? PSA, is that stratified sampling? Does that have 84,000 sample size?
Mr. Chair, we will just verify the sampling design.
So that it's valid up to province?
But definitely it's a probability sampling, but the
I
specific
know,
sampling
so it has to be 84,000, 1,200 times 82 for it to be valid for every province. So, but the way you conduct your surveys usually are stratified.
Yes, Mr. Chair, usually, but I will just verify the exact design for
So
the
when was the
FIES.
last FIES?
2023 FIES, Mr.
So
Chair.
you didn't use that?
During the development stage of the program, Mr. Chair, the only available data at that time is the 2021 FIES. So we started the scale-up implementation in July 2024, and the FIES 2023 was released last August 2024. So, but definitely, Mr. Chair, we will be transitioning to that once we scale up, once we do the next scale up in next year, Mr. Chair.
So the proxy means test is the same test you use for listahanan, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. But again, for next year, Mr. Chair, we will be transitioning to the CBMS, or the community-based monitoring system
Did you
that was
fund-
developed by PSA.
I will have to I have to raise certain suspicion about that because not all provinces finance their CBMS. Who is financing
It's in the
CBMS?
GAA.
Is in the GAA?
It's funded na.
Are they doing it? How much? 5 million per town? What's the CBMS now? What is the status? Is the Celia Reyes model? You. Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's under the development of the CBMS is under the
PIDS?
Philippine Statistics Authority, Mr. Chair. It's not under the DSWD.
PSA?
Mr. Chair, the status of the 2024 population census and community-based
O
monitoring
hindi,
system is,
yung CBMS ang pinag-uusapan.
yes,
It's a
it's a
different
combined,
sample size.
the POPSEN and the
So it's
CBMS is
universal.
actually combined.
So it's a global.
It's a census, Mr. Chair. So
Yeah,
it's,
so it's global.
Yes, nationwide, Mr. Chair. It's 90% done with the data collection and the data processing is ongoing. We will be providing NEDA with the preliminary data by the end of the year. And NEDA is in charge of updating and developing the proxy means test model to identify the poor households from the
Tingnan mo yan,
2024
magpo-proxy
CBMS.
means test pa kami para makilala namin sila dahil ayaw nyo ipakilala kung sino na ang lumabas na mahirap.
The NEDA is in charge of
No,
the proxy
it's
means
the
test.
data privacy law is still incumbent upon the PSA census.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Under
RA what?
RA 10625, Mr. Chair. There's a confidentiality clause.
So, sandali lang sana para sa iyo yun. Kung i-share lang niya kung sino yung mga mahihirap, kung asan sila, sino siya. But anyway, so you're better off with the confidentiality clause para they will answer, no? Tama ba yun? Is that the logic behind the confidentiality clause of the census?
Come again, Mr. Chair.
What
Apologies.
is the logic behind the confidentiality? Why can't you share that with a G2G arrangement, let's say with the SWD?
Mr. Chair, again,
It's the law. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay.
we follow the law, RA 10625. Thank you.
Anyway, I think.
Thank you,
have
Mr.
question.
Chair, and thank you, ASEC, for answering my question.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Baka pwede balikan ko lang yung point kanina, no? With the 42, the price of rice being sold ano at Kadiwa centers at 42, yung rice for all. So technically we've established already that kaya, di ba? I think ASEC Carlos agreed, si ASEC Yusek Asis agreed. Tama. 'Di ba? So and of course ano lang ako sa sagot ninyo na parang wala kayong magawa, 'di ba? I think that was the premise of your answer. Am I correct?
In terms of
Given that the price of rice sa market, sa retail, napakataas. Knowingly na you can sell rice, 'di ba? The price of rice could be lower,
May subsidy.
'di ba? It's not, no subsidy, 'di ba? It's not subsidized.
it's not subsidized.
Oh, yun.
sir.
So
It's not subsidy.
it's not. So kaya Mr. Chair.
Sabi mo
And then-
kanina, kailangan mong 82 billion
For the rice, the
29
29
pesos.
pesos.
Si 29
para
pesos.
magawa yun sa lahat.
Si 29 pesos, Mr. Chair.
Just to maybe explain further, when we're talking about we cannot do anything in terms of prosecuting, the reason for that is we don't have enforcement power, nor do we have investigation capabilities right now. It's
Okay,
not under
sige.
our plantilla.
Thank you, Yusek. Because previously in our hearings, jurisdiction-wise, sa Onion namin sa Onion, jurisdiction, it was clear. It is under DA's mandate. Kung palengke. Am I right? Groceries, sa inyo rin. It's not DTI. Am I correct?
Under the Price Act, sir, yes. If
So-
there's a 10%
So you have,
third
may police
increase.
power din kayo. Responsibility nyo yung markets, di ba? Sa inyo yun.
Sir, may I answer for that, sir?
Sige, sir.
Sir,
Yes,
it's,
Ate.
technically it's under the DA, but it's more specifically under the FSRAs, which is BPI or BAI or BFAR kung isda. May kanya-kanyang bureau,
Yes,
sir.
yes, for rice.
For rice is under BPI, sir.
Sa markets, registry lang sila eh. They're only registry.
Registry and then yung
But parang nagbago na yung DA ha. Director Glenn.
it's under AMAS,
Oh, yes.
sir, yung pricing.
So still,
AMAS.
you can. So my point is here, hindi pwedeng sabihin nyo sa akin na walang magagawa. Meron kayong magagawa. At the very minimum, can you recommend SRP? Yung mga ganun man lang. Something must be done. Yusek, baka...
Yes, sir. That's why we clarified that when I said, because the context is prosecution, and that's why I mentioned that in terms of prosecution, we don't have that power. But as to whether we can do an SRP, can be done. The president has done it before. Can we intervene in the market? Definitely we can. Anything short of prosecution and criminal investigation, because that is not within their mandate.
Yes, so again, balik ko na lang. So if it's prosecution is the problem, can we at least endorse to NBI already that something is brewing, something is up?
Sir,
By the ASEC?
Sir, the enforcement powers of the regulatory agencies are regarding food safety, sir, not prices, sir. Food Safety Act.
But for profiteering, may profiteering na eh. Yes, profiteering is there. And even in the old the Price Act. So hindi ko makuha na wala kayong magagawa dito. Sige, Yusek Ching, please.
Mr. Chair, maybe just to add some clarification. Doon po sa Bantay Presyo Act, when we look at the market, it's a combined effort really of the DA and DTI. We go together and we monitor the prices. In the case of DA, we provide the SRP. And in terms of enforcement, we also work with the local Bantay Presyo group, wherein we have the market masters pagdating po sa palengke. So, if we are to look at it in terms of local price monitoring and enforcement on the market level, it has to be a joint activity with the local government because they oversee yung operations po ng mga palengke through the market masters. So in the previous discussions in the past, we look at that collective effort between the national and the local Bantay Presyo Act because institutionally, meron pong sistema, may structure. And in the case of the local government unit, they can either, suspend the business permit because it is within their ambit and regulatory powers because it's already local and it's already market monitoring and implementation.
Yes, thank you, Yusek Ching. That's very good to hear na local, But again, ano nang nagawa ng DA? Has anyone endorsed to any local government with regards to any intervention from the national government para set yung price, para someone at least investigates, does a trace back nung supply value chain man lang relative to price? Sana man lang may ganun eh. Is there any effort done by DA? Yusek Asis.
Yes, sir. In fact, we went to the extent of calling on the retail outlets, the retailers of rice. This happened, I think, 2 weeks ago, and Asekarag was there, Amas was there, and we provided them with our view on what the price should be. And then they made the commitment, actually, sir, Mr. Chair, that they will put the price of price down. We did that, and that is something short of prosecution. Now, when it comes to the Price Act, sir, if I remember correctly, the Price Act applies when there is an upsurge in prices. So now, sir, what we have is a situation where prices is going down, but not as fast as we expect it to be. And so, with that, medyo yung paggamit po ng Price Act, parang I will have to look at it closely.
Yes, but also, Yusek, anyway, may amended version na rin, We clarified it in the new in the new law sa Anti-Economic Sabotage Act, 'di ba? So magagamit mo rin 'yon, yung profiteering. So I think madali naman 'yon. It's not relative to it doesn't have to be yung decline in price, but 'di ba? So please, something has to be done. I hope you could meet with DTI or any other relative member sa consumer group. So 'di ba? Thank you. Magandang balita naman na meron kayong effort na to meet the retailers. But I am skeptical kung bakit pumayag lang sila ng ganon o may konting warning naman siguro. Wala. So ibig sabihin, kaya nila. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I recognize
Mr.
my
Chairman.
co-chair,
Thank
co-chair
you.
Biron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the main subject matter that we are discussing today is focused on rice being the #1 driver of inflation. Pero I believe that the approach should be a all-nation approach where we have to ensure not only that prices of rice are affordable, but to ensure food security in the long term. First question I have for Yusek Perez. In the budget of the Department of Agriculture, how much do you spend or what is the budget allocated, if any, on research and development?
I will provide the answer later, sir. But just to be honest, the bulk of our budget is dedicated to rice primarily. And
So in other words, short of having no budget, the Department of Agriculture does not spend anything on R&D by developing new varieties or species of rice, corn. Wala talagang budget doon?
for R&D, the total budget of DA is about 2.9 billion for R&D.
For R&D. So saan nyo ginagastos yung R&D? What particular crop, what particular program are you spending the 2.9 billion? And what is the percentage of R&D vis-a-vis your entire budget?
Since our budget, sir, is about 200 billion, 2.9 is around 1%.
Okay, that's 1%. So mamaya bibigyan niyo ako ng data kung saan niyo ginagastos yun.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
No, the reason why I asked this because yung long-term program with respect to food security, hindi lang to lower down prices of rice. As we all know now, after this 2-hour discussion, there are profiteers, there are smugglers, that affect the prices of rice. So dapat long-term ang approach natin dito. And what is important is for the Department of Agriculture to spend a substantial amount of your budget on R&D for the long term. Kasi food security ang pinag-uusapan natin, Yusek. Okay, I'll give you a very classic example. A tiny country like Israel spends 17% of its budget on agriculture R&D, which makes Israel the most modern agriculture technology in the world. It has a land area of 20,000 square kilometers compared to the Philippines, which has 298,000 square kilometers. Exactly 7% only of the area of the Philippines, but nobody is starving in Israel, despite the war between Lebanon and Hamas. They are, in fact, a net exporter of vegetables and fruits. 90% of their agricultural requirement is produced in Israel. We are seated in the best location. The Philippines has the most blessed country in the world You can plant any time of the year. Ang Israel, may winter pa. And yet, they're self-sufficient. In livestock, in milk production, #1 in the world. Per capita, per cow. They put the cow in Israel produces the biggest number, the biggest liters, the largest volume of liters of milk per capita of a cow. So, in other words, hindi importante kung ano kalapad or kalaki yung lupa natin, Yusek. Yeah? Hindi siya dependent because we have seen this. So, ang tanong dyan, no, is realizing that we are deficient in terms of R&D. Long-term approach ng Department of Agriculture. Hindi pwedeng importation lang. Because we could not, we could not sustain and ensure food security by importing food, rice, and other crops from other countries. Because darating yung panahon that other countries will limit. And in fact, nangyari na yan during pandemic. So, ano sa palagay ninyo? Would you discuss this particular issue now that we are having this inquiry? Go back to Secretary Kiko and undertake a long-term approach, 20-year program on how we can intensify and put money to ensure that we will be able to produce crops with higher yield. Ano sa palagay niyo, Yusek?
Mr. Chair, yes, I cannot agree more with your views, Mr. Chair. Although we're now focusing, because of the limited resources, the focus now of the department is to make sure that R&Ds are driven by industry requirement. Because many of our R&Ds are in fact driven by those who are interested in their science. And so that portion has to be addressed as well. Although the DA provides like just 1% of its budget, but if you take into account the budget of the OST, which is also allocated for agriculture and fisheries, we're looking at more or less 3% total. But again, it's the use of the money, it's not the allocation, how the money is allocated, how it's utilized. I came from the industry, and that has been our complaint. Many of the researchers results were unused. That's the complaint of the AST. And we told them the answer is because this is not industry-driven research request.
I think you should work closely with the OST because we are now living in a digital world. And I will ask Lionel later on his comments and insights. We are in the world of AI, robotics. Wala ng tao, one day nobody will work. Nobody will be, you cannot find anyone working in the farm. So as early as today, Israel employs already artificial intelligence and robotics. They are doing harvesting of their fruits via drones. They are monitoring soil conditions through drones. They are spraying pesticides through drones. So ganito na ganito na ngayon. We're living in this world. It's inevitable na hindi tayo mag-adapt dito. So ang problema sa Pilipinas, very conventional pa rin tayo. We have to think out of the box, no? Ako, iniisip ko yan, to impart it to you guys because while I am a doctor by profession, I am an entrepreneur. So we always want to access, to what technology can provide us to be competitive. Dapat baguhin ang mindset ng Department of Agriculture. Dapat moderno na kayo lahat ngayon, di ba? We should never be dependent on rice importation kasi if we are only sufficient in our production of rice, hindi na problema ito ni Director Glenn ang mag-issue ng special permit. Kung nagagawa ng Vietnam yan, nagagawa ng Thailand, itinuruan lang natin sila dito. I remember when I was in elementary, mga thighs na yan, doon lang nag-ieskwela sa agriculture sa amin sa Iloilo. Ngayon, very inferior tayo kumpara sa kanila. So, yun lang, that is how we approach the program. Yung ginagawa natin ngayon is interventional. You know, because there is a need for us. Surgical talaga ang gagawin natin dito. Plug the loopholes, prevent smuggling, you know, prosecute the criminals. But on the other side of the fence, dapat yung ating isipin, USEC, doon sa Department of Agriculture and the Department of Science and Technology is how to ensure food security and to be self-reliant. So, tama naman yung approach ng DSWD, no? I commend, but ASEC of DSWD, you know, with all due respect, magandang programa ninyo sa food stamps. Pero that program is not sustainable given the fiscal condition of the country. We are working on a deficit budget. We cannot sustain. We cannot keep on, you know, securing loans to feed the poor because hindi tong dapat ang approach natin. So you are solving the problem, but this is not a sustainable approach. No? Kasi kung sa atin pa, post-mortem na yan. There's already damage to the children who are stunted. 1/3 of our children before reaching or below 5 years old is stunted. Imagine mo, permanent damage na yan. Pag lumampas na ng 5 years old yan and there's no intervention, they will be dumb children. Kahit ano pang gawin nating scholarship, kahit punuin pa natin ng scholarship yan, hindi magbabago yung IQ ng mga batang yan. So, finally, Lionel, you're an NGO, right? NGO ba kayo? Yes.
Yes po.
Yeah, so I was listening to your presentation kanina. You know, it's noteworthy that you have presented this data, no? So, sa palagay mo, anong gawin ng ating gobyerno, ng Department of Agriculture? Would you agree with what I have presented na, you know, we will fund or government has to put money where its mouth is and ensure that we'll be able to acquire and employ science, technology, innovations, you know, the digital approach in order to solve the food insecurity in this country. Lionel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To admit lang po, I'm not an agriculture economist, but I am like trying to study that the past few months. In terms of the adoption of technology, you're definitely right, Mr. Chair. It's very important that we pursue that. Just yesterday, actually, I was talking to a friend who's working for a modern agribusiness, and I was surprised to find out that they actually have an in-house meteorologist who analyzes weather patterns. And they actually do, sobrang simple lang po, text blast to all of the farmers when it's time to harvest already before the, so parang very simple adoption of technology can be very useful. In terms of ways that food prices can go down and we reduce malnutrition, I think most of the global experience, honestly po, has been with the liberalization of their food sector for places where they don't produce that much protein. And in countries like Brazil or Mongolia that really reduced stunting, it was because they had large grazing fields, they could really produce protein. That's why they could feed their people. But for countries that didn't have that, it was a combination of rising incomes and lowering the barriers to food entry into their country that really reduced stunting. But it's also the reason why, and you know, we've been doing that policy-wise, and I think it's why the discussion of this committee is very important because we're not seeing the results that we should be seeing from the reduction in tariffs, for example, Mr. Chair.
Yes, one more comment, Mr. Chairman. Yusek Perez, alam nyo, in the last 50 years, congressmen, including us, have been lobbying for money, no, for irrigation. Hanggang ngayon, or probably hanggang matapos yung term namin dito, budget for irrigation will never be sufficient. So that's why technology and science has to come in. Israel, walang tubig. Ah? What do? It's what? It's dripping irrigation. They save 80% of the water, that should have been wasted. Kung conventional irrigation, wala nga silang tubig eh. So, what do? Ito dripping irrigation technique sila. And number two, they save their water from the waste. 99% of the waste is water. Only 1% are solid sediments. So nababalik nila yung 99% kasi wala silang tubig eh. So this is something that government has to learn. No? So we should learn from those na nauna sa atin. Dapat ang mindset magbabago talaga eh. It should be it should be radical yung approach natin and innovate. That hindi na tayo lumipas na yung analog world, nasa digital, nasa AI regime na tayo ngayon. So I hope that you could do something about this, learn from Lionel. You can ask him to be your consultant, no? Talo ako dito kasi summa cum laude dito eh. Oo, nag-graduate ako, magna lang eh. Pumasok, no? So, my point is, yung approach natin, baguhin natin, no? So, I think that's my personal take on this. And kanina wala na si Congressman Briones, but one very significant point kanina ni raise niya ASCOM. Telegraphic transfer is a mechanism that does not ensure that the declaration of value with the importation is accurate. Am I correct, ASCOM?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, because an importer can always evade by paying multiple tranches of telegraphic transfer, which is not exactly what is reflected in the commercial invoice. So would you recommend that for agriculture, for this particular industry, would you recommend to reinstate, the pre-inspection regime only for this particular industry para mawala tong problema ng smuggling, technical smuggling, undervaluation, etc., etc.? Because I think that is one of the approaches that we have to do, to help the industry and eventually and ultimately protect our consumers.
That's actually a very good suggestion, Mr. Chair. We've dangled with that idea even before but it never materialized. And I think this is the proper time to reintroduce it since a pre-shipment inspection would entail that the data that would be coming to the Bureau of Customs would actually be verified by an independent.
Yes, not all, no, not all commodities. Only for agriculture, only for rice and related items. Because if we do it as a whole, may downside yun eh. SGS before was doing that, no, in the 1990s, but may downside yun because sometimes SGS may overvaluation eh. So nakakaproblema and importers would suffer paying high tariffs and tax credit is a headache for importers to apply. But let us limit, Mr. Chair, only for agriculture produce and imported commodities, no, including rice. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, may I recognize our colleague, our good Congressman, Coco Yap. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Kung minsan maawa ka rin sa DA. Pag bumagsak presyo, problema. Pag umakyat presyo, problema. Tapos, itong mga taong to, wala naman tao kasi dinibold natin. Kaya kanina pa ako nagtataka, bakit wala mga enforcement capacity itong mga to? Kasi binigay mo na eh. Pero Lionel, ikaw yung ginawa natin lahat ng policy pero hindi tumatama. Ganun ba yung sinasabi mo? Dahil I think the answer there is policy rent.
I'm not so sure, sir.
You're
I'm
not
honestly,
so sure.
No, I'm honestly curious, sir. I'm also learning from, I think, the other
No,
discussion today.
You said that you should be more open to food. You should be more open to technology, which we are. But why is it that we're not getting the benefit because there is something in the middle. It's called rent. It's called policy rent. That is why we are here today. So anyway, unless anybody, may I ask the 6 secretariats, no, 5? Before we suspend, we ask the secretariat to please meet on all the requests that were made. Stella?
Sorry, just one additional data request. Information on warehouses.
What capacity of the warehouse?
Yes, including so owners. So
Oh my God, talagang pahirapan mo ko.
yes, owners and capacity as well as location.
Including pictures?
Kung meron.
Actually, lahat naman ng projects nila sa PRDP, naka-GIP. Naka-GIP eh. So, the problem there is we will have information, explosion here. Let's focus on the real problems. Come again?
Kaya natin yan, nagawa natin yan for the onion cartel.
For the onions and spend 8
Yes.
months again?
No, just 10 hearings.
For 8 months. Anyway, so at this point, is there any motion? I know, is there any suspend?
Hi, but also, Mr. Chair, I'd like to also request a COMSEC. I think we wanted to invite NMIS also to enlighten us with the accreditation on both the importation of these basic goods. I think especially for poultry, livestock, we would like that to see. And what else do we have here? I think there are other resource persons that were already identified during the course of this meeting that we send an invitation that they be able to join us on the next meeting. So that's it, Mr. Chair. If there's nothing more, by the way, in the request of Honorable Kimbo, I believe there's the DTI and LGU, registered warehouses and other storage. I think we should get for all, not just the DTI, but also LGU registered. That should give us at least a greater picture on what is actually our capacity for warehousing and storage of such basic goods. Okay. Well, if there's nothing more, Mr. Chair, yes, I would move that we suspend session.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? So this session is hereby suspended.
See you Sabado. See you Sabado. Ano ba yun? Si Purge.
Thank you, Asik. Paano?
Boss shares kailan daw?
Hindi naman. Kaya niyo yun.